Oh, is that it? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Arena of Valor International Championship 2019 semi-finals. This is going to be IGP Gaming versus Team Flash. But before all of that, thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Asarai, and joining with me now is Gideon Q.
You're going to do it. I knew you were going to do it. All right, welcome everybody. Thanks for tuning in because the AIC ain't going to start off, a little bit slower today. We're just going to have to look what these teams are ready to pick out because we missed a little bit of the action in the beginning. You didn't get to see a bit of us, but don't worry, you'll catch our handsome faces a little bit later. Let's look straight into this game. IGP Gaming versus Team Flash. The bands are here.
Yeah, so again, nothing too out of the ordinary. A lot of emphasis on just removing the support all-stars right now, which is the Krizix and the Zip, and IGP will just straight up go with a Florentino. Really strong pick, which would kind of indicate that Team Flash might just go for an Omen or, a Yenna, so to speak.
Arguably, yes. I think since this is only just the first match, and remember, this is global ban pick rules, they have plenty of options on the table, and, AOV has plenty of heroes to give you, so they're just going to have to kind of figure out what they want to play with, or whether they want to hold up their picks for later on.
That's true. Team Flash, though, hovering over the Fennec. I mean, we haven't really seen too many priority picks on this particular ADC, but he has been used in certain situations wherein you want to go for a more push type of composition because I believe either his first skill or his passive does work. Yeah, passive works on the tower, which is really, really good. And immediately a counter on the Florentino. That's the Richter for you.
I'm surprised that they wanted to pick Richter so early on. I kind of felt like they could have held it up a little bit longer to see what else they had. So maybe they could go for a team fight composition with the Zanyo later on. But I guess they just want to be right up in their faces in the DS lane. Let's see what else. IGP Gaming actually wants to lock in here. They're hovering over the Murat, and both sides kind of need a jungler. So I don't see this being wrong yet, and as a wrong move. And I think it's kind of interesting that they want to bring out the Murat first rather than get priority later on to pick up a Lindis if they don't ban it out, or maybe even a Darcy. Liliana as well.
Yeah, typically, again, IGP on the get-go, what they're kind of building here is a super aggressive comp. Because you don't really see a Liliana as a first pick. You'd normally see more of a Crixie, a Ignis and whatnot, but never a Liliana just because you want to use her as a counter pick. But now, what IGP is kind of roaming around is that if Team Flash doesn't pick a good enough mid laner right now, on the second phase of the ban, I'm feeling that they're going to remove Crixie and Ignis and then force maybe something else. But it seems like Team Flash, they're gonna fight out this mid lane and hover over the Raz, which is a good enough counter to the Liliana. Well, not really a counter, but a good enough matchup, so to speak. But we'll see. They're hovering over something else.
I think what's really important to understand here is that, they have Florentino, they have Muret, they have a lot of side lane pressure. They're going to be able to, split the map as much as they want. Team Flash, on the other hand, once you lock in a Richter as well as a Fennec, you're probably going to be looking to play a 1-4 composition as well. So they're probably looking for something that wave clears really, really quick so they can rotate around the map a little bit faster. I'm pretty sure there's a number of supports that can help out with that, but for now, as you mentioned, they do need that mid laner, and I think Crixie is looking pretty solid.
It's a little bit, well, it doesn't get countered at all, and that is going to be the Crixie already.
I mean, is there really a counter to Crixie? She just pops the ult, runs in, and it's just take me, Lord.
That's actually true, but at least one of the good counters to Crixie is immediate burst damage.
Agreed.
Yeah, because she's good really in team fights, but if you can understand where she moves around, or you have somebody who has an on-point insta burst, let's say a Kriknak, it really does destroy this Crixie. Or the Morel, which has the temporal turbulence. But Team Flash, they really have to kind of work around that because the composition that they're playing, the win condition that they're already building for their lineup here is the push comp.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And IGP, they understand it as well. It's we want to make this push composition work out. We want to split the map as much as we can, so we get rid of things that really lock us down. The Valheim here is particularly, I don't particularly like it, but it's understandable once you kind of see which direction IGP is going with their composition. Valheim, point and click stun, really frustrating to deal with. Murat hates it, Florentinos absolutely hate it, Liliana absolutely hates it, so it's understandable.
Yeah, it's kind of like a big slap to your face if you see a Valheim. Even though he's not the strongest ADC, the utility that he brings to the table against this 3 starter picks for IGP really just kind of shows its worth. And obviously, not really something you kind of want to provoke from Team Flash here. But IGP, interestingly enough, they also removed from the table this Zephys, which might force Team Flash to actually use this Phoenix somewhere else.
Yeah, and overall, I don't know. I feel like the weirdest part about all of this is the Zaniel ban coming in from Team Flash, because yes, it is a really great combination with Florentino, but looking at their composition, they can't just expect to gain that lead in the map straight away. It does take a little bit of time, especially they need to hit those level 4s early on. So I'm thinking that Team Flash, they want to force out fights, they need to play the map into their favor, but as long as they don't lose control or at least lose their tier 1s early on, I think they can maintain map presence, make sure the river line is really safe. So Zaniel doesn't exactly benefit IGP's composition at all, so I'm not too sure with that ban.
I think it might be slightly beneficial to IGP just because Richter kind of plays along the lines of he has to be strong in the early game, and then he's going to be able to beat out the Florentino just because of his true damage. And once you hit level 4, I think they're just afraid of, Zenial being able to help out the Florentino. And what this kind of does is you're talking about, how they have to keep their tier 1 safe. And I think Richter will actually pull a lot more members of IGP as the game progresses, and that's going to allow, the 4-1 split push type of composition here. And IGP has to be aware of that. That's why they still want to have maybe a support that can, be good in team fights, and here we are with the Lumber.
Yeah, I like this. I like this a little bit. That's a really good take, actually, because now that I think about it, IGP TV, I mean, it's the comp is looking a little bit more shaky than I would have liked it to be now, because they're starting to get really greedy with their picks. The Liliana, the Murat, the Florentino, the Hayate. Somebody needs to get ahead, and they're like, you know what? Let's put our eggs in a bunch of carries baskets, and hopefully one of them works out for us, not necessarily benefiting the composition in terms of, like, team fighting, but clearly they don't want to team fight at all. They have the Lombard to have the Earth Splitter as a good disengaged strategy. Team Flash, on the other hand, they want to be right up in your face. They have the Nakaroth to kind of traverse the map, make sure Murat doesn't get too far ahead, because he is pretty good into the early stages, and Murat really only gets very effective once he gets his ultimate up.
That's true. The amount of harassment he can actually do. And wow, I actually thought that Team Flash would go for another ADC, like a dual ADC comp here, but they're playing the safe role for now. They're going to use the Nakaroth, at least for the jungle for the moment. And this is going to be like a fated match, between these two. IGP and Team Flash, both from the Vietnamese region, I believe, and they've fought each other countless times. Where last month, September of 2019, they went up, I think that was, which tournament was this? Glorious Mission, and Team Flash was in the grand finals up against IGP, and they went out full game, 7 games, with Team Flash winning 4-3.
Yeah, and we were actually talking about this earlier, because you mentioned this to me before the cast, before we came up online, that Team Flash, they win when it really matters. So I think now is one of those times, because one of these teams have to make the progression here, and we don't know, because it's kind of a 50-50 on either side. It kind of depends on the stakes. So I want to lean towards Flash, because there are previous winners, previous champions as well. A lot of the members I have an association with because of the early stages of AOV. But IGP have been really strong competitors overall. That it's hard to say that they don't stand a chance.
Yeah, they have had the greatest, or not really greatest, but really good showings during the group stage, where both of these teams actually have 8 wins and 2 losses. Like, their standings are both the same. They're kind of like a mirror matchup in terms of teams. Like, these guys know how to play each other. They know how they're kind of the best of the best in their own region, and now they're just gonna show themselves right here, right now in the semifinals. Whoever wins this, obviously, will go to the grand finals, and that's a big thing. This is gonna be kind of like, again, to see what all the marbles are, because this is one of the biggest tournaments, if not the biggest, for AOV.
I absolutely agree with you here. But, looking at both of these compositions right now, for particularly game 1, forget the stats for now. Let's look at the compositions and really analyze it. Who are you favoring a little bit more here?
That is hard to say.
I know, there's like so many conditions that need to go right, and you know, because of that, I'm liking Team Flash's composition because it's a lot safer, it's less greedier, but you know, if it snowballs out of control, I think IGP, they're just going to be like ramming right on through. They're going to be able to invade, they're going to be able to take turrets like no problems, dives are going to be like no issues at all, but assuming they get that initial lead.
IGP can do something like that, and here's the thing, I totally agree with you. If we go in safely here, if we progress this game much longer than it should be, Team Flash should be able to win this because I believe they have the stronger late game comp. That being said though, the IGP late game comp isn't as bad as well because they do have that Hayate in their ADC role, but definitely the snowball will roll earlier for IGP if they can, you know, start it off, and they are that kind of snowball team. Pro E, though, in the middle of the fight, he has to flicker away. That was a little bit weird, but yeah, Pro E just got to back off.
Yeah, I definitely, he definitely had to give a little bit of respect, but this means that IGP TV, now that they've chunked him out, it allows them to kind of go for this invade onto the Might Golem here, as the rest of the team kind of plays it out. They see Richter on the bottom side, so alright, not a lot of support. Fennec on the top side, he isn't going to be worried about it. I think they should be looking to, you know, trade buffs this time, but I think Muret was already on it. Looks like top side is pushing in, but bottom side, the fight keeps going on, yeah, and both sides do trade the jungle.
Again, it's just kind of like an orchestrated team fight here. They just know how each other kind of works out there, and you can already see how kind of careful there. This is kind of like a vertical jungling type of start here for both of our teams, just because they have much control around those areas even better. And I do love the picks with the Lumbar and that Baldum. It just allows you for an early game kind of team fight presence, and once you get the level 4s, that's when you get the Prison, that's when you get the Earthshaker, and that's when Earthshaker, Earthsplitter, and that's when you kind of like, you know, all hell breaks loose. But for now, it's going to be just the try to get to level 4 as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and you know, earlier oh wait, hold on. Chobits is actually right on top of him, trying to get a little bit of damage, gets knocked over. I don't think it's going to be too much of an engagement here, but the harass is going to be important. Like Pro E earlier, he took a huge chunk of damage in the early stage of the game. Like, that's a little too early for my liking, forcing him to back off, use his flicker, and hopefully that EXP lead over to IGP TV. As you can see, Lumbar is already level 3 while Pro E is at level 2. Hopefully that doesn't bite them back later on.
I don't know. That's a very dangerous thing to kind of, you know, play around, because again, AOV is such a quick-paced game that 10 seconds of you not being where your teammates are, you know, getting the XP, getting the gold, can be, again, the difference between life and death here. And again, these ultimates that both of these players have, both the supports have rather, are kind of game-changing ultimates. If you're able to lock some people down, if you're able to kind of knock them up, it's really a strong start for you.
That was getting a little close there down on the bot side of the map. I mean, KA was very close to actually getting a kill. He hit level 4 and he was like, I'm going to turn this around on you, Richter. You don't stand a chance. My Golem is going to be taken away by
he does it! He gets it! Oh, they're still going to fight Gao, though!
Gets ganked by Turtle. Turtle gets a great temporal turbulence there.
But he did trade. He did trade for KA. This is what I'm talking about. Ricker does kind of lose before he gets his level 4, but once he does, Florentino got nothing on him. And you saw it already, the 1 versus 1 there, and it was only because of Turtle that they, you know, stabilized it for a 1-1 trade.
Yeah, definitely salvaging the situation. Like, you don't want Richter to get too far ahead, because then like Florentino kind of has to sit back and it's like, this kind of sucks. Like, I want to be ahead, I want to be showy, I want to be flashy, but I just can't. Now XP is going to have to pull back here. The rest of the team looking to attack maybe the top side of the map. We're just going to have to wait. CK is right on top of the ring. Gao taking quite a bit of damage here.
I don't know if that was quite a bit of damage, because he was kind of like shrugging it off a little bit. He's a pretty tanky dude.
I mean, he definitely doesn't mind. The trades are kind of important, and they'll slowly build up to it.
Knackers is already going to the bottom side here. KA's got to be very careful. They can lock him down easy, and you know that true damage is nothing to laugh at.
Yeah. They just can't. They just cannot disrespect it. Ooh, Pro E just zoning out DM here, but the rest of the top side is looks like they're not going to go for the dive. Pro E's getting chunked out quite a bit, forcing out the recall. The rest of the team will continue to invade, and again, the EXP lead as well, especially with the invades. Oh, Turtle very close with temporal turbulence, nearly getting the kill there. They have to back away. I think top turret might be in danger.
Definitely, and this is what you were talking about before. They just really want to start this fight. I think, yeah, LECS is gonna. I don't know what he's gonna do here.
He actually gets a trade. Wait, hold on. ADC's now in trouble. Turtle right on top of him gets the kill. Hold on, what just happened? I thought it was like, oh, that's gonna be a clean dot. Wait, hold on. Wait.
They tried to match the aggression, but Team Flash, I don't know what they wanted to do there. Ellie prolonged his stay, and he lost the top tier 1. Granted, that was a 1-for-1, but he only got the kill onto Chobits. He's leaving Dime on this Hayate, which is, he's fairly known for his Hayate, and if you keep him just farming like that, it's going to be a terrible, terrible matchup for you. Now they are transitioning to this bottom side where the Dragon is already up for the second time, and this is going to be a quick one. Look at how they just go to this bottom side.
Yeah, IGP want to use their lead as much as they can. Pro-E is taking quite a bit of damage here. Ooh, Lombard with the Earth Splitter does actually go through the prison, doesn't actually land. He's in trouble. The Temporal Turbulence doesn't actually get him out. The backside is trouble. They have to pull away. Turret is still there. Amen for that tier 1.
But the scary thing about this is, even though they use their ultimates, the dive of IGP is still very potent, that if they try to go underneath the tower without any support from the other members of Team Flash, it could just be easy. And look at this, Turtle is already dealing a good chunk of damage with that Temporal Turbulence. Lack going to be coming in here, just help them out, and he gets the last hit on that Dragon.
He is so far ahead. He is level 9, and everyone is just 2 levels before him. He's really been active the moment he has his ultimate, going in for those invades, snagging up those kills. That's helpful. Oh, Dam's in trouble. He has no way to escape. He has to flicker out of there. Backline's in trouble. They take it out, and they have to pull away. Turtle takes a little bit more damage from the turret, but not enough to kill him there.
The lack of damage from FL is already showing. They have great teamfight presence, but the burst is just not visible enough or visible for this moment, and it's really hurting Team Flash. We're just 6 minutes in, and there's already like a 2,000 plus gold lead. That is huge at this time of the game. There is Chobits with the Earth Splitter, gets a couple of knock-up. Pro-E, he does have the flicker. He's a tanky little boy, and he should be able to get away, but mid-tier 1 is pretty much ripe for the taking here.
Yeah, and we talked about this earlier about their composition from IGP. Like, they really, Ellie, you don't want to do the exact same thing. Oh, he gets taken out by Lackline. Like, that was an easy kill for him. He knew exactly where he was going to be. And KA is going to continue to harass up in the top side jungle. Gal, they're going to go for the 1v1 here. I think Gentleman's Duel has been popped. No, not yet. Temporal Turbulence actually picks him off. Look at that level lead.
He's going to go for the ultimate. He misses, though, by an inch. Doesn't get the knockup, but that does open up this mid-tier 1. Could be even also the mid-tier 2 here, as there is a siege turret or siege minion that is helping IGP push this wave. Pro-E's going to try to stop him, but he doesn't have his ultimate, so they cannot force out IGP from getting these 2 towers in the mid. Say goodbye to those structures. You're going to have an easy game here for IGP.
Yeah, 4K gold lead for the side of IGP Gaming. Like, it's actually ridiculous how fast, once they got that lead onto Murad, they're like, you know what, we got to turn this up from Mach 4 to Mach 5. We have to go as fast as we can before Team Flash gets to scale into this game, because again, that level lead is only so important until you reach the cap.
I just have to say, what is happening with Team Flash right now? Because again, both of these teams, they're very aggressive. We've seen during the quarterfinals, during the group stage, that Team Flash likes to go for aggressive as possible. IGP was the one who was a little bit more how would I say this, preserved with how they play, but it seems like, you know, we've kind of shifted the tables here, or IGP is just feeling a lot better, and they are already running away with this game. 7-8 minutes in, we already have a 4,000 gold lead, and their damage is non-existent as of this moment.
Oh no, Billy is in trouble. The prison actually lands, but he has to back out of there before he gets locked out by Chobits. The rest of the team is zoned out. Like Flash, they want to take this Might Golem, but every single time they've been stolen time and time again, denying them the EXP as well as the gold. Luckily, Ellie this time is actually able to get it. Gao's in trouble. He has to pull backwards, quickly popping the flicker, but now Turtle is right on top of him. He should be dead here. Oh boy, he survives the one. Oh no, there he goes. Hayate actually picks up the kill. Really nice there. Turtle, what a guy. He's just like, you know what, Hayate, here's one for you. I'll donate a kill for you. Don't worry.
It's alright, I got you. And now they're just gonna go for the Dark Slayer here. This is actually perfect timing. Like around 8 minutes, or 8 minutes 30 seconds, this is when you want to start getting that Dark Slayer immediately, and this is kind of like already a good amount of nails in the coffin, so to speak. And I don't know how Team Flash is going to be coming back for this first game. I think it's just them to kind of, what do we do, guys? We try to go for the split push comp, the push comp, but we're actually getting out pushed by our opponents.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about earlier. IGP Gaming, their composition is so based around how big of a lead they can develop, and if they get that lead, they're just going to snowball it through, and that's exactly what happened. Structure after structure. Jungle, they couldn't protect their river line anymore. They couldn't force a good fight where they could get more than 3 people to commit to it, and the dive up topside didn't exactly help either. So now Team Flash, they have to play on the back foot. They're 5K behind, but now more importantly than ever, they cannot afford to lose that high ground turret.
You can see now that IGP are just kind of, again, clearing out the waves here because they did get the Darkslayer. The Drake will be pushing on the bottom side, and Dime is clearing out that wave really, really fast. And this will kind of, again, force Team Flash onto their base, and more so than not, they have to try, like you said, try to go for that defense on a tier 3. But the thing is, this is going to be very difficult. A Darkslayer buff, a good amount of team fight, it's going to be hellish to try to stop this. And look at that Temporal Turbulence. Not even, actually. Just good poke onto Ellie.
Oh, Ellie. Oh, if that's how much damage he does from a basic ability, I can't imagine a full-on ult. No, that prison has been wasted. Now they have no way to really secure themselves this fight. And now Temporal Turbulence, just to kind of zone away your opponents, they're going to be taking this high ground turret with no contention whatsoever. I think Team Flash, they kind of understand this, like, all right, we can't really do too much here. We have to wait for an opportunity or them to mess up. But IGP refuses to go down.
Pro E is able to escape the clutches with just one single dash, but of course this is going to leave his teammates out exposed for a 4 versus 5, while IGP make quick work of this mid-tier 3. They did lose a wave there, so they have to wait just a smidge to kind of go back at it again. But it seems like they do have something with the top lane. Are they ever going to hurt? Flash going to be able to clear this out? Yes, they will, but it seems like Gao might be caught in the middle. He's going to try to escape, and they actually get Showbits after that all.
Nicely done. Ellie just waiting for the opportunity, and now Turtle, he's getting quite a bit of damage from Temporal Turbulence. They flick him right over. Pro E predicted it. He knew exactly where he was going to be. Oh, now, they've locked him down, but can they follow it up? The rest of the team is there to kind of hold him down. Pro E's in trouble. He's taking quite a bit of damage. KA, who survives. Oh, he doesn't survive with that 1 HP. He gets procced by Ellie. Ooh, that last stack just really set in stone his grave. Oof.
Yeah, I mean, great defense for Team Flash overall, but the damage has been done already. The bottom tier 3 is already exposed. There's going to be, stronger minions going to be pushing down on that particular lane. And with 20 seconds left onto the clock for this next Darkslayer, it seems like FL Team Flash has to counter this out, and you can see that they're trying to push out as much as possible because they know that once this big objective gets taken by IGP, it's almost already over for them, and they have to try to force these fights.
Yeah, forcing the fights, looking good. They pull back. XP already using the ultimate here. That's going to be really important. I don't think they want to take the fight now, especially with one of the, linchpin mages, linchpin ultimates actually being down on cooldown. Doesn't look too good. Richter on the top side, hopefully trying to get some pressure. He should be okay, but then again, we're talking about Turtle here. He is so far ahead of everybody else. He already has the Omni as well. Like, man. I don't think people can even beat him in the 1v1.
Dime is so strong. They actually get the knock-up, and that was a big mistake. Ellie gets the shutdown right there, and this could be the turnaround for Team Flash. I don't know. I think he was just kind of confident that he could survive all that damage, but there was nobody else from his teammates to actually save Dime right there. Chobits will go over the wall, but this is going to be Team Flash hungry for the kills. Ellie's going to be in the middle of the fight there. Laklak was onto the side waiting for the opportune moment, and he does shut down the Fennec, which could be a really good opportunity for IGP to push them back, but they are not stopping at all because they still do have the Richter helping them into the fray. There's the knockup. XB activates the ultimate, and that's going to be a shutdown. Make that into an ace, and that is Team Flash pushing back IGP.
So good. They finally got their cooldowns back off, and they are a team fighting composition. Once we have like a full 5v5, that's when they're like, it's go time, boys. And now Darkslayer is back up. This might be the turn that Team Flash needed. They've narrowed down the gold lead from 5k all the way to 1k, so it's looking really good for Team Flash to actually come back into this game.
They got everything they needed to just to kind of, set themselves straight. Oh, okay, I was a little bit nervous there because, like, they didn't want to get the last hit on that Darkslayer. Maybe they're like, we can maybe give a present to IGP. But, yeah, they're not going to let that happen. This is first game. This is kind of like the tempo starter in a best of 7. Again, we do have the global bans here, guys. So after this particular picks for these teams, we're not going to be seeing them anymore. But at least looking at this one, it seems like Flash knew what was up. They didn't go for any unnecessary fights anymore, and then it seems like they're working better now more than ever, but this is a big team fight.
Oh, Nature's Prison actually locking him down. So huge! Lombard Earthsplit trying to disengage the fight, but Turtle wants to get back to Turbulence. Already 4, but the ADC in the back line is cutting them away. Lock, he has no follow-up. He goes down on top of him. It's going to be a 1-for-4 trade in favor of Team Flash.
That should be GG. 30 seconds onto the clock. It's only up to Turtle. If his Temporal Turbulence was... how do I say this?
It hurt a little bit more.
It hurt a little bit more. And maybe if he had the Infinity Gauntlet, he could do something. He's gonna charge it up onto the Drake, but he got knocked up. XP knew what was gonna happen, and that is the Nexus exposed. Say goodbye. Game number 1, Team Flash.
wow, what looked to be a really clean game from IGP is turned around so quickly from Team Flash, who was prepared and ready. They knew exactly when to attack their opponent, and I think IGP, they thought that they had it in the bag, and they got really sloppy towards the end. A couple of pickoffs, they lost 3 members. Initially, they were like, hey, okay, that's fine. And now coming back into it, they're like, all right, you've 1 kills, 2 kills. All right, that's a little too many. All right, this is getting out of control. And then they just couldn't come back into the game.
Honestly, I didn't even feel like there was a kind of late game presence for Team Flash. What happened more was like IGP just mispositioned 2 or 3 times, and that was about it.
That's all it takes to turn this game around. And
Oh,
honestly, I thought, you know, when you have Hayate, it's like, man, that true damage is going to kick in really, really quick. Like, Proe, no matter how many items he stacks on top of himself, he's going to get shredded. And in the end, he was the one on top of Crixie, getting those huge knockups that were so important. Like Murad, he dashes in, he's like, oh, I'm going to get the biggest ultimate of my life. Gets knocked up instantaneously. Great predictions, and they played well. Now, Team Flash feeling confident. I think this is like definitely like what gets your motivational booster on.
Yeah, and here we are. Let's just check out the highlights here. This is how Gao was able to like 1v1 KA there on the Florentino. And again, I just have to feel weird. Ellie, I don't know. He felt like he was a really good player at the end of the game, but this beginning, it was kind of like mistakes and mistakes upon him. Maybe it was just like Team Flash saying that we have to keep our towers alive for as long as possible. We can win this in a late game, and maybe that was their game plan. But more so than not, there was some really unnecessary pickoffs that IGP did to the certain members of Flash that made me feel a little bit comfortable. But in the end, they still won out this first game.
Yeah, and I think what's important to like kind of look at is that, you know, Fennec, he had 2 items at the time. He needed his 3rd item to really pop off here. And as you can see from the composition of IGP, you know for a fact they don't scale as well as you want them to. You don't have you don't have 2 supports helping you out all the time. You only have 1 dedicated tank, and if his ultimate doesn't disengage the fight or you're already winning the fight, they just have to pull out. Like, a lot of their members were hitting level 15, having the items, but still couldn't finish them off. Everyone was at 1 HP, and it just wasn't enough. Utility
for Flash was really strong, you know, because like it seems like they didn't really, again, they lacked damage, but once they got the items for them to get a little bit more, you know, defensive, a little bit tankier, it seems like they were able to survive a little bit more, and that's where the win condition started to fall for IGP, where IGP's win condition was, we get ourselves a quick pick, and that's about it. But if we can't get the quick pick, we immediately run out of steam. Like, you know, the Temporal Turbulence, the Kunai Blitz of the Hayate, it just kind of slaps you in the face like, oh my gosh, you said it already. Like, I got stunned, I immediately got picked off, and that was about it. Team Flash knew, I guess, what was up. What was up, exactly. And then there was like, yeah, easy for us if we can just keep this into the late game. If we can stop those initiates, we're fine. Yeah, and I think that what's really, like, earlier, we saw Proe, like, he was making a lot more mistakes than he should have been, and I think that definitely got to him. He's like, okay, I need to make something happen here. And yes, towards, you know, the mid to late game is where he really started to pop off. Those nature prisons in the mid game were kind of questionable, where it's like, it missed, and it's like, oh, that's such a big ultimate, and because you missed that, it kind of gives the green light for the rest of the IGP TV to actually go in and just kind of crush the competition at that point in time. But later into the game, just a minor setback there, ladies and gentlemen, but now we are back, and thankfully, this is still the draft. Game number 2 already. You see it. Team Flash with the first point. A great comeback for them. Nothing insane, but that was a well-orchestrated comeback for Team Flash, definitely. It definitely looks super clean, and that's what I like about them. Now, let's look at what they have so far. The bans, Darcy as well as Kilgroth not going to be let through, but more importantly, they have the Yena. They're bringing out Lumbar one more time, and Hayate. It feels like, you know, the roles have kind of switched with the Lumbar, but on the side of IGP, it's going to be the Omen, the Elsu, and the Crit Knack. Might I just say, it feels like both of these teams are not using the strongest of the strong, like at the very start. Like at least in terms of the support here, because a Lumbar where you can actually get up the Zenial for Team Flash could have been something else. But I feel like, again, since this is a global ban, they kind of want to, again, preserve some of the picks here and not put everything into one big, Huscow of something. In any case, it's going to be a really strong teamfight presence for Team Flash. And IGP, this is immense. Like, Omen is just an unstoppable DS laner at the end game. Elsu is very strong once you give him a lot of protection. And Kriknak is probably the strongest jungler right now if you can play him properly, because he can blow almost anybody up. Easy.
Easy, yeah. With the drone drop and everything, good follow-up, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah, their composition is looking pretty scary. They've got some great bursts. Elsu, if they get the initial chunk out, it kind of gives, puts a huge target on your head for Kriknak to come in with the drone drop. Omen is going to be pretty much unstoppable in the late game, like you mentioned, but I don't think you can count Yenna out, and that's kind of the beauty of the hero, where it's like it's really dependent on your capabilities and mechanics to outplay your opponent than anything else. But IGP Gaming going to be locking in that Diao-chan. Rather interesting why they wanted to go for Diao-chan rather than some of the other mage picks, but I guess they needed that AoE because they have a lot of single target damage. But on Team Flash, it's going to be the Flash himself as well as Rook.
Could be just because they wanted more crowd control, same as the previous game. And it does provide a lot of zone of protection, so to speak, for this Elsu, who'll be dealing most of the damage, I would assume, for IGP. Interestingly enough, we're going to be seeing an Arum for the last pick here for IGP. Well, wow, I haven't seen her too much. Even during the group stage or the quarterfinals, we only saw her once or twice, and it never really shown much purpose aside from just trying to deal damage. But that was like a quote-unquote sarcastic remark of trying to deal damage. Exactly. Like that.
Agreed. But I think Arum in this particular case is rather interesting because, again, you're not like giving up super big tanks, and Arum is particularly effective against this composition because remember, Rook, short range. Yenna, she has a lot of mobility options, but if she is locked down, she won't be able to do much. Flash, same thing. He comes in with the super speed. She can lock him down as well. Hayate, probably not going to be wanting to go in anytime soon, but at least you have utility from the Uncaged to be like, hey, if I landed on enough people, my team can actually follow up, and I just need to be able to tank. They don't need somebody who is, hard crowd control. She kind of fits in all the pseudo positions all at once.
So she at least gets kind of like the jack of all trades, master of none type of thing. Yeah, I'm looking forward to how this works because, again, I did say it already, Arum has not seen much love or success during the entirety of AIC 2019, and I don't know it's because the teams were unprepared with her, but coming into the semifinals, it could definitely be like a secret strategy that IGP are going to be employing in this second game. But all right, we're talking about it now. Which composition? You said that before you liked the composition for Flash. I think right now I like the composition of IGP better just because of how good the protection is, even though I'm skeptical of that Arum pick.
Agree. Honestly, I really agree with you here because, again, I think the Kriknak is going to be super, super important here. And looking at Team Flash's composition, you can see that you're having the Lumbar. Yeah, that's great. But again, it's not exactly a game a game-winning play if he lands a big ultimate. Kriknak is going to be looking for that backline. Yenna is going to have a lot of troubles later into the game. So it's kind of on the initiative of IGP to say, hey, we have Arum really has one of the strongest level 1s. She basically can go and invade this Rook, and as long as Rook doesn't get too far ahead, like, he is going to have a tough time.
Yeah, the idea that's popping into my head as of the moment is that this Lumbar will be used as kind of like a combo starter for the Hayate. Once you get that good knockup, Hayate has a split, maybe a couple of moments to actually go in with the Kunai Blitz and basically melt everybody. So this is going to be more of this ultimate from the Lumbar isn't going to be used solely for counter initiate or anything else, more so that it's going to be kind of in conjunction with the ultimate of the Hayate, which could be very, very painful if it does succeed.
Oh, look at this. Arum is already like sticking her nose out past the river just to kind of see what's going on here. Chobits walking right up. He knows he's strong. Like, he just wants to get a little bit of damage in, but however, Lockbox taking too much damage! This is like, why was he standing there so far up, and when the rest of the team pulls back, it just allowed both Flash and Lombard to be like, is he really doing this? He comes in with a super speed, just mock punches him out of existence.
I don't know about this. Laklak doesn't seem like before. Laklak wasn't the type of player to be overly aggressive. You know what I'm saying? And now he's kind of like being caught in weird positions. And this has happened in the previous game. which I don't know. This is not good at all for IGP.
Not a good start, but hey, it's not gonna break their spine this time round. But let's see how IGP kind of wants to play it out. Their Arum is trying to soak up as much pressure as possible and kind of limit the movements of Team Flash, because she is going to be stronger until that level 4 comes around. Then she needs to play with the team a little bit more. Laclock's in trouble, taking quite a lot of damage from, especially with the harass coming in from XB. Like, Flash can be super oppressive, especially when you need to land those skill shots.
And they just know that since the level discrepancy is up against Laclac, they're just like going aggressive at it. And like you said, there's a dip in, dip out type of mentality here for Team Flash that they can really abuse and as of the moment. But now IGP's Turtle has his level 4 already, but seems like Flash, knowing this right now, they just dive right in and they're chasing hard with this Rourke.
Oh, no.
Coming in from the side. Also, Ellie, if he had the Kunai Blitz, that might have been a double kill immediately, but at least they do force him out, and this Spirit Sentinel should be an easy pick. Oh, you sneaky little bastard, you. Turtle gets the punish, and still no level 4 for Laclac.
He is just not having a good time. He is getting absolutely harassed, even under his turret, as long as he gets chunked out. Oh no, damn, he might be in trouble here. Ellie is going to get a free kill. He locks him down. Elsu goes down. Ellie, great pick off. It looks like Team Flash now, taking the initiative, saying, hey, we're not going to let, Kriknak get away with a lot of this. We're going to try and punish you across the map. And, a lot of it comes down to just individual mistakes. Like, to be fair, Laclac, it's a pretty bad matchup for him, especially against the Flash. That's understandable. But bot side, Elsu, what's going on, man?
I'm not 100% sure. It's kind of like a skill matchup, so to speak. It's skill in the term of Elsu has to land his snipes for him to actually outmatch Hayate. But if he cannot, Hayate should be able to win because the damage isn't as good. Gao, though, he's a Yena. She's a Yena, rather. You're not going to be able to burst down a Yena at all with that type of composition where Turtle's going to be the only one. It doesn't really have the insane amount of damage as of the moment, so he should be able to escape. But for now, does have to back away because the HP bar a little bit too low.
Yeah, and now XP is going to absorb the top side wave, allowing Yena to rotate to the mid side to pick up that side, so they don't lose any pressure on the map. They don't want to waste that EXP. They need every single minion they can get.
Yeah. Slurp up all the drop of that XP. Get it. Chobits, though, spotting out Pro E. Pro E, of course, is mighty fine tanky. XB's going to be going in right here. Takes quite a bit of damage, does get locked down. He could be in a bad spot, but look at that. He was able to traverse around it, goes back. ADC is diving right in. Has to be very careful because now Turtle joins in onto the fight, and they do back away, respecting the fight potential that does lie within IGP.
Yeah, I think IGP, they understand it's like, okay, we need a little bit of time to scale here. Let's just, release some pressure. Don't push it too hard here because, again, Chobits, he used his ultimate pretty early on just to deny the fact that Laclac was behind. He knew he didn't have the damage, so it's as long as Flash doesn't get his ult off and kill Laclac, we're going to be okay.
And Laclac, the longer this game progresses, the more defensive he does become, just because, again, he gets more of his utility and whatnot. Of course, that passive does block a certain skill. So, any initiate of FL, or Flash rather, would be denied slightly. And, of course, that's something that they also have to kind of be worried about now that the game is slowly kind of, prolonging itself.
Yeah, but no, major leads just yet. Team Flash, they're up by at least 1K as of right now. And, DM going to take his time on the bot side, but it looks like the rest of the team is kind of rotating down to cover his butt here. They don't want him to dive. They want to make sure that Team Flash is kind of kept at that river line.
Might I actually just say, there has been much more control, or not so much control, but in the overall of the entire tournament. But before that, Froey's going to get caught, pulled back in, and he should be easy pickings here for IGP. Now, they don't have their support anymore. This could actually be maybe another kill or a tower here, but XB got locked down. Diao-chan is so good for this one, but of course the invulnerability from the Flash ultimate still not going to be enough as Turtle shuts him up. Ellie, though, wanting to join the fight, does activate the Kunai Blitz, but nobody will get knocked out from IGP.
That was so good from IGP, especially, I thought Chobits was going to walk up to him and use the ultimate, but instead, he wants to be a little bit more flashier. He flickers right on top of him, right under the tower as well. He was just a little bit out of range. He needed that distance, and he locks down XB, resulting in pretty much a free kill there for the rest of his team. But now, IGP, where do they go from here? You have the Abyssal Dragon, you kind of evened up the score. You need to start attacking the map somewhere.
They have actually that potential to be able to lock down the map. Well, maybe for now, not yet. But again, the longer this game progresses, I think the better it is for IGP, just because they have these two particular picks, the Omen and the Elsu. It's going to be nigh unstoppable later on and the snipes is just going to be very, very strong. Look at that slow onto XB, and there you go. Finally, the Arum seeing a little bit of the limelight.
Yeah, great uncaged there. XB, little bit of trouble. I thought that might have been able to kill him because it was all 3 charges, but he needed to get hit by that last one to really secure the kill. The rest of the team has to back away. Pro E already using his ultimate to kind of cut off that area and deny them space, but DM, he has to be so careful because right now Ellie is starting to get ahead and he hurts.
He hurts indeed. Like, again, it's more of like DPS to burst of damage from that snipe, and Turtle's gonna back away, forcing Laklak to actually use his ultimate there to save his friend. Doesn't have any more mana, and Gao, he's gonna be a little bit opportunistic here, trying to spot out Turtle in the jungle. But of course, this does leave the mid-tier 1 already exposed. Laklak, I don't know what the... Okay, he's fine though, but he was recalling right in front of his opponent.
Yeah. Now, we mentioned this earlier that, you know, as long as Rook doesn't get ahead, he should be A-okay. But, you know, Rook didn't really get punished at all. He kind of just did his own devices. Kriknak wasn't able to invade with Arum. None of those early game shenanigans. And now ADC is in a good position, even though that, you know, Kriknak is ahead. Oh, Pro E looking to go for the ultimate. They want to put some damage into this turret. They have to back away. They don't want to play with fire here. Turtle walks away just fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and basically it's just that. Rook can actually deal with Turtle. They are matching with EXP as well, both level 11. He just bought the rank breaker as well, so it's like if they go into a 1v1, Rook is most likely going to win.
And that's a scary thought, because like if they win any sort of skirmish here, that's a double ADC comp. That's a comp that can actually melt towers very, very easy. So if that actually happens for Team Flash, their ability to get more objectives is gonna be, well, it's actually super strong as of the moment. And if IGP let up at all, Team Flash will kind of, you know, steal this game away easy, just because they have that much more power. And look at how quickly they just kind of, you know, work at this dragon. And look at the Darkslayer later. That's going to be a very easy pick. And they just use Pro E to kind of zone everybody out. Yeah. And it seems like Team Flash are kind of closing in on this.
Yeah, and IGP, I'm thinking, like, how do they come back into this game at this point? Like, where should they be looking to kind of, like, even things out, especially with the pressure coming up? Oh, no, XP is locked down, instantly goes down. Laklak is just having the time of his life now with the support of his team and the help of Chobits. It's so easy for him.
Oh, ADC!
Turtle, wait, damn! Oh, what's happening across the map plays? Both sides cross the map plays, and it's still going on. ADC, I don't think he can actually get it, but he will trade his life in return.
He does finally get that crowd control in. Okay, Dime First is a critical crit monster. Granted that he did get the shutdown onto Ellie, but Pro E was there with a smidge of that hit from his ultimate there, and he basically brought it back, got that bottom tier 2, and now Team Flash is still not, you know, gonna be in the back end. They're still gonna be in the forefront, the leaders of this game, just because of a little bit of that wreaking of havoc from this lumbar.
Yeah, so man, fights are happening across the map, and I think that's what Team Flash wants to do. They want to force out these fights. Oh, Pro E, he wants to use his ultimate already very quickly to slow them down. He has to disengage from the fight. Rest of the team pulls up, and now IGP TV, they can't push forward with that annoying lumbar ultimate. Now that it's down, they might want to reconsider. All 5 members are here. Oh, all 4 members are here. They're chilling their way. They have to make a decision.
They're a bit too far to kind of try to counter out the Yena, who's already on the bottom lane. So they know that they have the numbers advantage, so why not just work it through their terms? They do get the shutdown onto Pro E. Maybe, just maybe, this is the opportunity to get that Abyssal Dragon, but they still have to be very worried that Hayate and Flash are near the vicinity, and their ultimates could be game changers.
Yeah, they have to take their time with this. Like, IGP, they can't really force it out unless they have the numbers. And now XP coming in with the Cyclone so big, he tries to go flicker it to the side, but Gao, he wants to try and make something happen. ADC is in trouble. He has to pop that determination real quick. Dashes backwards, getting some space, but Dime is just making sure, you know, you want to keep fighting my team? No worries, give me those free shots.
I thought it was actually a bad trade for IGP, but it seems like it worked out well for them. They baited in Flash perfectly, understanding what needed to be done just to get that advantage. And now Dime gets a top tier 1. They're still getting on to a fight here and could actually win even more. Could not get another objective, but still you can see how IGP are playing this methodically and actually playing it pretty well.
Yeah, I kind of feel right now that IGP have, you know, gotten ahead. Ooh, XP having to run away here, using the super speed to create some distance. They pull back. Dime is just, I'm just waiting for an opportunity to shoot somebody. Ooh, Ellie takes a good hit in the face. And Dime, he just wants to keep repeating the process, harass them enough to make sure, you know, it changes from 50-50s to like 45-55s and 40-60s until it's in their favor to allow IGP the best opportunity to take it, to take this game away.
Speaking of taking this game away, Turtle is already level 15. The first one in this second game. It's going to be very scary. If he spots anybody out, he's going to be able to burst them down. He's waiting right here in the sides. Oh, he could just deal so much damage. But the drone, yeah, it's not going to be able to hit anybody. It's going to go on to cooldown right now. But you can see that IGP are starting to at least build themselves up here in this particular match. Chobit's going to be in the middle of it all, but that is an ARM. Going to be able to at least peel herself to safety. And IGP, none the wiser. Ellie, though, could get caught. Never mind, that's actually ADC with him, so he's going to be fine.
Yeah, I think for the most part, IGP is just waiting for Team Flash to make a mistake and make a play. No, Turtle, now in trouble. Cyclone's actually going through. He might die instantaneously. He goes down. The rest of the team is there, but Lakla trying to survive as much as possible. Great ultimate. They trade 2 for 2 overall, but ooh, I'm not so sure if that was the, you know, the best trade for either team in this situation.
Double kill.
Not the best trade, but I would say that was the much better trade for IGP, just because they saved their top tier 1. Granted, they didn't go for the Darkslayer, but it seems like they're just going to try to play this safer. They're just going to maybe look for the mid-tier 1s just because it does allow them for a little bit more control. He doesn't get knocked up. That's interesting. Okay, now it kind of goes onto the wayside because it's going to be very iffy, but Gao joins into the fight. This Yena's going to be pretty powerful, but in a 2 versus 1, I don't think it's going to matter at all, and Chobits keeps him locked down enough that Dime was able to burst out the bejesus out of this Yena. But while that was happening, they do force KA as well from the fight.
Wait, does Cricket not notice him? Oh, he did it. Teammate. Sorry, that was my bad. The chemotherapy is getting to me now.
I was also looking at it and it's like, oh no, the Turtle's there. No, never mind. They're both IGP.
Trust me, it's a lot of PTSD of just being roamed around by Cricket itself in game where it's just like, no, please don't find me.
I get that, man. I get that.
The true fear itself.
I mean, we all fear it. A flying cockroach. we don't fear the cockroach that just kind of, you know, waddles on the ground, but once it starts flying,
it's just immediate flaying.
Yeah. We don't care if it's a friend or foe, you know. If it's a friendly cockroach or an enemy cockroach, if it's a cockroach that flies, we're gonna have to just run away.
Please get it out of my face. Oh, the rest of the team is actually looking through Pro. He's in trouble. Takes a huge hit. The rest of the team now pulling back. Ellie's in trouble. He's taking too much damage, and Chobits just doesn't care. As long as he maintains a good distance away, he can't get in. Ellie can't get in on this fight.
XP, he was on the side there. He wanted to join that fight. Ultimate activated from KA. That's going to actually trap him for a couple of seconds, but not going to be actually sufficient to actually shut him down there. Laklak will be activating his ultimate. XP is chasing down, has to back away as well, but it seems like they kind of overcommitted. They overstayed their welcome, and now IGP are bringing it back. They get the 2 shutdown, and this mid-tier 1 should be no more in a couple of seconds. Make that even 1 second. Boom! Mid-tier 2 for the next. Let's see.
Good. So good for IGP. They're going to take tier 2 on top of that. Well, I mean, Team Flash want to do something about it, but they just can't move fast enough to protect it. But so far, so good for IGP Gaming.
Definitely. Like, they are just kind of punishing every single corner, every single turn that Flash is trying to, well, move around at. KA's getting really heavily charged by Pro E, but that is an Omen. And Omen, again, this is already late game, is a difficult hero to shut down. And the more that this game progresses, the more, kind of hard that it is. Now IGP just going to get for this Abyssal Dragon, and we're going to be rotating for this Darkslayer pretty dang soon.
Yeah, and I think right now IGP have really been benefiting off of Team Flash's like initiative, be like, yeah, let's start the fight. We need to make something happen. And every single time they do it, just as you mentioned, Chobits has just been like, nah, I'm not letting you have any fun. I'm gonna use my ultimate, make sure XP just can't play the game like he wants to. Like, he wants to set up fights for the side Flash, but it's just not happening as of right now.
The amount of shutdown that they can just do to kind of stop the momentum of initiation for Team Flash is staggering as of the moment. You can see that Ellie was right there. He activated the Kunai Blitz immediately and couldn't really do too much. But XB gonna be actually the one to counter-engage, is pushing back IGP. But IGP is just way too tanky. They're way too teamfight-centric. Teamfight power is in their blood, is in their bones for the second game. And they're really doing a lot of work against their opponent. And now the tier 3 is already exposed. They can actually push this up already because there's 30 seconds before Gao as well as ADC come back into the fray. Ellie could get actually caught out here. XP is going to be going hard onto Dime. Can he really shut him out? He does. Dodges away. Does get stunned right here in the middle. That's going to be a 4-man collapse, and he just dies straight up. But the Nexus still stands.
Gosh, I would hate to be in XP's position. Like, you are getting some really good pickoffs, but Chobits is just not letting you play this game. And now they're going for the end here. Pro E is going to be going down to the backline, but they just don't really care. They want to protect their minions as much as they can so they can clear off. They could, you know, make something happen, but the respawns are happening quick. Pro E might have just saved them the game here.
He definitely did. There was like 3 seconds before Gao and ADC joined back into the fight. And losing a support just so that you can save your Nexus, definitely a worth thing to do, because obviously the only thing you can do is basically crowd control and initiate. But at least that's going to prolong their life for the moment. Darkseid is going to get initiated upon. I'm not sure if Team Flash knows this or will even try to counter it.
I don't think they can. They just
know
know
try,
that, you know. I mean, trying, I don't, at this point, I feel like letting it go is more worth it, because if you die here, you have nothing to protect you from them just to run it down all the way to towards your Nexus, and IGP TV have the better, well, in terms of positioning, they're just waiting for Team Flash to come to them.
Oh no, Turtle. Oh, XB, does he even know? Can he actually even escape? Oh, he's going to be bad. After that ultimate, he's just going to die straight up. He is actually super fast. He is wasting a lot of time for IGP. Oh. He went back. It's going to be... And ADC is right here, going into a 2 versus 3, and Turtle just joins into the fight, massacres him in the middle of everything, and he's not going to be able to do anything. Gao, though, is actually in the fray. Okay, gets 1, gets 2. Still, they're losing members left, right, and center, and Gao in a 1 versus 1 getting chased hard by KA, gets pulled right back in, and just a smidge of HP. Turtle's going to go. He's going to get him. Yeah, there it is. Ooh, that's going to be GG. We're going to have 1-1 already here.
Yeah, so quickly already. IGP, it looks like we have a series on our hands here. It's going to be 1-1. Oh, boy. This is a good series so far.
Definitely a good series. It just goes to show that game 1, it seems like IGP was going to win at the very start, but Flash kind of just counters him out. And then game 2, it seems like Flash had a good start. Now IGP is the one who's coming back at them. So
I guess whoever has an early game composition is bound to lose.
That seems to be the trend, but it just goes to show how knowledgeable both these players are of their team composition as well as their matchup in terms of like who are they fighting up against.
Yeah, and I think at this point I don't want to say that Arum is like, you know, the best counter against the Flash, because Arum basically counters everybody at one click of a button, which is super frustrating, but I think he did a really good job intercepting that super speed as he's passing by, because he's trying to angle himself so that's like, oh, you know what, as long as I go through the wall, you can't actually get the ultimate if you time it poorly, but every single time, Chobits just caught him out.
Practice that this man has put in the hours just to know the timing of that. And XB, I don't know, the effectiveness of the Flash as he goes in, he really couldn't get any proper shutdowns whatsoever. And yeah, the more that he tried to just go aggressive, the more that it kind of blew up in his face. And you saw how good it was. Dime, he survived there, but Pro E is just so good at kind of just trying to relocate that ultimate of his, just smacks it down. Earth trembling, knees weak, arms are heavy. But now, this is going to be, I feel like, a long one, because we didn't really go into predictions because we started a little bit late, but I felt like this particular series would actually go 4-3 in favor of Flash.
4-3. All right, we're just gonna have to see how that plays out, because you know, the more confidence that IGP actually gained, you know, they've faced Flash before. This isn't like a new adversary for them, so I think it's like a, you know, it's a good 49 to 51 odds. Like that 1% is like, it's really, really tough to say, because I think these teams are really evenly matched. They just have to play to their game and make sure, you know, they have the better draft. That's where global ban pick tools is going to be important.
Setting factor right there. Just keep enjoying these highlights, and the more that you're gonna watch it, the more that you see IGP get better and better in the team fights. They're trying to just bait in Flash, and once again we go into the mentality or the win condition for the one team who's playing on the left side, which is to try to go for pickoffs, and if you can't get pickoffs, you're gonna get counter engaged, you know, smacked out the crap out of you. And it seems like it happened again here with
It seems like them ending this game with how many kills? 9 to 21. That is an insane amount of kills.
Yeah, it really ramped up towards the end of the game.
Yeah.
So honestly, I think Arum in that pseudo position did a really good job. Kind of split Team Flash kind of into two, where their melee's like, I want to get in on the fight, but then I have to peel the back line, but Arum's right in between, and ooh,
yeah,
I don't want to be here anymore. Can we not deal with this anymore? Like, oof. At least I don't have to worry about Arum next game.
That is definitely true, but of course, there still is so many picks that are definitely viable, that are definitely meta now in the global bans, because again, there was a difference within group stage. It was always a reset in terms of the draft, but now that we are going into the playoffs, it's a much, much different kind of issue.
Yeah.
So here we are, showing our faces once again. My name is Asarai. This one with me is Gideon Q, who was once known before with another name.
Ages ago. I don't even think
Ages
people.
ago.
I don't even think people remember me when I was doing like season 1 of like Valor Cup. That was so long ago under the
Same.
Fatal 5 way, but geez. But yeah, so far these games have been good. Do you think Team Flash kind of need to like if they want to go for these playmaking compositions, do they want something a little bit more safe, a little bit more secure, look to create a team fighting composition, and eventually by like game, assuming it goes all the way through, like game 5 and 6 where it's going to get really tough, a lot of teams revert to having this safe team fighting composition that they just go head to head every single time.
I don't know. I feel like it's not the picks that are kind of making them falter. I think it's more of like the mentality of how they have to adjust to these particular picks. And you see how it seems like both teams are actually struggling for picks that need to be a bit more aggressive. I don't know what that actually means, but at least at the very start, you kind of see that. But we didn't really experience that during the group stage. So I don't know how they're gonna be working around at this. But again, we're already a good portion of the way done already in terms of this matchup, because we have already seen a good chunk of the strong picks already been used, and it seems like that's going to force these players to go to their limits. But now here's the key player of the game for game number 2. It's Turtle. He has been the MVP for IGP for such a long time, especially once AIC started.
Yeah, he's definitely been nailing it every single time, especially on his quick mag here, where 75% of kill participation, and most of the time he usually doesn't really start the fight. It's kind of on Team Flash making it happen. No.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Peace sign.
He knows the camera's on him.
Yeah. I mean, you always kind of do the peace sign when the camera goes up on you. I don't know. I do like a triple figure type of thing where I just show 3 figures and that's about it. Because like everybody uses the peace sign, everybody does the OK sign.
The OK sign, yeah.
Yeah, the meme OK sign.
What's the other one? The Korean heart one. The Korean heart one.
Yeah,
with the 2 fingers.
the
Yeah,
fingers.
that's the one.
Yeah,
That's the one. That was the one I was thinking of for the longest time. I just couldn't think of what the name was. But yeah,
Korean
so far
hearts, yeah.
the Korean hearts. I can imagine just a playing card deck with that on it. But yeah, IGP Gaming, I think so far they had, honestly, in comparison to Team Flash, a much better, early game, especially after the showing of Game 1, comparing it to Team Flash in Game 2. It's a tough matchup so far, and I think IGP, if they didn't make so many mistakes in Game 1, they might have been able to make this a 2-0. I do want to see them in Game 3 to be taking the initiative, try that early game composition game, because it is working out for them. It was working out for them previously, and that kind of, it sets the tone and kind of affects the mentality of Team Flash. Is like, oh man, these guys are not afraid to like go up in our faces.
That's true. And speaking of which, I feel like both teams don't actually have clean games as of the moment.
Agreed.
Because again, this is like a power struggle, a back and forth between the Vietnamese juggernauts, the Vietnamese titans, so to speak. And again, it just kind of forces them to try to outmaneuver each other, and because they're trying to do that, there will be misplays, but yeah, definitely whoever gets the early game kind of gets the early bird gets the worm, so to speak. So if we can get that more and more, it should actually work for either one who does get the ball rolling. And I'm kind of just scrambling for words here because I am excited to see what happens. But I feel like we're going to go for a break here, guys. We're going to be back for game number 3 after a short moment. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for AIC 2019. Oh, yeah. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a quick break. Yeah.
AIC của chúng tôi đánh với khả năng đơn lẻ rất tốt và giao tranh tổng rất là tốt nên chúng tôi tự tin vào mình.
เข้ามางัดก่อน1ทีด้านหลังครับทางด้านเล็กๆครับจะเป็นอยู่
一番うまいと思ったプレイヤーはラックラックリャオちゃんがすごくうまかった
ฮิปปี้มายังไม่ได้เปิดก่อนเลยครับโอ้แล้วตายลงไปก่อนด้วยครับแต่ว่ากลางอันติมาพิศาจเล่นที่โกงมาตรงนี้มาอีกครับ
一番記憶に残ってるのはやっぱり僕の相手でもあった KA
บางทีไม่ไหวครับโซตาเข้ามารับแรงกระแทกยังไม่ตายครับแล้วมันยังฆ่าไม่ได้แต่โดนด้านหลังครับพี่โดนล็อกอยู่
フェイクもうまいしあとはレーンコントロールこの2つがうまいと思う
จากข้างแล้วของโซตาเลือดเด้งขึ้นมาจากฟีนิกซ์เทียร์ตรงนี้ก็ไม่เพียงพอนะครับ
Chỉ có tập trung vào trận tiếp theo vì tụi mình còn muốn đi tiếp rất nhiều.
AIC là đội tuyển kiểm soát đầu game rất là mạnh và họ rất ít khi mắc sai lầm
ไปครับแล้วรักโดนไล่ออกไปจากไฟแล้ว ADC ตัวนี้วิ่งเข้ามาโอ้ย1-3 จริง1-3 จริงแล้วเก็บได้2วิ่งเข้ามาจังหวะนี้จังหวะสโนว์บอลและเรียบร้อยครับผมทั้ง
먼저 공격을 했었는데 상대가 이제 여기니시로 이제 오히려 더 이득을 많이 봤던 것 같아요.
เข้ามาจังหวะนี้บราวเลอร์ไม่โดนครับผมแต่ว่า KSA ลึกเกินไปหน่อยครับผมโดนเก็บไปโดย XB
บอลแต่ก็กระโดดหนีออกไปได้ครับเคสเอโอ้โดนดาเมจหนักตรงนั้นครับแล้วใช้เนเธอร์เรียนครับไปก่อนที่ตัวเองจะตายครับแล้วเต๋าครับจะยิงเคสเอครับพยายามจะเกี่ยวครับและ XB ครับโดนอัดอยู่ครับเต๋าครับพยายามจะหวดแต่ด้านหลังกาอูกระโดดเข้ามากระแทกใส่
và em đến với trận bán kết với một tâm lý rất là tự tin vì bọn em là đưa kim vô địch AIC 2019 và bọn em sẽ cố gắng để có thể đạt được danh hiệu AIC vô địch AIC 2019.
Alright guys, welcome back to the Arena of Valor International Championship 2019 semi-finals. My name is Asarai and joining me now is Gideon Q. And we saw Game 1 and Game 2. It was a hot mess, so to speak.
Okay, I was like, where's this gonna go this time?
I mean, it was great start for both of the teams, but then it kind of like they didn't know how to finish off the games, and then it just kind of exploded right in their face, get counteracted, and you saw it immediately 1-1. It happened both to both teams. Like Team Flash were losing at the early game, Game 1, and they won the late game, and then it's same thing happened Game 2 for IGP's instance, wherein they were losing the early game, but they won the late game.
That is true. Well, here's the thing. There's this moment of time where you have to realize that there is going to be a shift of power, especially with these early game compositions, and you need to get enough of a lead to secure yourself at least a big objective and make a play that is effective or at least cost effective at the very least. Like your main objective, you got to get at least a high ground turret in somewhat of a good amount of time before the enemy starts scaling on. Like we saw Game 1, like IGP so good, looking so clean, so confident. They're like, yeah, we're gonna take this out, and they end up getting clapped up towards the end after just small mistakes because again, the timing they needed was just not there. It reached into that breaking point where from what looked like a 70-30% odds of winning becoming a 50-50, and then it just snowballed out of control. Same thing going with Team Flash, and I feel like, it really comes down to who makes more mistakes at this point.
I mean, there were some really easy pickoffs for either side. Like for IGP, we saw Lack for the first game get caught so many times. And
to be fair, it was a bad matchup, okay? Like, Flash can be oppressive like that.
And then for Team Flash's side, Pro E, I mean, it seems like he got caught way too many times in the Baldoom for Game 1, but he did kind of brought it back with the way that he used the prison really well at the end of the game. But on the Lombard, that's when it kind of went onto the wayside wherein it felt like he was really forcing the ultimate more so than not, and then nobody could really follow up, or if he tried to counter-engage, nobody was going to try to kind of help him counter-engage, and it just blew up in his face. He always got caught, and I feel like he has one of the highest deaths, at least for that previous game that we did watch.
I would agree. Yeah, that's the thing. Lumbar is pretty one-dimensional, where it's like you're either in or you're out, or you're just trying to area deny. Like, don't let them get entry points. That slow is super, super effective. And if you're in a good choke point, it's like, well, I guess there's only one way to come through us. It's either you flicker over this, or you just, take another path that may not necessarily be as safe. So I think now that Lumbar is both out for both teams, I think with the Global Pan pick rules, they're going to switch it up. They're probably going to have to bring in another sort of tank. I'm not so sure whether it's going to be early game orientated, considering how both sides play. It might be more team fighting, and personally, I'm just saying, I want to see, like, a Crash, maybe a Yipnith. I don't know. I really like seeing those, like, even though they may look really boring, but the plays they can make makes them impressive, but their laning phase it's just terrible to watch.
Yeah, it's pretty abysmal. Here's a kind of fun fact from the quarterfinals that I haven't brought up, when we started today's stream, that we saw during the quarterfinals 4 matches, right?
Yes.
Where IGP went up against USG. They won 4-3. There's a sort of a trend here. Flash to AHQ, it was 4-2, and then you see Buriram versus Evos 4-1, and then there was HKA and one team 4-0. So it's just kind of like fun factor there. But again, it just goes to show that at least for IGP and Team Flash, they are kind of. It just goes to show that not all matchups they're very comfortable with. That they are certain compositions that they kind of struggle a little bit, and it seems like IGP were the ones who had the most difficult time in closing out their opponent. Granted that USG from Japan was a really strong competitor, it seems like IGP will have to fight tooth and nail, to try to get the Game 7, and once Game 7 is once we get the reset on the picks, that is when we'll be seeing a little bit more, how do I say this, kind of like a more refreshed and at least, the reset for them. So that might be the better option for them to kind of win this game, is just to draw it out as far as Game 7 and don't allow Team Flash to close out this game, because I feel like Team Flash has the better amount of picks overall, because I've seen IGP use more common picks during the group stage than Team Flash. Team Flash used a lot more different picks than
a lot
their
more versatility.
Yeah, versatility, exactly.
I definitely agree with you. However, I want to give credit to IGP because I think out of all the competitors, they're going to be the ones who have the most experience against Team Flash here.
True.
They're from the same region. They clash time and time again. I feel like even though Team Flash, like, they have some great picks, but IGP just know the playstyle. They know how to kind of like deal with it. They know how to not crumble under the pressure like some of the other teams where, it goes into that 4th, 5th game and they're just performing more and more worse, and Team Flash just get more and more momentum.
Now, Team Flash, still no love for the Darcy here, but finally Krizzix just come out. But here's the thing, IGP, was it IGP or BRU? When you ever see the Krizzix here, we always see one of the teams get themselves the Zenial, just because you're able to kind of not really out-rotate the Krizzix, but more respond as the Krizzix goes in. So the defense or the protection of the Zenial that he gives is just really, really strong when you're going up against this particular support.
Agreed. Like, Krizzix, he's great for setup. Like, after he comes out of the camouflage, that Impossible auto attack that slows people down is so devastating. It sets up so nice. He can get into some pretty weird angles as well, considering that he can like go from brush to brush as long as he times it right, locks you down, the rest of the team comes following up. IGP, they're going to be going with the Varus as well as the Lindis this time around. Didn't look like they want to go for the Zaniel just yet, but I think they might want to consider it later on, unless Team Flash wants to deny them that pick, or they just don't care and they don't mind them taking the Zaniel, because then it allows the Darkslayer lane to be, have a little bit more pressure.
That's true. Aside from that, though, Varus also was seen a couple of times already, and I think one of the reasons why she's kind of like a tier B or a second tier pick is that she's really good in terms of the team fights and being able to clear out the waves. Not as strong as, let's say, a Florentino, not really the duelist, but the amount of utility that she brings to the table during the team fights, during when you want to initiate the fights, when she can go for those really nasty pulls, is, I think, something that IGP will be looking for as of the moment. And it does counter out, at least I would say, Krizzix once he tries to go in, but because her zoning power is pretty strong. And it's kind of like a reverse Zenial, where Zenial does protect with his, with his beefiness, with his shield. Varese does it with her ability to just damage you straight out.
Yeah, and more importantly, like she can get in the, if she really has to, you put her into a situation where she's dealing with like 4 people, as long as, you know, her passive keeps triggering, she gets the stacks and then, gets that initial ring and hits at least 2 to 3 members, like that's enough to keep you alive, because there's so much lifesteal from that in itself. Now, Team Flash, they've locked in the Kilgroth as well as the Kriknak here. I mean, they don't mind, like, hey, if you want to pick Zaniel, we're going to have so much pressure. You dip out of there with that Angelic Splendor, we're going to start crushing your turret, so you have to be aware. IGP Gaming, they're hovering over the Rook right now. They do, I mean, the Lindis is already there, but do you really want her to go into the traditional AD role rather than have her in the jungle where she's the most effective?
I'm not sure what to answer about that, because I feel like Lindis still does really well in the ADC role just because her damage is pretty strong, and the Lindis does kind of, at least it's a really good starter pick just because you're able to use her scouting ability to spot out Kriknak and Kilgroth once they're on the rise here. And I don't know, maybe they're just looking for the Rourke just because he does have that fight potential against Kriknak, but the aggressiveness of Team Flash to actually get a Kilgroth on their second pick, this is the wombo combo that we've seen before. You get yourself that Krizik's pull, and then Kilgroth just goes in, unstoppable, no CC can be handled because of his ultimate, and just smacks everybody silly. So maybe this is why we're seeing IGP play around with these 2 ADCs, because they want the range to be able to traverse away from that Kilgroth. So maybe it's the keep away game for IGP, but it's very risky once you have that Krizik's just pull you in. It's going to be, you know, reflexes to the maximum if you don't want to get caught.
Yeah, I kind of like the way that, you know, the draft is kind of shaping up for both sides. Now, let's look at the bans from Team Flash. It's going to be the Annette as well as the Alice, like getting rid of like these super annoying supports. You know, area denial as well as the silence coming in, the sunshine as well can be really devastating. For the side of IGP, it's going to be the as well as the Elsu. They're both trying to deny as many picks as possible, and it's good. It's a good thing that IGP is like, you know what, no Elsu, because a lot of their members, especially their backline, can get chunked out very, very early on.
And you can see Thane will be the 4th pick for IGP.
Finally.
I actually think that Thane is actually the better pick than the Alice or the Annette, just because the Kriknak is right there. One misstep on these 2 particular supports, and you're going to get blown up to pieces. Granted, though, Chobits is fairly known for his Annette slash Alice pick. I'm not going to say why. But yeah, here it is. This is what I'm talking about. Flash has used the Kafeni in their quarterfinal match against the they were fighting against. I forgot the name. But yeah, this is one of the uses, and this is one of the things that I feel like Team Flash really does outshine in their matchup against IGP. IGP seems like a closed-off team.
Yeah, especially in terms of the versatility of the picks.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And I think this is good because, you know, it's only game 3. You don't want to like pull out all the big guns just yet. I don't, you know, they don't want to give away Darkseid. They're allowing the Kriknak. They're getting the Krizik's. They're doing really well. They're going to be doing really well with it. The question is, can they kind of pull out the win? This is a best of 7, so you know you don't want to use all your resources just yet. Like in AWC, where everyone's just like, the first 4 rounds we're going to get all the greatest picks, and if we don't 4-0 these guys, like, we got nothing left.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, aside from that, Kafeni, at least aside from her being a different ADC pick, she's actually not a bad pick, so to speak, against, you know, matching up with the composition of IGP, just because her Fusillade is able to hit many targets. And since IGP has to get close up into your face, except for maybe Lindis, it's going to be a good chunk of damage for Kafeni to actually, you know, deal with. And it kind of combos well with the Krizik's pull again. Once the Krizik's initiates in, Kafeni's going to be there, hitting everybody in the center stage, and that's going to be much of the damage that's going to be coming out from Team Flash here.
Yeah, and I think, you know, with the combination, she doesn't necessarily have to be like, you know, I need to deal a lot of damage. She can literally just use the ult to set up for the rest of the team.
Exactly.
It's like, you're not getting out of here. You either have to blow a spell, a big spell, or you have to flicker out of here because I'm not going to let you go. So looking at both team compositions, I think, you know, they definitely have their perks. Which are you favoring a little bit more?
It's not a little bit more. I'm going to say a lot. It's going to be Team Flash, yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm going to agree with you here. I do think Team Flash has like a better team composition, but, you know, on the condition that they do, you kind of keep control over, like, kind of keep control and take the initiative with the Kriknak as well to look to catch off either Rook or Lindis before they get too far ahead. Because Lindis, again, it's all about that defensive play where you want to keep control over the river line again, but, you know, you have to keep track of where exactly Kriknak is going to come out of the jungle.
And at least that's going to be very possible because IGP does have Thane as their support. Thane, he's not the most aggressive support out there that can scout out for you, but he's one of the tankiest, so you can absorb quite a bit of damage. You can go inside the jungle of the opponent, get that information that you need, and set up the Rourke for a good route in his jungle. Maybe to counter out the Kriknak before he gets level 4, that could be something, because Rourke does have not really insane damage, but at least good enough damage to force the Kriknak to play more defensively as the game does begin. So here we are. We're going to see how game number 3 does pan out.
Oh boy. The only thing I'm worried about for Team Flash is if they ended up going into like these bigger team fights, because you have a Kilgroth, you have the Kriknak, you have a Raz as well. So you kind of want to quick, fast rotations, build pressure in different parts of the map to allow the Kilgroth to get that pressure to start really hurting those turrets in the early stages of the game. Because if you leave him to his own devices, he just really cuts through the Dark Slayer lane so fast. It's not even funny.
True. I'm not sure if Richter can do the same thing, but maybe
not
again,
as quickly. Not as quickly.
Yeah. So Richter here, not the biggest of fan in terms of the picks, but he does deal good damage to this Kilgroth. Now Kilgroth does have some pretty nice resistances. His innately tanky, so they do need that true damage from the Richter to kind of whittle him down, whittle his opponent down even more, as the game progresses.
Yeah.
Now, Pro E, he's used this Kha'Zix a good chunk of time already, and curious to see that he's not really trying to over-aggress onto the jungle, though. But, of course, you can see how aggressive IGP are and kind of just trying to also do the same thing.
Yeah, Dime's taking quite a bit of damage here. He has to pull back because, Ellie clearly, as Paul, especially on Caffeine, is so much stronger at level 1. They're going in really, really hard. XP getting good chunks of damage. He has not missed an ability just yet. Lock is just forced to recall, but at least, with those early rotations, he will get a bit of the PHP.
Look at that. Kafeni just easily just gets that wave to herself. She's going to be able to maybe deal maybe a bit of damage there. Turtle does get spotted out. He's almost level 4, but still not there just yet. He doesn't have his spell anymore, so he's not going to be able to get this one, and gets denied that much needed level up.
Yeah, the rest of the team is going to be, especially on bot side, Kilgroth is not exactly having the bestest of times, but he is able to sustain in the lane. As long as he doesn't make any big mistakes, Richter won't be able to severely punish him. Like, we know for a fact Gao, he needs a couple of items to really start popping off and winning this matchup, because he scales so much better than Richter.
Yeah, and just thinking enough, Flash's strongest player or best performing player is actually Gao, who has used Omen, I believe 5 times out of a couple of games, and he has had 5-0 of outstanding with the Omen. But look at that, just to pick off onto Laklak into the mid lane, but IGP retaliate immediately. They just spot out XP! He still doesn't get away from the clutches though. Turtle has to try to escape here, but he doesn't have a flicker anymore, and the punish game for Flash is going to be surreal here, ladies and gentlemen. Does get the pull in with Pro E's Kha'Zix, and it's not going to be over just yet. Gao joins in onto the fray. KA should be able to actually spot him out there, but now Gao has his ultimate. It's going to be a scary one.
Yeah, I mean, Gao is getting ahead with that initial kill. That's going to, put him a little bit ahead of the Richter, and Richter has to play this very, very smart. He has to wait for the right opportunities. He doesn't exactly win the matchup. It's really based on the skill, but, it's for Gao to make the mistake. Dime taking quite a bit of damage from the Caffeine. Ellie is in trouble. He has to really just buy enough time for the rest of the team to rotate, but Pro E can't really do too much, especially as the Krix. The Kha'Zix.
Yeah, I know. It's right. Even I get tongue-tied because Krixie, Kha'Zix, Kriknak. It's a lot of similar naming schemes,
I was literally rotating around the name. It's like Crack. It kept getting to me, but
Kha'Zix snack.
The Kha'Zix snack. Raz, just throw Raz in there as well. But yeah, Ellie's in trouble again. He's still alive, but Turtle is able to secure that kill. But the rest of the team looking to punish. Dime might be looking to be going down. Pro E's making sure he gets that slow on top of him. Dime's going to be prioritized as he goes down, but the rest of the IGP is right on top of him. Lock is making sure he is making full use of this ADC. He's trying to make it out. The drone drop has already been popped. He jumps right over the wall, dashes right over. Pro E again being the support that they ever needed, slowing them down, and now Gao is trying to 1v3 this. Is he going to get the kill onto Turtle? He makes it a 1v3, but he gets him in the back line, and they're going to continue moving on. Ellie's back into the fight, already using the ultimate, and Locklock's in trouble. He's trying to survive as long as possible. He needs his passive. 2 more hits to get it, but he goes down finally to Gao, who gets his empowered auto attacks. My God, what a fight.
That was incredible for both teams. Nobody actually let up, and I wouldn't say Team Flash got the better of that. They really did have a huge punish onto that one, but it seems like they're going to be able to get this trade up. The delayed good trade for FL is almost there, and he can't escape it. ADC's too good of a roamer with this Crick Knack, and it just blows up right in his face. And now Team Flash has the advantage with around 1,000 gold. But of course, IGP, knowing that there's a brunt of the members of Team Flash onto the top side, is just going to get this Abyssal Dragon. But now Gao is going to be here, forcing them out. Does have the ultimate up, and he's going to be activate the Gore Lord, and that's going to be very scary. And he does steal the Abyssal Dragon. Oh, the humanity. Oh, the mistakes happening all at the same time. And this is where the Kilgrot starts to shine.
Oh, not like this. Not like this. They get pulled back. Lax in trouble. He has to quickly jump on out of that cave. He's in trouble. ADC isn't going to let him go. He goes down the drone jump as well. Oh boy, this is not looking good for IGP. The steals are coming in, and Team Flash are starting to get really far ahead here. 3K ahead of the competition, and now it's kind of on them to take the initiative and start taking out those tier 1s.
You saw how optimal the rotation or the movement of Flash was there. They cleared out the top and mid wave. Not the best, but still. They rotated immediately to the Dragon. Gao was just stopping, the take of the Dragon. He actually even gets the last hit on it. And after that, they dive straight onto KA's face. KA thought that he could try to do it for the 2v1, but hold on, there's a big fight here. That's going to be, the knock-up. Chobits has to force himself out of there, and Dime will not be able to deal enough damage for them to make anything happen at all, but they still want to get the fight here as Perez is here onto the side. Lack could be the pivotal game changer, but it seems like they cannot dive whatsoever.
I mean, so far they traded 1-for-1, which is looking pretty good. The problem is that Gao, he's like, he's getting a good push down onto this bottom side, and IGP, KA, he has to respond to this. Sage Golem is under a lot of siege here, but it looks like Lack wants to make something happen. Gao, he can get out of the situation pretty well. It looks like the rest of IGP Gaming not going to contest them so far. They probably should have contested them a little bit earlier, but again, that lifesteal is just so devastating the moment he gets his first item.
There's nothing that they can do there unless Gao makes a mistake and bumps his head on the dash over the wall.
He fails the dash, and now he's like, oh boy.
And even then, I think Gao would still be able to maybe get a kill or two because of his Gore Lord ultimate. It's just a super strong item, or rather ability, that you can use to catch out your opponents. Speaking of catching off, this is actually Pro E in a really tight spot. He's still activated there by Ellie. He's actually slowly pinching through 4 members of IGP, but they have to run away because here he is, the big boss man, the Kraken Unleashed. It's gonna be Gao, but he got slowed. Never mind.
Yeah, Lack is just like, stop. No, I don't want you to go forward. Stop it. Oh no, Chobits is in trouble. Ooh. I was thinking that XP might be able to get the backline, but now the rest of the team actually pushing forward. He doesn't care. Gao is just such a behemoth. XP gets in the initial double knock up to the side. They pull away, and now XP is running for his life, but Gao, he's cutting them one by one. It's just who's next? Who's going to get on the chopping block for me?
Can you smell what Gao is cooking tonight? He has all the items that is necessary to just demolish his opponent's left and right.
Oh my god, ADC! Oh, he just instantly killed him. I didn't think he would kill him from 1/3 of his HP. Yeah. And now KA is going to be the next one. He has to pull away. Pro E is trying to get that last auto attack. Doesn't get it. He's still alive. And now Chobits, he's just like, what do I do at this point?
Oh, he's not even gonna hit that stun of his. Gao is gonna be able to just walk up into the center stage and try to smack it away from the hands of IGP here. XB's onto the side. He's going to immediately initiate onto Chobits there, but it was only a delay tactic to get themselves this top tier 1. And while all that was happening, ADC immediately starts a Darkslayer, and this is already the first DS of the game 8 minutes in.
Remember, we've seen this in game 1 and 2, you get the Darkslayer early, you're getting 5k ahead, but don't make the same mistake that IGP did. Break 1 inhibitor turret, it's looking good, and then they start, losing grasp of the game. Remember, IGP still is in it to win it. They have 2 really strong scaling marksmen that do a great job at kind of cutting away at the team, and they can kite Gao. If Gao can't get on top of them, I think their team has a really good chance that Black can slowly peel them off.
That's a hard sell to kind of try to do, just because again, Gao, because of his ultimate, doesn't get stopped at all for much, so they have to really burn the time. But the thing is, the the ability of IGP to try to escape is not really existent at all. They have to just rely on their one ability to dash over the wall, and that's about it. But Gao can stick them easy because he has Pro E right hit there with him. And again, this is just what I was saying a while ago. The power, the synergy of the Krizix and the Kilrock is mighty fine. Insane. And Iron Turtle, he wanted to disengage. He wanted to help Dime. And now Dime is in a really tight spot here. Gao can chase hard about this. Maybe he could try to escape. He has a lot of speed already. And there you go. He's going to get stopped. Has to push back. But while all that was happening, look at this bottom tier lane already being bombarded by the rest of the members of Flash.
They're losing too many members. They're 2 guys down. The kill timers are, the death timers are so long, and Flash still have all their members. They're looking to try and end it right here, right now. They're going for it. The Nexus is under trouble. Lock is trying to take out that last final minion. They do. It slows them down a little bit, but not enough to secure them. The Drake is enough, and they break it all the way to the end. Congratulations, Team Flash. That's another game in the bag.
And that is what we were talking about. I didn't know what the Verez would be able to contribute to this particular game. It seemed like, again, XB was in such a weird situation, you know.
Well,
yeah.
I guess I think they wanted a little too much to deal with Gao. Like, they needed to get him out of there. But the problem is that, you know, Gao, he got really far ahead off of one fight. You know, that big mess in the middle. Hopefully we see that in the replay. Like, so many kills actually ended up going on that quick map as well as Gao. And because of those kills, he was able to basically 1v2 anybody in his lane. And that's all he had to do. Gain pressure, allow the rest of the team to run around as 4, and continue to just apply a lot of pressure until they just choke and can't breathe.
Yeah, and that's the difficulty with IGP's composition, is that they didn't really have a good amount of shred. Even though they did have the Rourke, he wasn't up to the point that he could really do it, because you did see Gao, he already had his Fafnir and as well as the Mail of Pain. It was so difficult to just bring him down just because of those 2 items, and it really just smacked IGP in the face silly. And even Ellie wasn't able to. Well, Ellie wasn't really a big factor there with the Kafeni, but still was able to help out just Gao. I think Gao was like the real star of the show, and it just goes to show, you know, he just was able to, like you said, do the 2v1s, and it was very difficult. They really didn't have any idea on how to deal with him. Maybe just because there was no ADC in the vicinity trying to fight Gao, because you would always see just KA and maybe Lack try to go up against Gao, but you didn't see Turtle or Dime join in the fight, which was also a pretty weird thing, because they were supposed to be quote-unquote the shredders to try to, you know, destroy Gao in his wake, but nothing really transpired in that particular instance.
Yeah, I agree. And it's like a lot of these fights, it was a good 50-50, but just the priorities, it got a little bit messed up. And then finally, this is where Gao realized, like, hey, I'm actually an absolute beast. I can basically do whatever I want, and nobody can really stop me unless they send maybe even 3 members. But again, the kiting can be really tough to deal with. And he was just an absolute monster this entire game. I think, especially for IGP, what they have to really consider now is like, all right, now that the kill growth is gone, it's like, don't worry about it. This is best of 7. They still have opportunities to really come back into this game. They need to kind of think about the composition a little bit more. Maybe, I don't know whether they want to target Gao in the later stages of the best of 7, because so far he's just been performing so well every single game.
I'm thinking very hard about that.
Is it worth it? Like, yeah, I don't know.
I don't think it's that worth it. I think the difficulty here with IGP is they're trying to play the game of Team Flash, and Team Flash is just playing their own game. Like, IGP's trying to match everything, but the thing is, they just had to get the objectives first. And you saw that IGP were just trying to force fights left and right, and that was kind of weird, because they had a composition that is, yeah, it's good to fight, but it's good to fight in the late game once the ADCs had their damage items. But they tried to kind of accelerate that way too quickly, and we saw that Gao, like again you said, benefited from that team fight. He immediately got his 2 big items, and he just scaled way out of proportion that the IGP could not handle him.
Yeah. Oh, well. There's so many factors that we need to consider here, but it's just it's frustrating because, like, looking at the composition, it's like, yes, they do have options to actually try and, like, either peel off Gao, but it just didn't work out for them. one fight really costed them a lot because it got Gao the lead that he needed to push the rest of the team out. And, you know, especially in that messy fight in the early, sorry, not the early, towards the mid game, the transition to mid game, like a lot of the key members died. Like Rook died, Lindis ended up dying in that fight, Kriknak ended up getting so many kills out of that, and then he just made sure that they basically couldn't walk into the jungle. And they were hoping, hey, maybe our side lane is doing... Oh no, Gao is just so far ahead as well.
And man, this is again one of the strongest players for Team Flash. He has performs extremely well with anything that is handed to him. He is nigh unstoppable, and there he is, Gao. 53% kill participation, not the highest, but you can see his KDA is already 405. You just know that everybody from Team Flash is getting a dip into that that let me get a kill pool.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, well deserved overall. But let's think about like how they want, how IGP want to kind of come back from this, because now, you know, we've seen it time and time again after the previous records. Team Flash, you know, once they get a couple of wins, it's like, all right, this best of 7, this best of 5, doesn't matter what it's going to be. Once we get that momentum rolling, they don't stop.
Can they stop that momentum though? That's the crazy thing. And this is again what I was kind of fearing for IGP. Even though IGP fundamentally is a very strong team, they tunnel vision from time to time, and once that happens, if you kind of add to the point that their hero pool in the global bans isn't as big as the other teams, that kind of starts to, you know, really hit them in the face. And we'll just have to see how they kind of interact at this, because again, it's going to be very difficult for them to kind of bring to the table composition, because they actually try to use different compositions in their match against USG, and the more that they try to play outside the box, the less it became effective.
Okay, so they need to start going back to their fundamentals, what they're very used to, what they're comfortable with.
Yeah, at least that's what I noticed. Like, yeah, they would use certain picks that would seem normal to us, but I feel like the way that it's mixed is not as good. Like, they had a game where they had an Omen, Darcy, Crixie, Fennec, and Kha'Zix that should have been like the dream team, but then again they kind of just, I don't know what happened. They just kind of it blew up in their face.
We have too many good picks. What do we do now? It's too good. I can't play. But yeah, no, you do bring up a really good point here. But coming into this, especially in the upcoming games, right? There's still a lot of priority picks. Like Darcy no one has been able to touch Darcy.
That's true. He's been
for the longest time.
banned.
Like nobody's getting him. And even in Game 1 where it's like, they didn't ban him in the first rotation, it's like nobody wanted to take him. And the second rotation comes by and they're like, oh yeah, by the way, we forgot about this. Let's get that out of the way and get the other priority picks as well. So does that mean, you know, getting into this, IGP has a better opportunity? Because again, they've really been restricting themselves with a lot of their picks as well. A lot of priorities are still within their back pocket.
For sure. Like, there's not it. Again, it might sound that I'm already kind of condemning IGP here, but it just I feel like again they're struggling in this very start. But as long the more this game progresses, the more that they have a lot of opportunities to spread thin the really priority picks of Team Flash, and I believe that there is the point where they're going to be able to get themselves a couple of points away and maybe again force this into a Game 7, which I believe if they go to a Game 7, that is where they're going to win against Team Flash.
Ooh, but that's going to be a tough feat. Hopefully they're able to like bring Team Flash the distance all the way to the end to actually get that reset, because we are playing on the global ban pick rule. So if you don't know what that is, make sure you read up on it, because they're not going to be able to repeat some of their picks until that final Game 7. But I mean, overall, what do you think of the performance of Raz so far? Because, you know, there are certain explosive KO, especially in the fights. We didn't get to see too many super flashy plays, but he was always there to be part. I think he had at least like 80% team fight participations. For the most part, kill participations, that's the word. Kill participations. And even though it was looking good overall, he was kind of maintaining his own, right? But it didn't feel like he was doing anything too flashy.
We were talking about Raz, right?
Yes.
Okay, because I was trying to think if you're talking about a player, because again, my mind is just racing trying to figure out what all these things want to happen. But yeah, I feel like that's actually a fine point, because again, we just see Raz as more of a...
He's just kind of there. Like,
yeah, he's more of a disruptive mid laner rather than anything else. He's not really a true assassin. He does good poke damage, but that's about it. He does the poke. And I think this just kind of allows his other teammates to have the better damage to execute out his opponents. And that's why you would see Raz as more of like more of a challenge pick than anything else. And I mean, that's fair enough. If you can use him as somebody who can challenge his matchups and try to dislocate opponents, because he's one of the best dislocators. Because I think like almost all of his skills dislocate, except for the poke, his fireball at the S1. In any case, I think he just does a really good job of just doing everything for the comp. Granted though that he doesn't do the best against those who can zone hard against him, like a Diao-chan or something. But when you can try to use him more as a disruptor rather than an assassin, you then kind of unlock his true potential, which is the ability to just kind of, again, put your opponents in places where they don't want to be placed at.
Fair enough, fair enough. But speaking of that, true potential, especially when we're judging a lot of these teams based on like the variety of picks they have, clearly see, Team Flash, they've got quite a wide pool, and I think it might force IGP to go the distance. My question is, games 5 and 6, right? We're coming up on it real slow. Are you willing to see anything a little off meta here? Do you have any hopes, any dreams for like something a little off the side?
That's a super tough question to answer because, again, it's just gonna be down to how they can, utilize those hard picks, and we haven't really seen IGP use it that well. But maybe, just maybe, they have something. Maybe if they get the Zenial finally, because we haven't seen Zenial at all in this particular game.
Yeah, that's
IGP,
true.
they love the Zenial. I don't know why they're not using it, but maybe they are kind of just trying to draw this series out, and then once they know that Flash's stronger picks are kind of a little bit running out, that's when they bring out their own stronger picks, and then that's where they try to come back. Maybe this is, again, rather than a battle of who has the highest performance at the very start, it's more of like how long can you go. It's a battle of attrition. It's a marathon. It's not a 100-meter dash. It's a 1 kilometer race.
Fair enough, fair enough. That's a good point. I think, more importantly, I think they want to exhaust Gao's pool as much as they can, because once you have Zenial, it becomes tough. Like, if you put Zenial in that previous match against the Kilgroth, like, that wouldn't have gone any better. Arguably, it would have been even worse as well, because he would be able to get even more pressure the moment you leave with the Angelic Splendor. It's like, I'm going to dip, and he's like, all right, no worries, I'm going to push on through.
Maybe they're just kind of deciding that, okay, we're not comfortable yet to kind of bring this out, so we might try to use alternatives. And it did go to show, like game 1, we immediately saw Lumber, and Lumber doesn't get the love that he deserves for a first pick, like for a first game pick. He gets it like 5th game pick or something.
That's so true. It's so true. All right, looking at the ban so far, again, I was hoping for maybe Zip might be like, somebody might let Zip go, but like, IGP just don't want that opportunity. Florentino going to be banned out this time. The side Team Flash looks like they will be able to snag that Darcy. Oof.
Darcy is such a pain to try to fight with. But the thing with the Darcy is, if you can find somebody to stop his mobility and his setup with the Dimensional Rift, you can't immediately shut them down. So IGP had to decide immediately with his 2 picks if they want somebody who could stun the Darcy or at least disrupt them. I'm not sure. Did they actually already use the Raz for IGP? It looks like they haven't here in the pick, so they can maybe get that, but in the lane, Raz is going to have a hard time. So IGP, they're really using their time here to think, what can we really do against this initial Darcy pick? Or do we just kind of set around another team fight comp and hope for the best?
I think they're going to go with either a flex pick or, Dark Slayer pick for themselves, because it's the safest place to go, where it's like, there's not too many counter matchups that are super devastating, where it's like you can't hit your level 4, and even if you hit your level 4, you're still already on the back. But instead, they want to make sure, as you mentioned, you nailed it on the head. Raz is going to be the pick. Plus, the Kilgroth for side lane pressure. Let's see how Team Flash wants to answer, and I think Omen is a great option.
Great option indeed. He's not going to be able to win against the Kilgroth come late game, but he is going to be able to absorb it because he does have so much in terms of sustain. And think about this. If Kilgroth uses up all of his ultimate duration, right?
Yes.
He can get locked down by the Omen, and he's not going to be able to escape. Even though he has a dash, no, that Omen ultimate will keep you in track, and that is where the Darcy and maybe even this Elsu pick can whittle down this KG from IGP.
Yeah. Elsu, I think Elsu is going to be good. It's going to be a little scary. Personally, I feel it's a little scary because, like, especially as an Elsu player, you see Kilgroth on the other side, it's like, ooh, boy, like, I am going to get run down if I'm out of position. So he has to be super careful coming into this. But completing the first phase of the picks, IGP, they have one last pick to go. Do they want to secure their support here?
they could actually do just that and get another support that can disrupt the composition here. They haven't gotten themselves the Baldoom, so maybe they can also actually get that because Elsu isn't really, again, a quote-unquote mobile hero. He just has that one dash and then he's already exposed. But the thing is, if they get for this Baldoom pick, that means that IGP is gonna be dried out with their range picks, and then Team Flash can whittle them down in terms of the second part of the banning phase. But they're still going to go for something, but I think that this is a better pick, so to speak. That's going to be Roxy. That means that KG will go for the jungle, though, if they do lock this in.
Yeah, I think both sides, looking at what the previous bans were, you know, they had the Rook, they've got the Kriknan, the Murad as well. They're slowly running out of, they're going to be slowly running out of options. If they want to exhaust it, I feel like if they want to kind of, if they want to chip out, like cheap out a little bit in this round, it's still okay because then they'll have one more round to really start, you know, putting it into Gear 5.
That's true. But of course, IGP don't want that to happen because think about this. It's already 2-1. If Team Flash wins this, one more game and that's about it.
Yeah.
We're going to be going to the next semifinals already. So, IGP can't really still... well, they can't give this game away, or they can't really let the strong picks right now. They have to think about what's going to happen as of the moment and try to force back their opponents. But it seems like they're going to ban again the Annette and the Alice.
Oh boy, yeah. They're not letting any of the supports through. They will get first pick, especially since they are on red side, so I don't think that's too bad for them. Flash is like, alright, we recognize this, we're going to ban out the Timmy for ourselves. And now, IGP, what's the pick? It looks like they probably want to pick up their support here because that has been a large target ban.
Granted, though, that there's no actually support also up for Flash, so that's something. They're really just removing everything out of the wazoo. But now, IGP, I feel like they should get an ADC right now. That's the thing, because it could get stolen by Team Flash with these two last picks of them. Valheim would be probably the best pick as of the moment, just because even though it doesn't have the strongest, again, late game potential, his ability to just keep dishing out damage and his ability for that single target stun is going to be immense. But, okay.
Baldoom. Alright, it looks like they want to exhaust the pool, that's fine. And yeah, I feel like the Valheim is going to be a pretty good pick, especially considering what they're up against. And yeah, it doesn't exactly work too well against the Elsu if he is out of position, but at least he's able to lock down the Omen. The Darcy, just enough for him to get away. The movement speed is going to be very, very important. But there's still plenty of options for marksman up on the table. Telenos as well, you know, we've seen it a couple of times here and there. Is it going to be the most effective? Unless you miss the Chaos Arrow, then yes, it's not going to be as effective as you want it to be.
This Darcy, I'm not sure if he's going to go to XB in the mid or ADC in the jungle role.
I think he's going to be in the jungle. Oh. Yep, let's do it. Come on, come on. Come on, let's see it. Let's see it. Lock it in, lock it in. Don't have my hopes up. Don't tickle my pickle like this.
Oh my gosh.
Lock it in. Come on, come on. 4 more seconds. 4 more seconds. Yes, Talon. Okay, yes. All right. Looks like the crush is in, baby. And I'm excited to see this because now we know for a fact these guys want to play as 4. They have a lot of options. And Elsu, you know, not exactly the most complimentary, but with setup from Crash and a little help from Talon with Darcy kind of roaming around the map to secure these kills, it's looking like a pretty rounded composition. Let's see how IGP Gaming want to kind of round out themselves.
They need a mobile ADC right now because there's just so much pickoff and so much damage from Team Flash here.
Oh, but they don't have the Lindis.
Violet might. I think it's gonna be Violet. Like, I'm already saying if they bring out.
Oh, Fennec's not too bad actually.
Oh, I don't know, man.
It's a little scary because, like, I'm looking at the Roxy and it's like, nobody likes to deal with Roxy. Nobody.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, she's giving pressure. If she pulls enough pressure, at least Fennec's able to, like, cut down on those turns super fast. And he's got a pretty good early game as well. I wouldn't say it's the worst, but I would think that Violet's a little bit better. And I think IGP just want to hold on to Violet a little bit longer.
True, and plus she's a late game hero. This is the composition for Team Flash. It starts to roll up immediately once level 4 comes in. Darcy and Talon just deal so much damage, and I get it though. The Fennec is there for peeling because he has a lot of ability to kite, especially the Bola. His ultimate is going to be able to slow down his opponents. That could give a better setup for Baldoom, for Raz and Kilgroth. It makes a lot of sense. But the thing with this one, the thing that will really hit IGP here is that their damage output isn't going to be as strong as Team Flash at the very start. And aside from that, Fennec, once he uses his entire skill set, he's pretty easy to knock out. But when he comes to the late game, that's when he does shine. But can IGP? There's a lot of buts that I'm putting out here. But can IGP really bring it to the late game? That's the thing.
Exactly. It's not one of those matchups where it's like very clear cut what they have to do. It's based on a lot of mechanical factors, and I think it's IGP's game to lose, mainly because if they make more mistakes, Team Flash can easily capitalize. A lot of their abilities are easy to land, easy to hit, especially when you have something like Crash where it's just like, oh, just go there and press a button.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, I got 3 people. No problem.
Exactly, Metamorphosis. So there's like an insane amount of setup for Flash. But to be fair as well, IGP have an even more insane setup.
Yeah.
Like they have this as the Baldoom and the Roxy, and that is already a killer setup for you. You can disable 2 people, then pull one in, burst him down, and then make it into a 4v5 easy.
Yeah, and
Or, you know.
that's the thing. It's like who gets the better engage. It's a lot more mechanical than what I would imagine this round to be. I thought it was going to be a little bit of a safer round, and then towards game 5, that's when it's going to like really pick up. Game 5 and 6 where it really picks up the pace.
All right, here's the question for us. What do you think is the better composition here? At least in composition, not the players.
Oh boy.
What are you gonna drop, man?
If they're the best of the best, I'm gonna go with my boys, Team Flash, because they were ballsy enough to be like, you know what? We're bringing out the Crash this time round, and I love a good Crash.
I'm gonna have to go with Flash as well.
Also
again,
because of the Crusher.
for me, it's because of the Darcy and the Tulin. Like,
that's
like
fair enough.
you just get those 2 picks, and you have yourself a killer magic duo with a huge chunk of burst, and that is
really not fun.
Yeah, it's really not fun. Nigh unstoppable, so to speak. But here's the thing. IGP, they're kind of like the ticking time bomb themselves, where once the Kilgoth and the Fennec come online, they can actually carry this entire team by themselves, because Kilgoth can absorb any amounts of damage, and he can't get CC'd again once he has that Gorelord activated. And Fennec in the late game is also a beast. And aside from that, their pushing power, I would say, is incomparable. Like, Flash doesn't even come close to how strong IGP can destroy towers if they're given a chance.
Wow, look at this. They already go for an early invade here, and now Turtle, he's kind of taking a little too much damage here. I think he's going to be going down. Yeah, he goes down instantaneously. Pretty interesting decision to go there, but it looks like they're willing to sacrifice it because both buffs have been taken. They pull back, and now Team Flash, they realize, oh, both of our buffs are taken. Well, the next best thing is to go through, but the kill timers are so slow that Kilgoth is able to kind of join back into the fight if he wanted to.
He's level 1. He's not going to be able to do anything, though. That's the thing.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Oh, Gao.
Too quick.
Oh, who got it? Actually, I'm not sure who got it. I think Gao did not. He's going to be in a weird 2v1 situation, but again, it's been said by my co-caster before Isaac that when you pick a Roxy, she's not going to be taken down. She's like a tank with skates. No, a tank does have skates, so she's basically a tank.
She's so unfun. She's just anti-fun on a hero. It's so unbelievable. But yeah, looking down onto the bottom side here, Ellie and Baldoom are just taking their time, playing it slow. They don't really need to push the waves because they know they could be contested by the rest of the team. If Raz gets good rotation, it could be trouble for them. And they don't really want... It's not like they can get a lot of damage unless they can get, a good snipe on the Fennec to begin with. But, they don't mind scaling, taking their time, enjoying the day.
Yeah, if IGP can bring us to the late game, they definitely have a good foothold or a grip onto this match. I believe that they're going to be able to close this out, but can they really push it there? Because Team Flash, they have such an aggressive composition here, and you can already see both teams are trying to, what's the word I'm looking for, challenging each other at the very start of this. And again, Team Flash might have the better of this one. Gao, though, is going to be in the middle of the fight, but he does have the Omen. He has actually the best with the Omen in this entire series, and I don't think he's going to be, being a pushover anytime soon, but it seems like they're just going to go for the Sage Golem straight up. Yeah, straight away. Oh, no. In the background, he's in trouble. Chobits goes down instantaneously. The rest of the team is just peeling over. A good rotation coming in from the rest of Team Flash just to kind of even out the numbers just in case it gets out of hand here. IGP, it's interesting because they want to go for these buffs. They have buff timers. They know exactly when it's going to come up because of when they initially fought. But now it's like, what are you trying to get out of this? They can actually contest for these buffs, but the thing is, they don't have their ultimates yet during that particular fight. They could have, their composition is so well made if in close range combat, but they need their ultimates. But they're not fighting like with Chobits. He doesn't even have his Nature's Prison. He was only level 3 and then he got knocked out. I'm not sure why they really wanted to force that, but I don't know. And now they lose the dragon. That is not what you kind of want to see here. But at least you do see Turtle. He is farming to his heart's content. He's almost level 6, a bit higher than ADC, and he has a double buff. So he is doing a fantastic job at keeping this Kilgroth up and running.
It's becoming a little tough because every single time he tries to go for these invasions, ooh, Chobit takes quite a bit of damage here. Now, HP is in a little bit of trouble. Ooh, he survived with just a sliver of HP. He's going to heal up off of the camp. Oh,
he has to be careful, though. Oh my gosh. Imagine like Elsu just
gets an amazing snipe there. Yeah. Oh, that'd be sick. That'd be sick.
So here's the frenetic thing, right? Darcy has a skill that puts you back into your place. And then Tulin actually needs a channel time before he can hit you with his ultimate. So it kind of works so well that the synergy is actually there for both the spellcasters, you know, the Darcy and the Tulin. And you can see the damage is also pretty substantial already at the very start for them.
Gosh, look at how unfun this lane is for Gao. He's just like, there's nothing much I can do. It's not like I can kill him. All I can do is just wave clear, and hope that a fight somehow occurs down towards the top side of the map that he can rotate to.
What's good about that, though, is at least if Gao kind of just, you know, doesn't die at all at the very start, he can just use his ultimate and then win the game. But, oh, yeah, there it is, the Dimensional Rift. Get back into this drift. Ellie's going to be coming from the side right now. Has to back away. But can they destroy this tower before they have to go for the fight? Big Metamorphosis coming out here from Pro E. He's the big boy. Gets the immediate shield there. And he's able to tank underneath the pressure of that tower. And they push IGP back. That's going to be the tier 1. Just one more hit. Give it to me. There it is. And Team Flash pushing back their opponents.
Great fight, great setup overall, and a great catch to start off the entire snowball. Here, we've seen them with a lead like this before. Just a single catch, a single good fight, another Abyssal Dragon, and the snowball with the momentum behind their backs from the previous game. It's just going to accumulate.
FL are just playing a different game as of the moment. Like, this isn't the FL who matches 1-to-1 against IGP. This is the FL who matches 2-to-1 against IGP here.
Yeah, it feels like IGP are starting to lose confidence, especially in a lot of these fights. They have to be super careful, and the conditions need to be right. And again, Gao, he's trying to make the best out of the situation, but KA just doesn't care. He's just walking and absorbing all the damage, and now Pro E is coming to make a change, as well as Ellie. Dime is there to kind of say no more. Turtle again trying to steal away the buff once more. Doesn't exactly get it and has to disengage.
He gets pulled back.
Oh no, he's in trouble. He goes down straight away. He hasn't been able to. Turtle this time around hasn't been able to make it work.
That's the thing. Once you lose your ultimate, you're easy cannon fodder for both of these magic cannons from Team Flash. Again, I sound like a broken plate already, but it is the thing. Pro E, though, he wanted to use a Metamorphosis to keep Dime locked down. Seems like he's not going to be able to get him, but that top tier 1 is going to be the consolation prize, and a mighty fine consolation prize that is, so to speak.
Yeah, it's been really nice. Man, every single time Turtle tries to go in, oh wait, no, Turtle tries one more time, Nature's Prison. He puts it on top of himself, thinking that, you know, Team Flash might go a little bit more for it. Doesn't actually snag them. They played that really well, and now mid lane's in trouble as Lacklock taking quite a bit of damage here. They have to pull back. They wanted to get that tier 1 to open up the map so that, you know, FL can really go to town on IGP.
But even though they don't get this, Turtle, well, they've cracked the shell of the Turtle. That's going to be the thing. They don't get the mid-tier 1 yet, but they did already expend the tier 2 tower onto the top lane. And yeah, that's not really what you want to see. Black is going to be here into the middle of the fight. KA is going to be in a really weird spot. Even though you're a Roxy, even though you're a tanky girl, the tanky sergeant girl, up against 5 members, it's not going to matter at all. Gets pulled back in. Chobits is going to get knocked out, and this is FL running away with this game 9-0 in terms of the kills.
They are dominating right now, and IGP are looking for any answer. Turtle tries to go in 1v4, tries to make it happen. ADC is in trouble. He needs one more auto attack. Doesn't get it. The Raz was so close to pick him up, and now Gao gets the push for free. Omen takes that tier 1 as well as the tier 2. The momentum, it's going too fast. 6k goal lead so far. ADC on the other side of the map, they're making sure that they are efficient with their movements, and now Dime is in trouble. Ooh, good block from Chobits.
But still, has it already been spelled the doom for IGP here. It is such a big, like they have no more control around their map. Again, they have to really break this down to them trying to force back Team Flash in their own base. Granted, at least they didn't lose any of their tier 3s, and they're a pretty strong tier 3 fighting team. Or sorry, a high ground fighting team, so to speak. So maybe that is a chance that they can slow down the pace of this game. They can turtle their way back to victory, and that should be it. But outside of their base, it's not going to be looking too fun at all.
KA has to gain some pressure for the rest of the team, because so far nothing is working out for them. And even Turtle, like, instead of going for these buffs, I think he needs to start really hard pushing those lanes just to get some kind of pressure. Ellie's in trouble. He might be going down. One more auto attack is all he needs. The forward. Lak is able to pick him up here, but the rest of the team now out of position. They have to pull away. The dimensional portal, just so much damage. They're going down one by one, and Chobits is going to be the next to fall. Crash right on top of KA. Roxy cannot run away anymore.
Even with Ellie knocked out, he is not the full brunt of the damage of Team Flash. They are still able to duel right after that, and you can see the punish that they can do if you miss position. Like, Crash is, I think, I would like to say the better Lumbar in this scenario, with his Metamorphosis just dealing so much immediately and pushing them out, or pushing them in the center of the damage of the Darcy. Like you said, he just obliterate him, and now this Darkslayer is up for the taking. This should be an easy picking for Team Flash here, as now IGP are struggling to keep themselves afloat, but they are forcing the fights, which I do like, which can bring them back a chance at this. And they look to get Pro E, maybe?
Wow, a bit ballsy for Pro E there. He might be wanting to think, he's thinking about like whether they should, you know, pop the ultimate real quick to kind of disengage, but he's just so tanky and so far ahead that he's A-okay. He walks on out of that, even though that it was looking like a pretty bad situation. It was a 3v5.
I mean, if IGP plays around that, it's gonna be scary. Yeah, that was the thing. Turtle is not, he's not the Kilgroth that we all know and love. He's not gonna be able to absorb the damage of Darcy and live to tell the tale and, you know, bring it back around. And now they lose 3 of their members once again. Darcy, or ADC rather, is legendary. And this might just be it.
Yeah, this game is just completely out
they
of
push back
control.
Chobits.
Ooh, Chobits. He's taking quite a bit of damage here, and I don't think Ellie is thinking about it, but doesn't want to go for it. They already get the highlight, and now it's just they're just looking to end this game, making sure that they show their dominance against IGP with a whopping 10k goal lead ahead of the competition. KA doesn't even try it. They're just moving to the next one. It's like, all right, and we messed up.
And this game just got way faster. Like, if you look at it, it's before the 11-minute mark, and average we saw like 13, maybe 15 minutes, and this is 11 minutes. That's a pretty quick game, so to speak, for Flash.
Yeah, so quick. Whew, too fast. I mean, it really snowballed out of control, like very spontaneous. It's like spontaneous combustion in a dry forest. It just burned up so quickly.
You could say it was too Flash, too Furious.
God damn it. God damn it. The door is that way. I tell this to everyone, but the door is that way. Oh, but so far, you know, Team Flash, again, with the momentum that is pushing on behind them, they're looking so good. And I think, you know, the biggest thing for IGP was, you know, Turtle not being able to steal those buffs or worry. Like, he got pretty close, but ADC made sure he snagged it every single time, and he tries it time and time again to steal away that Sage Golem to ensure either XP or ADC is going to be short on mana at the end of the lane, but it just doesn't happen, and this is the second time.
Again, these type of fights, you just force them right in, and ADC has been godlike with this Darcy. Like, his ability to dimensional rift everybody into a certain kill point for everybody to just pour in their damage of Team Flash and able to obliterate them left, right, and center is incredible. Yeah, they knock out Ellie here, but they put so much commitment into that. And look at this weird positioning. They try to go into that small alleyway, and this is where Crash just kind of shines right up. And then they're like, yeah, we made a big mistake. That's going to be it. And look at them just follow up and pick them off one by one. And they even finish this. Look at the highlights. 14-1 in terms of the kills. That is not big. That's a huge margin.
Yeah, it is just complete domination after that one not so good looking fight. Like, oh boy. But yeah, Team Flash should be happy with their performance now. Now, hopefully, they take that one more game to secure their spot moving on to the next round. But again, IGP, they gotta think about it. Like, they gotta pull the stops now. They don't have anywhere else to go.
Well, mean, it seems like fate is not knocking at their door. They're not going to be able to open it and say, hey, it's our time to shine. It's my time to be, the king in this matchup. But it's not over till the fat lady sings. There is still a chance here for IGP. For you guys out there who are fans of HTVC IGP, they still have one more to go. Well, they need to come back with this with like 3 games, but I mean, they have one more shot. They cannot lose this this next game, or else it's over for them here at AIC 2019. Will they actually kneel to their Vietnamese brethren here, or will they come back and say that we are the stronger team, Team Flash? You got us in the previous tournament, but this is the biggest one. We won't back down.
I think what a lot of people don't talk about, especially when you're imagine yourself being in that pro player position, you're riding on an organization that is, depending on you to perform.
Yeah.
You have a coach by your side and he's telling you all the information you need. It's a stressful environment when you're 3-1. It's not a good position at all. You need to reverse sweep this to go to the next round. And I think, especially for IGP, you need to have a very good mentality coming in to say that, hey, we are the better team. We can pull this through, and it doesn't. And hopefully, it doesn't affect their gameplay. Because right now, if I was in their position, like the weight would be too much for me to handle, and it would affect my gameplay.
Yeah, mentality-wise, it's definitely not going to be easy for IGP to come back. But okay, I'm trying to look at, because I was taking notes in the draft here.
Yes.
The picks for Flash, they have used a good chunk of, let's say, the top tier picks already for the global bans. And now they might actually have already run out of steam coming into Game 5, that IGP might be able to draft themselves a stronger pick than Flash can even dish out in this particular game. So maybe that is what IGP can be riding on into this. This could be possible final game for them.
Yeah, I think, honestly, considering what the ban picks were, I'm looking at the key player of the game. It's going to be Pro E. I mean, Crash, by the way, just saying. This is the
first time we were seeing Crash in the entire AIC 2019. His comeback to the limelight is definitely with a bunch of applause, because that was some mighty fine performance from Pro E.
I'm real happy that it was able to perform really well. But yeah, back to what I was saying here, especially when it comes to IGP and their picks, they do have a number of picks that is pretty good, but I don't think they will be able to see, like Darcy is not going to see the light of day for them. They will not be able to pick it up for themselves. I don't think Team Flash wants to deal with it. It's just too powerful of a pick. But overall, in terms of the AD section, like, it's not looking too good for them. Like, they just lost out on their pick of Fennec. Like, that is so powerful. The Elsu is also out of their hands as well. You're kind of forced to play, like, Violet, Telenas, which needs time and needs a composition built around them to make it work. And that might compromise, having your flex picks. You have to show your linchpins of your team composition straight away, which allows Team Flash to kind of, like, find, either pseudo picks or pseudo counters to work around them.
Yeah, they still have, the possibility of also going the Valheim. Kafeni is still up. Brunhilde is still up. But we haven't really seen Kafeni and Brunhilde be used by IGP here. Although I believe they did.
Do they have it in their arsenal?
I don't think they do.
Oh,
I'm trying to see.
It's tough.
So here's the thing. When they went up against USG, they really spread out their ADC picks. They never really brought 2 ADCs at the same time for IGP here. But Team Flash, they have used a plethora of picks, such as, like, let's say Marja in the ADC lane. You have yourself again. You have yourself again the Kafeni and the Brunhilde. That's a lot more picks. And again, this is very scary. But we do go back to the point where IGP have a chance, because they might have exhausted the picks of Flash, and this could be the strong point that they need to, basically turn this a 180. But we'll have to see after this break.
It's a pretty scary situation. But yeah, after the break, when we come back, it's going to be more action, more games for AOV. So stay tuned for more AIC.
Welcome back, guys, to the Arena of Valor International Championship 2019 semi-finals. We're halfway done with the first series between HTVC IGP Gaming and Team Flash. But before that, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Tencent Games, Garena, CJENM, OGN, True Online, and True Icon Hall. I'm Asarai, and with me now is Gideon Q.
Yep, so far the games have been looking pretty intense so far, with Team Flash getting a lot of steam, a lot of momentum, and I mean, IGP, they're struggling to hold on here. There are already, Team Flash is on match point, so all bets are off. IGP have to pull up all the stops.
Yeah, they can't try to play conservatively anymore. They can't really play on the back end. But the thing is, IGP set out a good chunk of different play styles this entire series, and it hasn't worked with them once. Like, they try to go for a bit more of a team fight center composition. They try to go for an early game. They try to go for a late game, and it seems like it didn't pan out because all of the win conditions, they mixed it up in a weird way, wherein they should be playing for like, let's say when they had the where was it? Anyways, they had like a late game comp, and they played super aggressive into the early game, and it kind of backfired into their face. That was interesting to see, because you never really see that from a team.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel like, especially in the previous game where they went for the double buff steal on the buff as well as the Sage buff, it didn't work out too well. Turtle ended up getting caught way too many times. He didn't get to profit off the situation, and in response, they lost more than they could take. So, I mean, it's not looking too good, but we're just going to have to wait and see if, IGP have something in their back pocket, because now they should have enough picks to kind of like weasel their way out of here. But Team Flash so far have been, when we talk about conservative, they've been holding back on a lot of the meta picks, especially, in the marksman section. They have been holding back, having something like Happening to kind of fill in the gaps here, and as well with a lot of the lumbar picks in the beginning to hold onto their tanks. Like, they have some great tank options now.
Yeah, the scary thing about that is, feels like Flash has evolved to a whole different species, or a whole different type of team right now, where before IGP and Flash, they would always go neck and neck to each other. Like, we saw them from previous tournaments where they were always 4-3, but Flash always seemed to have slightly better than IGP, and IGP would sometimes also win against Flash. But now it seems like we're seeing maybe a clear victor, but of course not everything, or not yet set in stone for this one, because there's still one more game before Flash can win this out. And IGP, they have no excuse to use the best of their picks in this next game, and well, I feel like we're gonna be in for it.
Yeah, not to mention they are on blue side as well, so they are going to get that first pick as well. So
that's true.
They really have to prioritize what they want, and arguably they could do a couple of flex picks here and there to kind of leave out some stuff in the open, hopefully bait them into a counter matchup, especially for Team Flash. However, I don't think Team Flash is going to let them touch the Darcy at all. Like, if I was on red side, like, no, don't even get near it.
Here's a kind of thing here. When we got, the stats from these particular games, it kind of seemed interesting to me that you're saying like IGP is going to be on the blue side here, but their win rate on the blue side,
too great.
Exactly, it's like 56%. They only did 5-4, and they're actually performing much better on the red side, where they're 7-1. That means 88%. So maybe they'll decide to go for the red side here.
That's true.
We'll see, depending on like how they match up. How they did the coin flip or something. But it's gonna be, again, curious on how IGP will go about this, because it's not only Flash that has expended the quote-unquote strong picks of this global ban roster already. It's also IGP using a lot of really strong picks at the very start. True.
I think, like, for the most part, a lot of, especially from the side for the side of Team Flash, they have a lot of support options that are still up on the table. They still have, they have Zip, they have Timmy, they have Annette and Alice, and though they are situational supports that are good per se in a lot of these situations, I think, the draft has been, kind of pushed in a way where it's like, you know what, if we get any of these supports, you might be in a little bit of trouble here. And I don't know. So far, I feel like Team Flash have played the draft super, super well overall. I can't imagine the amount of preparation these coaches have put in, because there are just too many factors coming in, especially when you're dealing with the global ban pick rules.
And you saw, like, we haven't seen a lot of, again, this is what I'm talking about, Flash's ability to just pick out what they need from the other end of the pool. Because again, AOV is a game where there's some minute or maybe even big details that separate certain heroes from one another, right? But they are still they're how you play them basics that you can also bring them. Like Lumbar and Crash, on the other hand, are fundamentally the same thing, wherein they have a lot of disruption tool. They're also pretty dang tanky, and if you can use Lumbar at the first start and you want to use him again, you can improvise with a Crash, and that's what Team Flash did. But for IGP, you're kind of seeing them struggle to try to find these alternate picks to their lineup, which I think is why they're kind of struggling. Maybe
Yes, I mean yes and no. Like
Okay.
the previous game especially was particularly weird, where they're kind of like forcing out a lot of these picks, and you're like, are you sure this is gonna work? Like, where are they gonna go now?
That's
And
also
it's like,
true,
yeah, Kilgroth is now in the jungle, where it's like it's not like it's not doable, but if you're going for these invades, then it's like, all right,
true.
at least make the odds in your favor. Previous games, no questions about it. Definitely, they were a little bit off, especially in Game 3. But Games 1 and 2, it looks like they were going well, going strong, and slowly now they're just either they are losing confidence or they are not able to deal with the momentum that Team Flash is having. Because again, it really just takes one good fight, and then Team Flash basically takes your Abyssal Dragon, takes your bottom tier 1, and then they slowly conquer the map.
Yeah, I mean, not everyone can go into the Matrix, you know, like going deeper into the rabbit hole. Is it the blue pill or the red pill? Sorry, the analogy there is just that the deeper this game goes, you can really see how good these players are when they're stretched very thin. And Team Flash hasn't been really stretched the most, but you can see that they're adapting quickly to this particular matchup. And now we can only wait for Game 5, and I really want to see how IGP adapts to the situation where almost everything is already taken away from the board for now. There's still, of course, picks such as like the Ignis or the Liliana, but more so than not, there's already, again, expended picks. But now, here we are for the draft. Let's see what it unravels for us.
It's already begun. The Murat and the Florentino have been taken out for IGP overall, and now Team Flash, they haven't been able to touch the Florentino so far, and they don't want to, they don't want to start now. And now that IGP, have a good idea what they want to do, looks like Darcy is on the table for them. Looks like they want to prioritize Timmy instead of a Darcy. Pretty interesting.
This just goes to show that they don't want to use like a Crash, an Alice, or a net here. They want that battle comp. And IGP, even though Team A is kind of like a sort of open-ended pick, you immediately know that IGP are looking for a sort of protect comp here when that Team A is very usable, but more so than not, Team A, I think, works best if you have a late game ADC, be that maybe a Talanas or a Violet, which could be something that Team Flash could steal, because they also haven't used the Talanas or the Violet. They don't even have to necessarily ban it out. They just have to steal it away from IGP.
Yeah, and so far, I think Timmy is kind of a big giveaway that they either want to play a 1-in-4 composition or basically a full-on teamfight composition. And now Team Flash, on the other hand, Varus, very flexible pick, can be roaming around the map a little bit more, and then Net as well. The supports that we were talking about, really effective as well. So now that you have the support, and I'm pretty sure Varus is going to be going into that Darkslayer lane. We'll have to see the other picks to kind of determine whether or not it is. Goes back to IGP. Where do they go from here?
At least we won't get confused anymore. Just like that last pick thing in the middle of the screen that you guys can reference to see what IGP can still pick up for themselves. Now, they're still looking for a little bit of that fight. Yena is still up for them. They believe they have actually already used the Omen. That's going to be good. And finally, we see Darcy be brought to the table. Not yet locked in, but I think that's already a done deal.
Yeah, it's a pretty strong composition so far. Like, I'm liking what I'm seeing. IGP looks like they're pretty confident in actually pulling it off. And considering what Team Flash has so far, it's like, that's actually not too bad. But at least when you have a net, you have disengage capabilities. Like, oh, you're going to portal backwards. Hopefully, I'm able to get like a good knockback before anything else, so you can't really follow up as quickly. But still, it's a very scary deal to deal with a Darcy.
Yeah, you have to be very quick, because Darcy just, I feel like he can actually even shut you down before you can do that push.
Yeah, that's
because
true.
he can just he can time his skills properly, and as you pop out from the Dimensional Rift, that's when he just bursts you down. So it's gonna be very, like, you're gonna have to tap hard on that ultimate button just to survive from that. But at least more so than not, this Darcy pick should be able to deal with the Varez and the Annette really well. And Yana doesn't really lose to any matchups, so Team Flash should just pick somebody who can survive the Yana lane. I mean, Verez, like you said, could go for the DS lane, but she could also be even put into the mid lane if they do decide, which I think is not a bad idea because Darcy can't burst down the Verez earlier on just because she's innately tanky as well.
Particularly interesting that they wanted to get Zill into the jungle because it doesn't mean that they're going to be lacking magic damage or that you just need a jungler because overall, I mean, you still have you still have a couple of options. You don't have the Nacroth, but you do have a Zephys, so I mean, that's a great engage opportunity. So I'm not entirely sure why they wanted to pick up Zill now rather than later on. But going into the second pick ban phase, Morin as well as the Zanya won't be touching the game this time around.
So if I may add to that, I feel like why we see the Zill from time to time is just because he is as good or maybe even better in certain areas of being able to stick to targets and deal good damage compared to the Murad. That's why sometimes, even though the Murad is actually open or it's not used, and if you can use it, you can. Zill kind of replaces. Yeah, exactly. Does it even better. And if you have like an opponent that has so many zoning skills that you have to traverse around, his Tempest allows him to just kind of bypass that easy.
And he can dodge abilities with the ultimate too, so he has a lot of options, which is definitely kind of nice, and he traverses the map pretty quick. Telena's going to be the lock-in for Team Flash here. IGP Gaming. This is particularly interesting because now they don't have the option of Telenas, and they kind of have to figure out: do we want to have somebody in that Archer role to fulfill the team composition requirements, having a very clean game? The Zephys going to be put into the jungle here, but what is that Archer role going to be?
Might I just add, Flash just banned Violet and Morin all at the same time. So
they're limited. Ooh, okay. I mean, double mage comp, I'm okay with that too.
Oh, okay.
This is gonna be pretty tough.
This could work. Because again, it's not insane damage in the late game, but in the early game to mid, you're gonna have so much fight potential with that Darcy and Ignis. I believe Dime's gonna be playing the Ignis with the Teamy. It could actually work pretty well because Ignis is such a strong kiter and has good mobility boost. He has also, I believe, a shield that can let him really duel against the Teleonis, even with the Teleonis' Chaos arrow rather.
Yeah.
That's going to be pretty interesting to watch out for.
What's really frustrating about IGP's composition is that now that they've expanded a lot of their tank supports, like, they are running out of options. And earlier I said Zephys was going to the jungle. I was like, I completely forgot that Darcy was already on the table because of the skin. So it's like, oh yeah, Darcy is there. So Zephys is trying to play that tank engage role, and that's where like things really change up because Zephys kind of needs the levels to kind of act up. He doesn't want to just be a CC bot.
Yeah, but at least he'll be able to soak up a bit of damage here, and we do spot him out. It's gonna be Errol, the Blood Lad.
Oh, I'm excited for this game. I'm excited to see Errol pop off. I mean, we've seen previously in AWC, I can't remember who was playing it again, but, the one Errol nearly solo carrying, saving the team in a 1v4 situation. Like, oh, that was absolutely beautiful. Hopefully, we get to see another one of those again this time around.
All right, Game 5, what composition do you think? Drop it at me.
See, the biggest X factors is Zill and Errol there because they're highly mechanical and they need to be in the right place at the right time to make something happen. But honestly, just looking, if you were to give them like a power level on all of the heroes, I would say IGP have just in total so much more power, so much more ammunition in their arsenal right now in that team comp alone. I'm kind of leaning towards IGP, but considering how Flash has the momentum, that it could also go that way. But composition-wise, I think IGP might have the better composition.
I actually also agree with you there. Like, it's weird that we're both agreeing on the same thing because I feel like it would be kind of cooler to see how we kind of debate which one's better. But yeah, I definitely agree because IGP has created a composition that even though it doesn't have the typical ADC gonna be played, let's say, by a Dime or something, like a Hayate, for example, the way that they kind of spread out and this well thought out composition, it works well. It has a lot of avenues here. The thing that is going to be very difficult now, though, for IGP is how can they stop the sticking of Errol and that Zill, because they are able to stick to targets very easily, and the ability of IGP to run away from that is minimal.
I mean, you're gonna have to hope Timmy plays out of his mind. Like,
That is true.
Like, if Timmy plays out of his mind, I don't think it even matters at that point. So those are the X factors that we're kind of like looking out for. Zill as well as the Earl need to be at the right place, right time to make things happen. I think overall, just like sheer firepower, the sheer firepower coming in from IG, it's just so strong. Like, the next thing I'm thinking about is if they get Errol as well at level 4, they get a good catch into the jungle, into that backline before Timmy hits 4. That could be pretty crushing, because then they get that snowball rolling, and even if, you know, Timmy revives them, they're just gonna kill them again. That's gonna be so demotivating.
Yeah. There's not... I mean, I wouldn't say that there's a good chunk of burst for Flash here, so definitely that being a bro for Timmy is going to be more effective in this particular matchup. Although, the longer this game progresses, the more that might not be true, because Tel'Anas deals so much damage in the late game.
Yeah.
But at least right now, as this game starts, as it progresses, it should be very beneficial that the Timmy does play out of his mind.
Yeah, he really does. I mean, you have, you know, Lock on the Ignis to kind of like, you know, peel off whatever damage they have in case they, you know, engage. But the counter engage coming in from IGP is just so much stronger. It's absurd.
Oh, they actually put Darcy in the ADC lane. Maybe they're just using the kiting power of Ignis to,
oh, they're being greedy.
playing around it.
Oh, they're being so greedy. They're using the Zephyrs as well as the Darcy into the jungle. They want to make sure that, you know, they get their initial power spikes and try and make things happen, but they're slowing down Dime from actually getting that buff. So he still hasn't hit his level 2 just yet.
Now, yeah, Pro-E should be fine here. He's just getting zoned out a little bit. I mean, those smacks really won't do too much in terms of anything. But here's the thing. They're putting so much emphasis on going to the jungle that they're losing ever so slightly the gold lead. You can see already, like, there's a 200-300 deficit that Team Flash are getting advantage of. And IGP, because they're trying to force it out of the jungle and because they are not optimizing the farm in the lane, they're kind of in a back end here.
Yeah, and Dime, he didn't actually get his Sage buff, so now he's kind of in this position where it's like lane is going to suck for him for a while. Dime's trying to make it out, but he's taking a little too much damage. They get him under the turret. ADZ on that Zill, making sure that his death has been secured.
Chobit's flickered in. I'm not sure what he wanted to do there because he didn't have his ultimate up. He's only level 2, and he can actually get dove upon if he's not careful. Although, of course, the Tel'Anas range will be able to just deal so much damage, and he's forced to recall, and look at this, everything falling into the hands of FL already at 1,000 lead, and oh no, I'm not sure what Turtle wanted to do there. He could actually get pulled right in. He's a tanky boy, but he's not going to be able to escape one more hit, and that should be Tel'Anas knocking him out, but hopefully, thankfully rather, he does have a smidge of extra HP to work with.
Yeah, thankfully Ellie wasn't level 4, because if he had that Chaos Arrow, like, it would have been over for him at that point in time, but, you know, the right place, right time, wasn't level 4, they still survive. Ooh, Lock taking a little bit of damage. He gets pulled forward. Is he going to die here? Oh, the ultimate coming from XP helps chunk him enough to allow Pro-E to actually secure it. Great kill coming in from Team Flash.
Lockdown from Verez, pretty much on point there. 2 kills already in the lead for Team Flash. And you could, they want to see this Death Rush.
Oh,
Dime
no.
could be putting in onto a jab. He's only level 3.
Dead. There's no way. Oh, he actually misses the stun. He doesn't actually get it. Oh, that's a wasted opportunity.
He's formed, though. That is the safety that the Darcy does have. Thankfully enough, he was able to go to his tier 2 tower to keep himself floating there, but he did have to expend that. Gao is in a weird spot. He'll be able to use his ultimate to skedoodle away from the fight, and that is just his ability to stay away so easy. ADC still has his Tempest, so he can maybe use that, but he just goes over the wall, afraid of the dive. And speaking of dive, this is going to be a 3 versus 1. Activates the ultimate. It's going to keep him alive for just a smidge. They're chasing him hard, and XP has joined onto the fight.
This is bad. This is bad. XP.
The XP to do it, though.
Yeah, they still are able to pick up the initial kill. Gao makes out with the Silver Hat. They should have just given it up at that point, but they managed to secure their tier. They safely protect their tier 1 actually instead. So I don't know whether it was worth it of a trade, but they do buy quite a bit of time for, you know, Ellie to kind of catch up into this game.
At least for now, I think that's a pretty worth it thing. Kill over objective. I think objective would still win out through, but. Okay, KA is going to be in the middle of this fight. There's going to be the Death from Above activated by Turtle there, but this is 2 very tanky members of FL. They're born to fight. They're built to go for the battle. And look at that, the knockoff from the arrow. They're chasing him underneath the tower. Turtle can't do too much. He does activate his invincibility there, but it's only going to prolong his life for a slight bit. Has to use the ultimate there to kind of skedoodle away. Now here comes Lacklight, here comes Chobits, and this could be bloody.
Yeah, this is not looking good. XB quickly getting on out of there. Lock was trying to get to that backline, but XB just made sure he blocked those fireballs, ensuring that his teammate does survive. The rest of the team slowly coming into this game. We'll see. Team Flash ahead. XB is taking quite a bit of damage from KA here. I don't think he's actually going to come in.
He missed it.
He missed it. He's taking quite a bit of damage now from ADC, who comes right on in. I think he still has his ultimate.
Here.
Yep, he can secure the kill, but the rest of the team wants to pick up one more time. Chobits goes down. Ooh.
And this is why teaming isn't really the most broken of characters. If you're able to force him to use his ultimate prematurely, his being a bro is kind of like just a reset for you to just die again.
Yeah, I mean, it's good, but like you kind of have to play with the team around it. He's not good by himself. And ADC going in with a good dive, but can they secure the kill? Nope, Lock does survive. They popped his flicker, though. So in the end, I think it's pretty worth it for ADC.
And that does open up, you know, even this dragon to be started. Zephys is here on the top. Oh, he's going to force the fight. ADC had to back away there, but he's going to be fine and dandy. And this is the thing that I was also a bit afraid of, is that Errol, even though he is pretty sustainable in his lane, he does have a lot of lifesteal and all that. Yenna is a better duelist than he does, but at least he is surviving here.
He's holding on to his lane pretty well. And now Abyssal Dragon going to IGP. They have control of it. The rest of the team isn't really doing too much. Topside in trouble. Ow! Oh, that lifesteal, so good. He gets a solo kill onto KA, but the rest of the Flash is going to push them away from the Abyssal Dragon. The Abyssal Dragon already taken away, but they still can't seem to punish them so far. At least IGP have a good hope of winning this game.
That auto attack from Ellie is painful as hell.
So painful.
Let's look at that. That was...
Like, look at Gauch. He's like,
he used the ultimate.
Comes back down, and then flickers on the opposite side. I mean, he canceled his auto too many times, and he was like, oh, he should be dead. And then he got hit by the turret again, and he goes down. Oh, whoa!
Being a bro, though, but being a bro isn't going to keep you alive for much longer. That's still going to be the two of you in no man's land. Even underneath your tier 1 tower, it's still not going to be enough. And XB, he wants this. He's not going to be able to get it, though, because Turtle does shut down that minion. Although there is another one coming right back out. KA is there to chase down onto ADC. ADC, though, is a very slippery Zill. His ability to just dash away is far to none. Unmatchable, rather. It's going to be difficult.
Yeah, and plus he can get the resets as well. But let's see how the rest of the team is doing so far, because Team Flash looking to take the win, and IGP might have to take an L this time around, because Team Flash is just playing really, really well. Oh no, XB is in trouble. He's taking quite a bit, but they don't want to commit to him just yet. Even though they do have members, they're just unsure where the rest of their team is. IGP not going very hard and committing to this fight. Ellie keeping control over the jungle as well, with Pro E by his side.
20 seconds before that dragon comes out. Could be another objective here, but you can already see that Team Flash is getting objectives left and right. It's not looking good. Lack had to actually use his flicker. That is not good. In the team fights as an Ignis, you really want to have that particular spell to keep yourself, you know, really affordable here. But it's like, oh no, Dime. He's the one who got displaced. He's the one who was put into a pseudo-dimensional rift, and he's the one who's going to pay the price with his life. They're still not over for it. They're still chasing hard here.
Yeah, Might Golem going to be stolen away by the side of Flash, Team Flash here. As the rest of IGP, they're slowly getting choked out. They're getting suffocated out of their own jungle. And now, here it comes. They're coming into the backline. Gao, he's already on top of the Pro. He follows right up. They're trying to pick up KA in the backline. He goes down straight away. As now, they're pushing forward. Ultimate coming in, but the Chobit still lives after all that damage. What?
I mean, team is pretty tanky, but the thing is, even though he's tanky, even though he's able to survive all of that, his teammates cannot, and that, in the end, is what definitely matters. And again, this is the final possible game already for IGP match point, and it's already being, well, controlled heavily, manhandled by Team Flash, and it's not looking good at all for those IGP fans.
Yeah, 6K gold lead for the side of Team Flash on top of 10 kills ahead of IGP. They are continuing to control this game, and so far, I mean, Team Flash looking real good.
What's what's going to happen here the longer this game progresses. Like, you're also seeing KA, who's supposed to be dealing a bit more, building more damage items, is going a bit defensive with his item lineup here. And that's never what you want to see with the Yana. She's able to, yeah, survive though, so to speak. But when you're forced to go like this, it just means that you're gonna, deal less damage, and that's not something you really want from the Yana.
Yeah, especially when you want to try and outplay Gao. And he got really, really close. I think he's giving a lot more respect than Gao's dude here. XP, he's still holding his ground. He's surviving for a long time. He re-engages into the fight to allow the rest of the team to come through. He is surviving. His passive is just amazing, hitting 3 people to survive. Gao comes in with the ultimate, and now Lak is in trouble. They lock him down. He goes down. KA will be going down as well. And Ellie just pushing on top side. They're keeping their hands wrapped up, cuffed up. They can't seem to find any pressure on the map for the side of IGP Gaming.
I'm going gaga for Gao right now, but just because of how good he is. He got the double, maybe even a triple knockup right there, and he's just in a really weird tight spot. Chaos Arrow coming out from Ellie, almost shutting down KA there, but now he leaves his other teammates to dry out. Turtle is out. Chobis is getting slightly chased down, but the biggest thing is that the Drake is still here. There's a wave, and that Nexus is exposed. They do force him out, so it's not yet over for IGP, but you can see the tension. You can feel that they're struggling to keep themselves alive in this final game.
Yeah, which is, oh boy. Like, this is a do or die at this point, because a 9K goal lead is just one of the biggest goal leads we've seen so far today for the side of Team Flash. They developed it so well. Like,
oh, Chobits.
Oh no, Chobits is in trouble. He's quite tanky. He can take a bit of damage, but he needs a safe way to escape out of this awkward situation in the jungle as they slowly try and cover some good ground.
He needs to save his ultimate there. Oh no, Dime. Chobits was actually recalling, and they're like, what is happening? The communication for IGP is just not there. 30 seconds though for Dime, so they can't finish this just yet because there is waves coming, so they can at least use this time to break down those tier 3s, which is much more effective at least in the long run. Chobits, oh no. Oh, he wasted his ultimate too. He might get bursted down there.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna make it. Gao goes in with a big ultimate, but he only had the lance on Turtle. I think he wanted to secure Chobits here, but again, they are coming into the usual problem in AOV where like superior wave clear comes into play. They actually go for the big engage. IGP want to make something happen, but the rest of Team Flash is turning right on top of them. Ellie is free hitting everybody else. Her crit is just too strong. Darcy gets a good portal. Rift and Dime right on top of him, kills him off as they push on through. They secure the kill onto Ellie, but what have they lost in response? They lose their mid high ground, and Gao is just having the time on his life. Chobits, he doesn't have the ultimate. He can't be a bro any longer, and Lak should be going down off of the hits from Zill. Gao survives with 1 HP and a convincing win here at the AIC.
They don't have a sustainable DPS. They only have good burst with the Darcy. Why would you force yourself to go over the wall and try to burst them down? Zephys might have seen a possibility to get a kill, but you have to be 100% sure that that would work, or else everything will fall down like dominoes, like a stack of cards. Basically anything that can fall down easy. It fell hard for IGP. What in God's name just happened?
I think they saw the choke point, and Ignis is like, you know what, this could be probably good. Let's try and go in. And Darcy goes in and he tries to make something happen, but they come in one after the other rather than going in together. And I think that's kind of where the issue started to begin. I think if you give Ignis the space to kind of land that Rain of Fire to try and get those initial stuns, then you can have a better setup. And I think that was one of the bigger win conditions that they just could not achieve, because Team Flash, they made sure they weren't too stacked up close together.
There could have been a possibility for IGP to try to go for these maybe one pickoffs, singular pickoffs, but even with that, they really couldn't find their target. Teleanis was heavily protected. Good, insane front line for Flash there. Gao and XB were just in your face, always in the front. Never going to allow you to touch Teleanis, touch my Teleanis and all that. But yeah, here's some highlights to see what happened. Gao, this is the play right there.
See, here's what I think. I think for a big, large reason, I can't understand why that they wanted to force out, the Zephys into the jungle. There's plenty of jungle options still up on the table, but instead, like, especially when you have Darcy, I feel like he's so effective once he's in the jungle. He needs to transverse to the map. He needs to be effective. He needs to start rotating around. If you put him up on the top side or even the bottom side, it's like you're restricting him to the lane. Like, he is just stuck there. He can't do too much.
I actually thought that Ignis would have been the one to go to the ADC role so that, you know, Lacklack could have gone and rotate as a mid Darcy. And here's the thing, just going back to one of those highlights, you saw the one with the Errol and the KA, right?
Yep.
KA actually flickered in front of the knockup from that ultimate and ate one shot from the tower. I didn't notice that the first time. And that just means that that one extra shot of tower is enough for Errol or Gao to win that 1v1. KA, I don't know what happened. It seems like IGP playing into this semifinals was very, very iffy. Like, at least for some of the players, maybe even their key players, so to speak.
Yeah, man, the last fight was, I mean, honestly, IGP, I can understand why they wanted to go for that fight. It was do or die. If not, you just wait to sit and die, which is not too fun. So they want to go with one last bank, and I think the conditions were almost there. They just needed to execute it a little bit better, and I think they might have been able to get a lot more, take a bigger chunk out of Team Flash than they would have hoped for.
Yeah, but when all is said and done, Team Flash winning this best of 7, 4-1. The people, fans, always looking to see that, you know, these teams, IGP and Flash, they're like the competitive or the rival brothers, wherein either or can always get a W, you can always get a win, but it's always going to be very close. But now we see a definite turn in favor of Flash, 4-1 in this final endgame stats. Check it out, 12,000 gold lead against IGP. That is insane, and no towers dropped at all.
Yeah, both XP as well as Pro E didn't even die once. That's how awkward it was for the side of IGP, who really struggled to get a lead, even though they had, you know, all the tools to maybe go around, rotate around the map, and look for these smaller pickups with Dime as well as Turtle. But overall, they got punished, and Team Flash just played a little bit better.
And with that, it concludes our first semifinals match here for our semifinals day for the AIC 2019. And with that, it means that Flash will be going into the grand finals.
That's exciting here because we edge ever so closely to that grand finals happening tomorrow. But let's see who's going to be joining Team Flash with this upcoming match here, because, ooh, HKA, like, yeah. I'm a fan. I'm definitely a fan of them, as you may heard of. But yeah, I'm definitely going to be rooting for them for sure, but they've got really tough competitors. And I don't know, it's a little shaky. I'm hoping they make it through, but it's not looking too good.
Yeah, their opponent's going to be Buriram United Esports. This how do I say this? This god of a team dominated their entire group stage, aside from losing that one game up against Team Flash, but that's about it. Everyone else, they got 2-0. And the thing that you always have to take note when you're going to be watching BRU, you know, Buriram, is that they play with a very slow, methodical game. They make you insane with how slow they play, but they control the macro of the game ever so pristinely.
Yeah, they do it so well. And the key player of the game, semifinals match 1, game 5, is going to be none other than Pro E. And I think he definitely deserves that one, because he has some great, he has done some great setups here. Like, it's pretty impressive what he was able to do. Some really good flickers into the ultimate, like, 81% kill participation. He may not exactly have the best game 1, but at least his game 5 is absolutely killing it.
Yeah, there he is. Look at that. Oh, Korean Hearts. Yeah, just drop it. Yeah, Korean Hearts right there.
That's the way to go. That's the way to go. Lovable guy.
Again, that's going to be it. Flash, just going to wait for tomorrow. All right, guys. So we're going to take a quick breather here. Of course, while we let BRU and HKA set up. But drop it right now in the chats. Who do you think will win this series? Again, I'm not too sure about how HKA will fare against their opponents, because they didn't really have the best of standings. I feel like BRU is going to be the victor in this one. But it seems like we're going to have two different sides here. With you,
finally with
HKA, and me with BRU. We're going to see how this pans out. Anyways, guys, don't go anywhere. AIC 2019 semifinals match with BRU and HKA is coming back up, or coming right up, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
intro video first, please? Give us like 10 seconds, 20 seconds to prep.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Already into this. My name's Guinea Q, together with Asteroid Gaming. Thanks, production, for that. But we're coming in to the second semifinal match up here against HKA, and both teams, I mean, BRU looking real strong. So I'm worried for my boys at HKA. I don't know how this is going to go, but I'm hoping they might be able to sneak out a game.
I think that they can. Again, my predictions for this particular game would be 4-1, because
okay, tough words, but okay.
Yeah, I know that you wouldn't.
All right.
You wouldn't approve of it, but I feel like the performance of BRU speaks for itself. Where
That's true.
They were able to just breeze through arguably the hardest group in the entirety of AIC, because there's only 2 groups, right? But I felt like Group B was definitely the harder particular set of teams right there, just because of the heavyweights from BRU, Team Flash. I believe also HKA was also no, hang on. Let me dissect that into my brain. Yeah, HKA was also there. So it really just goes to show that yeah, Group B was very scary, and I feel like BRU's playstyle will also really push HKA to their limits, because BRU is that type of team that really likes to draw out the series, wherein they would just push you to try to make something happen while they themselves just keep getting the economy to themselves. And they do it in such a manner that even if you try to be aggressive, they'll just disengage and you'll never get an advantage at all.
Well, we're just going to have to wait and see if, HKA can actually crack that shell, because so far BRU, their defense is pretty frustrating to deal with, especially if you're a team that wants to make the plays, wants to force out the mistakes out of your opponent. BRU is definitely the team you don't want to be facing up here, but hopefully we can kind of see how they want to draft. I think that's what's particularly interesting here, because I want to see if, knowing this, do they still want to play, the safe team fight composition where they can look for, the bigger dives, the bigger picture, play the macro game a little bit more rather than having to interact with the team, or do they want to be like, you know what? We're going to crack that shell. We're going to go try and make plays. We're going to go for these extreme dives, crazy invades to kind of force out something out of BRU.
That could actually be a pretty good factor for them to make it happen, because Hong Kong Attitude has been known to be a pretty aggressive type of team here. In one of their games against Up One Team Esports, they used Florentino, Irie, and Liliana, and those are some really in-your-face pick-off type of heroes, duelists and pick-offs. So it feels like HKA aren't far from doing that strategy straight from the get-go to set the pace up against BRU. But the hard thing about that is BRU, again, their ability to control the game is something to be awed at, because BRU actually is one of the teams that have put the most amount of emphasis on just objectives, like comparing the stats here from BRU and HKA.
All right.
In the entirety of the 15 games that BRU played, they have had 34 takes on the Abyssal Dragon, while HKA, who only had 14 games, had 19 takes on the Abyssal Dragon. So you could really see the difference of how they really prioritize objectives over kills. And that also shows with the Dark Slayer, where BRU got 25 out of the 15 games, and then HKA got only 20 out of the 14 games.
Yeah, so 2 very contradicting play styles for both sides. And it's kind of like, which style is going to come up on top. I don't know if either would adapt to kind of like, incorporate a little bit, especially for like BRU, if they want to incorporate something a little bit more aggressive. And it's not like we haven't seen them push the aggression before, especially if they know they are on the upscale of gold and they're like, you know what, we just need a little bit more to push us over the edge. And they just turn on the kill switch and they go really, really far with the aggression.
Yeah, BRU is also a team that isn't. No, I mean, they're known to be, again, that team that can slow the pace of the game. But they have been matches here in the group stage where they just went wild. Like, they were able to win out the game, I think, like 8 or 10 minutes in. That's pretty dang fast. But of course, they have to be worried about Hong Kong Attitude, who also has probably one of the strongest junglers I've seen in this entire set of teams that we've had, which is Shaolin. Shaolin has been an adamant factor at how Hong Kong Attitude gets those W's in their pockets, in their belts.
Yeah, he definitely sets the tone of the game, especially.
Yeah, for sure.
And But then again, it's like you kind of wonder if he's going to get punished. Most likely, like like just keep putting him on sub-tier picks. Is like we're never going to give you proper meta picks every single time. But that might actually hurt you later on. And that's where the global ban pick rules kind of like you'll eventually get one good pick in one of the games down the road, unless you really want to just limit the pool. In that case, it's like, why play the game? But yeah, I think especially for HKA, if their jungler is going to be prioritized, it kind of really alleviates a lot of the pressure for the other lanes to kind of be like, don't worry, we're just going to be resident sleeper here until the right time to strike.
Yeah, and this is going to be a very fun match as well, even though I think, like, again, BRU might get the better of this one, because both teams have shown that aside from them they can flip the switch from being aggressive to defensive, is that they also have a good understanding of the global ban pool, where they're not afraid to try to use other picks. Like, again, for example, Hong Kong Attitude, second game, they immediately use Slims. And we don't see Slims that often anymore, but because of the certain matchup that they had, because they had to go for a more pick-off-centric matchup, and, Tel'Anis is just too slow. You have to wait every single time for her Chaos Arrow. They wanted to go for something faster. The Slims was there. He has the Stun Spears and whatnot. They used them really, really well, and they got 4-0 against one team to get here to the semifinals.
I mean, that's pretty impressive considering how they play, but, Slims is particularly annoying. I have to blurt it out there. I don't like seeing Slims up, but like when it works, it really does work. And they really press the acceleration pedal when it does come to it. But I don't know. This particular matchup, BRU is just, I don't know. It's tough to see if they will bring out something like Slims, or if BRU is prepared to take on HKA, vice versa, if HKA is ready to take on BRU.
Yeah, and again, all of this will just, be unfolded right in front of us as we go into the draft. Oh, actually not yet the draft, but there's the lineup of the teams here. Look at that. It's a big earring.
Huge stage as well. Like, oof, they're playing live up, especially for HKA. I mean, these guys are definitely no strangers to the playoffs, to being in live. It's not like they haven't been here before, but we're just gonna have to see whether or not they can etch it out all the way to the end this time around. And BRU also a very tough competitor. Like, it's really frustrating, especially when they come when I see them, because like the way they play the game is correct fundamentally, but it can sometimes be really boring watching them scale and scale and scale, and then when they realize, like, okay, I think we finally scaled enough, they turn on the kill switch, and it's like, why didn't this kill switch happen anytime sooner?
True. There is one of the star players there for BRU, Nunu. So here's the thing. BRU is kind of like in a weird spot wherein they're a very strong team, but they haven't really had any, big trophies, big wins, big tournaments under their belt. They're always there, but they always seem to come or fall short. But now, going into this one, they seem to have the perfect curve from going at the very bottom, slowly to the top, and now only a few teams remain for them to get that sweet, sweet trophy. On the other hand, HKA, they're also in kind of a weird situation here. They were first place in the Korean Challenger Series Summer 2019. They went 4-0 once again against One Team Esports. But aside from that, they have been in the bottom echelon of tournaments, wherein they'll be placing 5th, 6th, and 7th. Never really coming out on top. Only with those, only I think with GCS, but that's about it. Something as big as AIC is something that they have still yet to accomplish. So you know that both of these teams are hungry and they're set out to get that win, that glorious win for themselves.
Yeah, look at that beautiful trophy that they have displayed up on that stage here. Whew, can't wait to see who's going to be lifting that up, but they're going to have to deal with each other before moving on to the next round in the grand finals, where we've already have their competitor sitting there waiting, learning, and trying to be the best that they can be as Team Flash. Again, they won AWC. Now all they got to do is just lock in the AIC, and they are just the best team in the world. But before then, let's see how this one plays out.
So if you guys also are living in Bangkok, you can actually go here to Icon CM. That is 7th floor of the mall. So just go there, free entrance. Get yourself something to watch. There's tons and tons of seats. Like I feel like you can even actually fill it up. 2,700 seats, and those seats aren't your just run-of-the-mill mono blocks or something. These are built for operas and stuff, so you can lift up your feet, relax, and just you can even fall asleep, but not because because of how comfortable the seats are, but you'll definitely be awake because of how intense the games will definitely be.
Yeah, I mean, these competitors are ready to go at it already. We can't wait for the games to start already. Please let the games begin, because the draft will be coming up real shortly, and I hope to God, like, can we get another Crash game? Can we get one? Just one more Crash game. That's all I ask. Just one more Crash game. That'll just make my day right there. I mean, the first Crash game is just like a bit of a teaser. It's like, it did pretty well. Got MVP as well.
I mean, we might see him because we didn't see for that entire series in Ormar be used. So we might see more shenanigans supports come out.
Oh, I love it.
Shenanigan type of supports. Yeah. I think that's the better wording for it. And here again, I haven't really talked about this at the very start of the stream, but these players are trying to get that sweet prize of $200,000 $. All in all, $500,000 prize pool. That is no slouch. I feel like if I can get that, I can just sit back, relax for like the entire year, and I'm okay.
You're set for the year. You're just ready to go enjoy your life.
Ready myself up for AIC 2020. 2020 rather.
Do it all over again. Just rinse and repeat. But yeah, that is a lot of money on the table. And I think, besides the money, I think a lot of these players really want the pride of actually being able to lift up that trophy and be considered, the best in their region, representing their country, their server, their country as well. Like, that's a huge honor. And maybe that might be the motivation they need to really just play their A game. Just play their A game.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors. Of course, we don't actually know the story of these players per se, wherein maybe they're getting the support of their friends and their family, and that always is a nice nice motivational boost for you. And it always just makes you feel better when you try to join a tournament. And definitely, if these players have their support, maybe even from the fans, that'll give them the much needed boost. And I feel like, again, we're in for a treat here as Hong Kong Attitude. I mean, I haven't been, I'm not in favor of them, but they have shown a good set of performance.
Yeah, that's coming out a lot harder than it looks like. Oh, you're really trying, huh?
Not what I mean, man. Not what I mean. Okay.
But fair enough. Yeah, we haven't seen them play at their 120%. I think that's what you're trying to get at here.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
It's kind of true. I mean, a lot of their matchups were arguably a lot easier to go through. Some are definitely a lot more difficult, but we haven't seen them play out of their mind just yet. But I would argue that BRU haven't done that too. They basically just play I'm gonna sit here, wait till I scale game, and just like I'm gonna wait for another 13 more minutes. Let's wait until then.
Yeah.
15 minutes, and now it's go time.
I mean, BRU could be in for a surprise as well, because they might be feeling a bit confident in this game, even though in the interviews they might say that we're going to be playing this thinking that this is our final game, or we're respecting every other team. There's still that mentality that because we've played so well, we're 9-1 right now, I'm feeling pretty good. They might overlook some points that Hong Kong Attitude can abuse.
That's true. Hopefully it doesn't end up like to the beginning of today, where game one didn't look too well for IGP.
Yeah,
even though they had quite a lead. I hope that doesn't occur again if either BRU get too overconfident or HKA kind of drop the ball, which just hopefully that doesn't happen again. Ooh.
Yeah, so I mean, guys in the chat, while we're still waiting for the first game to come out, please just drop it. The hashtag BRU win or hashtag HKA win. Show your support. I'm gonna try to see if I can see some comments or whatever to see what they think is gonna happen in this particular matchup, because again, we haven't really seen these teams fight up against each other, because HKA coming in from Taiwan, weirdly enough, their name is Hong Kong Attitude, but the main team is from Taiwan. They're kind of a mix of Hong Kong and Taiwanese, but...
Hey man, when you're an organization, doesn't matter too much as long as you have, the winning spices to get yourself that
I have a question,
big
though.
W.
What do you call the residents of Hong Kong?
I don't want to answer that. I feel this is like a trap.
No, because for Taiwan, it's Taiwanese, right?
Uh-huh.
So it's for Hong Kong, Hong Kongese.
I don't know.
Well, I would. Now that you mentioned, now you're making me think about it. Like, really, I don't know. You know, I'm not exactly the greatest thing with trivia like this, but yeah, I would imagine that they do have a proper term for it.
All right, so okay, I'm from the Philippines, but we're not called Filipinians. We're Filipinos, right? You're from Malaysia, so you're Malaysians.
Yeah.
So how do you do for Hong Kong?
I don't know, man. I choose not to put myself into these awkward situations and ask too many questions about it, mainly because I for sure have zero idea. Like, none. Like, that's all I got in me. But yeah, it is a good point. But honestly, I think coming for this, you're just gonna have to go there and ask them themselves. Just fly over and be like, "Hey, what do you know? What do you call it?" I don't know whether you're gonna get in trouble for that, but hey, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You might want to be careful.
I'm not making fun of anything. I'm just really curious. Because again, we're all human beings. We're very inquisitive and all that, right? So yeah.
We're just gonna have to wait and see. You know, hopefully somebody in chat, drops it.
Please,
drops it down.
Please, somebody help us in chat. I want to know. Okay.
Oh boy. Even though I may be Malaysian, surprisingly enough, I don't know too much about the other regions in general. Mainly because, I have terrible trivia knowledge. Terrible. Like
you're not a walking. Wait, what's
encyclopedia?
Is it encyclopedia or almanac?
What? You know what? I'm not gonna get into this. I know for a fact this is gonna bite me back in the butt later on.
I have to take note because I don't know.
Isn't it an encyclopedia? Is the what?
I think it's an encyclopedia.
It's pretty sure it's not the almanac, but I'm like doubting myself slightly. Like, you said it so confidently, it was like, I might be wrong. I might be wrong on this one.
Almanac is more of like a calendar of events, like from
weathers
and like human-made events, or like let's say winter's coming, something like that. So okay, you're right. It is encyclopedia. All right, guys, we're just burning time here. We're waiting for the game to start, and we don't want to overuse everything because we've talked a lot about already what the matchup is going to be, and I can't really talk too much about everything else because, again, BRU has already great stats all in all, but Hong Kong Attitude has also okay stats. Like they, at least on the Hong Kong Attitude's blue side, they are at 71% win rate with 5-2, but their red side is like 100%. And then if you see BRU, it's kind of like the flip. Where in BRU are 8-0 on blue side, 100% win rate, and then the red side is 5-2. So that's gonna be pretty interesting because it seems like if we see BRU go on the red side and then HKA on the blue side.
Personally, I don't know. I kind of feel like, especially in this meta with the number of picks that there are and with the global ban pick rules, that red side has like that slight advantage. Has that slight because getting those 2 picks earlier, especially when it's within the first 3 rounds of the best of 7.
Yeah.
That's when, red side is a little bit more favorable. And then once you start losing those picks really quickly, especially if you're burning them fast, 4, 5, and 6 get progressively harder, and it favors the other side. And that's kind of why the global ban pick rules are just like another level of why it's so great. You see all the variety of picks of heroes in the game, but also it kind of gives both sides even footing as, the game progresses.
Yeah, so again, it's what I said to Zero before. It's kind of like 3D chess. You're not only thinking about the game per se, but you're also thinking about the next games because, you can't really use everything all at the same time.
Yeah.
And check this out. This is our tournament bracket here, guys. We saw the prize pool before, and from quarterfinals all up now to the semifinals, this is our standings. And might I just point out again the meme? 4-3, 4-2, 4-1, 4-0.
No, not like this. I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see if that comes to fruition. But honestly, so far so good for Team Flash. You have to. They've taken out some big competitors, AHQ, IGP already. But the same thing goes for Buriram United, knocking out EVOS Esports as well, and now coming up against Hong Kong Attitude. This is going to be the real test whether they are a really versatile team. If they can knock out this team that plays so much around the early game, then it looks to be that the finals is going to be a little bit more interesting in terms of the variety that they have, the play styles that they're willing to deal with. Because I feel like if you are good at one particular style, yeah, sure, but eventually the variety is required and needed if you want to especially win that Grand Championship.
Yeah, it's kind of like you have to be clay, where in anything that you mold, you have to make do with.
Yes.
So definitely something that these teams have to understand to the greatest of extent, just so that they can win in any particular matchup, in any type of scenario. It's the thing that befits a champion, the ability to adapt under pressure. So that's something to also look forward to.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this plays out. Make sure you are supporting your favorite team. If you're joining me with the hashtag HKAWin, do let us know in chat. But if you're also joining Asura with hashtag BRUWin, do let us know in the chat as much as you can. Because remember, these players are going to need your support when they're coming into this game. All the support matters. Each shouting fan is going to help them push on through.
Yeah, because you think it might not be the case, but if you're in that live event, you're shouting for your favorite player, your favorite team, the support, the feel, the physical feel of that sound reverberating, it just really amps you up. Like if you've been to live events, it amps you up. So, these guys, they need your support. So shout your lungs out, maybe even in your respectable homes when you're holding your phone or you're watching onto your PC. Maybe you can do that Kaioken thing where you put your hands up in the air, wave them like you just don't care, and give them the energy that they need.
Kaioken thing? Really? It's not Kaioken!
Kikidama, I know.
Every cell in me just can't take it. No! You don't do DBZ like that, man. You don't do DBZ like that.
I mean, come on. It's like that has been out for 20 years. The technique. It's all about the Ultra Instincts right now, right?
It's all, yeah. Forget about the Spirit Bomb. Nobody ever uses that. He's only used it like twice. He's never gonna use it again.
Arguably for one of the best arcs against Cell, though. No, Frieza.
Yeah, Frieza.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right. Buriram United, here is the lineup. Overfly as well as Summer. The jungle is first one. Their mid lane, Nunu, as well as ADL lane. It's going to be Dixford and Islanders as the support.
That is Buriram United Esports. Bum bum bum.
Okay, these guys are setting up. Looks like they are getting ready to go into the draft. But we've got one more lineup to show you, which is going to be HKA in a little bit.
While we're waiting for that, here's another thing. If you guys weren't able to watch the group stage, Nunu is the 1v1 show match champion.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he won against Nova's. I'm so terrible with names right now. The jungler of Nova.
The jungler of Nova.
Yeah.
I mean, I was watching it the other day and I was just like, man, he's actually a beast. Like, he plays the lane so well. So I want to see whether, that can translate.
Vex,
especially,
there you go.
Vex, that's the one. I want to see whether it translates, especially in the game, because, when you play mid, it's not a 1v1 situation. It's not like you're in the Darkslayer lane or the Abyssal Dragon lane where you, the Darkslayer lane where you're kind of by yourself and you kind of have to play the lane by yourself. 1v1ing most of the time, looking to, outmaneuver your opponent. But you have the help of your support. So again, it's that synergy on top of everything else. Does that translate over?
Not sure. I'm curious to see if that actually is gonna, be able to show its worth for any of the teams. But we'll see. I was a little bit distracted from how good that AR was, like being set out in the field, and then they get like their flags on their respective lanes. That was pretty sleek. And now I believe we are about to see Hong Kong Attitude's Rio. Turn right back up. Oh, come on.
There it is.
Now we're still showing the key player of the game, though. So this is Buriram's jungle first one.
Yeah, Cricknack has so far been just unfortunately, personally, I don't like it, but unfortunately, has been dominating the jungle for a large part of it, and even in solo queue, it's just super disruptive.
The thing with Kriknak is he's like the most versatile jungler you can ever use, or he's the in any form of composition, right? Like if you're gonna go for the Murad, you have to get your stacks up before you get the Temporal Turbulence.
Yeah.
If you're with the Lindis, you have to wait for your front lines first before you can start kiting or hitting. But with the Kriknak, if you can just see somebody out of position, or even if you can just have an opening to dish out a little bit of your damage, you're good already.
Yeah, and you can like push them right out. You have a displacement effect as well, which is all really good. You have a stun. Like, it's like there's so many things good about him. And previously, especially in Season 1, where he wasn't exactly that great. He was just kind of there. He did damage, but then he falls off.
Yeah.
A lot of patches later, they kind of buff him up, and now he's got like a solid build, a go-to build that makes him super effective. But the jungle role is just so important, and he just travels the map so fast. Now here is your lineup for Hong Kong Attitude. In Darkslayer is going to be Outcast, and Ready Day in the jungle is going to be Xiao Lin. In the mid, it's going to be Easy. ADL, the man himself. Ooh, with his support,
I like how you just really deepened your voice for the ADC, and then for support it's like Abao.
Wow. Maybe it was because I disrespect supports a little too much in my solo queue games, but that's like a personal bias that I don't want to dive into. Too much PTSD moments where too much PTSD moments where supports are just like the bane of my existence. But yeah, let's look at today's starting lineup here. It's gonna be Abao, the man. Going to be Outcast up into the Darkslayer lane.
They were just hiding behind the man.
Yep, Easy and Xiao. I think these guys have a lot of potential in them, and their ceiling is pretty high, but there is a lot of room for improvement. It's not like they haven't dropped, they haven't shown weakness in their previous games leading up to this.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, though, the 2 games that Hong Kong Attitude actually lost, if I'm not mistaken, was that they lost 1-1 to Team Olympus, which was from South Korea, and the other one was to the now waiting in who's going to be 3rd place, IGP Gaming. So you know that Hong Kong Attitude, they actually have a really reputable standings in the entirety of Group A. But of course, that is just Group A. They're at the same ranking as IGP was, with 6 points overall, with 82 in their standings. Now they have to prove their worth, and here is your key player of the game, the mid laner of HKA, Easy. Grixie and Varese is his most picked heroes.
Strangely enough, especially in the mid lane, you wouldn't have expected Varese to be, so highly prioritized, but he picks it so often, and he does a really good job, absorbing pressure. He's not trying to be the hard carry. He looks to set up fights, looks to do the role justice.
It's like he plays the spearhead, for
the spear.
Yeah, HKA. No, not the spear, for HKA. What the heck, man? But it's kind of true, because Shaolin, he loves to go for those assassin type of junglers, not really too much on. Well, again, he's gonna go for the Kriknak and the Murad. We do see the Lindis though, but he only picked that, I believe, twice in the entirety of the groups the group stage. So I still pick he is much more of an adamant or a really aggressive assassin jungler, which would actually make a lot of sense to be helped by Easy. Now, with all of the niceties, introductions out of the way, we are almost about to begin with the draft.
Oh, I can't wait for this game to start already. I'm excited to see where they're going to go, because it's similar, especially when you go into pick man phase, it's similar to chess, where it's you're opening. They teach you literally 40, maybe 50 hours of openings in chess. Same thing for picks and bans. You can learn so much of the priorities of teams and the way they play just from the picks and bans alone. But so far, we're looking at win rates 100% on blue side, 100% on red side, 71% on either. So let's see. I mean, if Buram is going to be on blue side, red side, somebody's going to lose their win rate here.
I mean, I was about to say that. Oh, maybe if Hong Kong Attitude actually starts up on the blue side, they may actually win, and then oh.
Yeah, and then here, we mentioned this just now, especially for the Abyssal Dragon average kill range, like 2.3 to 1.4, a significant difference between the two teams. It kind of tells you what the priorities are, or whether, you know, Hong Kong Attitude are willing to give up the Abyssal Dragons to maybe look for an advantage across the map. Or, you know, they're just not too great around playing that level 4 spike, and other teams have really been taking advantage of it. That's, you know,
True.
one way or the other.
I mean, Hong Kong Attitude is this a type of team that will fight you just for dominance in the map. Like, it might not result in them getting the objectives, it might even result in them losing objectives, but they will also always try to challenge you, and that is where BRU again is gonna look to shine, because their control is insane. Look at this zoom into the Dark Slayer. That is also pretty good. But check this out.
So nice.
That 0.3 difference is still pretty big if you look at it, because Dark Slayer isn't always picked just because he summons himself a little bit after mid-game closing into the late game, so not everybody can always use him. They only get like once or twice an entire game. There's only a game that lasted like 40, 50 minutes, I forgot which team that was, which had like 8 Dark Slayers picked, but that's a different thing. But
hey, that might be the 0.3, okay? Just that game alone just pushes up the Dark Slayer average kills.
But in any case, you can see how much more objective-based BRU are compared to Hong Kong Attitude. But that doesn't mean it's a good thing always. Like, if you try to go always for the objectives and not really trying to go, you know, for the win, it could spell disaster. Because, like, objectives doesn't always translate into winning. Sometimes it might translate to you losing because you don't know how to play the team fight better. But of course, we'll have to see.
Yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see that both teams are prepping up. Hopefully they have everything set up for them and they don't face any technical issues. That would be, honestly, that's like the one thing that people kind of overlook. And here we go. The draft has begun. It's going to be HKAA versus Buriram BRU. And they're going to start off with a Darcy ban for blue side. Well, 71% win rate for both sides. Looks like it's going to be pretty even, but somebody is going to have to lose, and somebody's going to drop that win rate. Zip going to be the next ban coming in from Ram United.
BRU, they're really just kind of, well, they've allowed Zip to be passed on or slip through the banhammer of the first phase, and more so than not, they do love to get that Zenial out. So I'm actually looking forward to them baiting out the Zip, because they're pretty comfortable actually going up against that opponent. But I guess this high up into the tournament semifinals, they might not just allow that to push through. With both junglers being already removed here from Hong Kong Attitude, I feel like Buriram should just ban out the Krizzix already, because it's not worth it to let your opponents just get it straight up unless they have a plan for it, though.
Well, I feel like they might be able to hold it up here, because now HKA, they're going to be giving away a lot of teams. Oh, I was about to mention Florentino, but like, yeah, Florentino does fit that, fit that build. A lot of teams like starting up with the Florentino.
We're never gonna see the Azenka, guys. Don't even think about it. This is just a hover over. We've seen this during the group stage. We've seen this during the quarterfinals. It's not gonna happen. Don't think about it.
Happen. Yeah. They're hovering over, and they lock in the Lindis as their first pick coming in for HKA. And Lindis so far just been a great jungler overall. Gets that vision, deals a lot of damage, scales super well into the later stages of the game. Buriram United now looking to lock in their next 2 picks.
Krizzix, Kilgroth. Show me the duo money.
Please don't.
Show me the duo money. It's gonna be so difficult to deal against that.
Yeah, that's Cricknack as well. Yep, and this is why they left up the Cricknack this time around. I guess they are making sure that they are prioritizing the jungle for the side of HKA. So they're just limiting their options. They go for the Lindis first. They could have gone for the Cricknack if they wanted to, but still, they're giving it over to Buriram. They're going to be locking out Krizzix as well, so they're going to have plenty of ways to kind of sniff out where Lindis is. And, Lindis, the moment she gets at 4, oh boy, Krizzix, he's got to be careful.
This is a lot of zone with the Alice and the Diao Chan, and already you can see that HKA going in for these slightly less optimal picks, but still really strong in a certain composition. Diao Chan is already there to stop the Krizzix and the Cricknack, more so the Krizzix in trying to initiate the fights, also with the Alice, so this is a lot of peel potential. And BRU, they get themselves the Varez, which could be a starter for initiates. Again, also a very strong I would say tier 1 hero, just because we've seen her time and time again in the group stage used multiple times, especially in that mid lane.
I feel like, I don't know. I think people can, people have definitely been arguing like, where does Vera stand? Is she a tier 1? Is she like an S tier, like an A tier? Is she tier 1, tier 2? I feel like no matter what, she's consistent. Like even if you pick her in a composition that's looking not too great, she consistently is able to perform no matter what. And looking into the next couple of bands, Kilgroth for the side of HKA. Yenna for the side of Boomerang. Huh, okay.
Hayate's still up actually here. And we actually don't know yet if this Lindis will go for the jungle role or the ADC. I feel like it might still go ADC just because Alice is right there. And it just works better than it is with the Hayate. So we might see actually a Hayate ban just so that it denies Boomerang that really, really strong ADC, because the Foxen is such a strong Hayate player that it doesn't make sense to do that. But they take away at the Elsu.
I think they're willing to kind of let it go, because I mean, if they're prioritizing Elsu, what are they trying to set up for? Oh, looks like Omen's going to be the first pick coming in for the side of Boomerang in the second ban phase. Sorry, the second pick phase coming into this game. HKA now want to round out their composition a little bit more here. They are still missing a couple of components. Amelie being hovered over? Interesting.
I'd actually maybe go for the Amelie up against Omen here, but
it's not the best of matchups, though.
The thing is, if you want to go for Amelie, you're really going to be looking to split away from your team, because she does not do well in team fights. Her 1v1 is phenomenal, but her team fights are pretty lame. So you're looking to win up against the Omen here that will possibly be put into Overfly's hand. So it's either you go the Richter or the Amelie, but at least this one already away from the board. It's a smart decision for HKA, but this just means that they have to force... Okay, never mind. They need to go for some teamfight powers, because if they're going to go for Fennec, that means that that's going to be a 4-1 split where you have 2 of the 4 members as ADCs. That is an easy pickoff.
Yeah.
So they don't even want that to happen.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. Having, a little bit more team fight potential when you have a Fennec, it's a good idea to actually go for the Roxy. I mean, they could have gone for the Amelie, and they could have played 4-1, but still, I feel like you can hold it up for, later on when you go up against something like, a Yenna or something else where it's like you do decently well against it, and you won't exactly lose too hard if you fall behind. So that's definitely a plus point. Plus, Roxy is super safe.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really lose any of your other strong...
Never lose.
Exactly. Not just that, but in the long run, you still have a lot of options for your DS laner. So having a Roxy at the as the starter is a really good option, because she's, like you said, very difficult to kill, easy to use, safe to use, and her ability to just drag you in is going to actually be vital when you're trying to look for an initiate when your teammates don't have that explosive initiation. So Roxy does fit the bill as a DS laner that will solidify the composition of Hong Kong Attitude.
Yeah. Now, looks like these guys are going to be loading into the game. It's going to be HKA versus BRU. Make sure in the chat, list it out, hashtag BRU win or HKA win to show your support for both of these competitors.
And game number 1 is moments away from beginning. And with that, what do you think about the compositions, my friend?
I mean, so far, I feel like I'm taking away the bias. Like, if I logically think about this, I kind of feel like HKA have a slightly better composition in this case, because they drive a lot better, especially in team fights, and they have options of split pushing with the Roxy, because she basically doesn't really interact with the laner as much. However, on the side of BRU, I wouldn't imagine them losing too hard as well. I think they just have to kind of find the right conditions to keep control. That Kriknak needs to be able to either punish the Roxy or look to make sure Lindis doesn't get too far ahead.
For me, I feel like there's not much punish for HKA's composition. The thing that I'm really worried for HKA here is that they picked the Diao Chan in the first rotation when they still haven't seen the ADC of BRU, and BRU took out the perfect counter to the Diao Chan, which is the Valheim. So once you try to set up your skills, your ultimate that is a channeling ultimate, you can get stunned in and then locked down by the Valheim, which is the bane of Diao Chan's existence. And aside from that, actually anybody else here who gets locked down is going to be easy to follow up, because you have the Kriknak Valheim connection, which is very, very difficult to deal with, especially if it's in the hands of a very capable Krignac player, which BRU's jungler is very known for.
Yeah. Oh, looks like it is time. You guys been waiting patiently for it. We will give it to you. Now, the streak will be moving into the first game of this second matchup here between HKA against BRU. Let the games begin.
Of course, this is the just walk up in front of your opponents. They're gonna split themselves already, spotting out that there was somebody over the wall there. Immediate pull from Nunu. He just knew that somebody was there. His ability to know his opponent, you know, he's the king of the 1v1 showmatch show. He knows his matchups, and having the Varese also a pretty good answer to the Liao Chat, but this Alendo's already taking quite a bit of damage, but they're gonna chase. They're gonna chase the Lindis here. I don't know if Shaolin can actually get this second jungle cap.
I think they just have to disrupt by time. Like if they can steal away, that's pretty good. Ooh, close, but still it allows the team to slowly maintain control as long as they keep contesting for a lot of these camps to allow Krignac to hit level 4 earlier and slow down Lindis's jungle path. That might be the that small window they need for first one to look for that first blood.
We'll have to see again. First one already level 4. That big shutdown onto Shaolin to force him to kind of just roam around a little bit farther. That's gonna be very. That's actually gonna leave a little bit of leeway here for first one to maybe get a first gank off, as Shaolin is just about to hit that level 4 mark. And you can already see the rotation from BRU here. And I did say that they're not a team that only plays the slow and methodical. They also like to go fast and furious if you give them a chance to, which they might actually use with first one being on that Krignac.
Wow, first one is making sure that he is always off cooldown with that ultimate. Like he's going in with the drone drop, trying to look around. He earlier tried to catch out Alice, but Alice noticed it happen, pulled back. And the same thing with Roxy, like she was proxying the wave and then she suddenly reeled backwards the moment she knew the rest of the team was like telling her, hey, Krignac's coming up, be careful for that.
Yeah, the amount of communication, for both of these teams really just showing already. Like, you're not seeing any of them go over commit here. Not even BRU when they were trying to, go for a jungle invade. They still didn't try to over commit that jungle invade because they were respectful of how much damage and crowd control and punish that HKA can do when you're overstay your welcome. And it just goes to show. Now there's a little bit of a tussle here. Overfly getting pulled right in. I think he might be able to escape here. What the hell from that flicker, as his teammates will be body blocking. Celindus also has to be careful here because even though he is a Kha'Zix, he's not a tanky Kha'Zix. He is easy to get bursted down, but they do keep Overfly alive. Using that flicker though.
Yeah. Oh, they're playing it a little slower. And, HK, I would like to see the aggression come out of them, but right now, I don't think they're able to too much, especially with the composition that they have right now. They're kind of waiting for about to get that level 4, and once he hits level 4, now he's got some great options to kind of change the course of the fight. So they have to. So Boomerang right now have to play a little bit more aggressively. Hopefully, get those initial pickups to get that lead. They're playing so slow.
Yeah, can they actually get that pick off?
Yeah.
I was actually wondering if they're going to start off this Abyssal Dragon straight up, just because they do have the option to do just that. And we seem like we're going to have a slight, kind of a halt here, guys. Not sure what happened there, but you can already see, again, not really much contention whatsoever. Because around the 4-minute mark, 5-minute mark, that's when you actually really want to start the Abyssal Dragon, because it's the optimal timing to actually go for it.
Yes.
But you're seeing them kind of respect each other. They don't want to overcommit. Is that what I think it is?
Yeah, it's talcum powder.
Oh.
It's baby powder to help your fingers don't get
Yeah.
sweaty. Yeah,
And
I
more
think
slippery on the screen. Okay.
it definitely helps out. I think more importantly, it's like, both sides realize that the level 4s are extremely, extremely powerful spells. If anybody makes a mistake, it could really snowball out of control. And it's not like they're starting the Abyssal Dragon. They just want to make sure that they have a better positioning. Because when you go on and you don't have too many items, Abyssal Dragon will chunk you out a little bit more than it usually does. Like, you will lose a little bit of life. And I think they're more afraid of being lower down on life and losing because, oh, I just took an extra hit from the Abyssal Dragon more than anything else.
Yeah. And these guys are just trying to read or trying to feel out each other first, because this is the first time that they're going to be, kind of, again, going head-to-head here in the entire tournament. And you're seeing, of course, right now the faces of our Thai counterparts who are live at the Bangkok Stadium. And
Yeah.
again, this is brought to you by our sponsors, Tencent Games, Garena, CJ ENM, True Icon Hall, True Online, and OGN.
Yeah, and so far, I mean, these games have been pretty good. Hopefully the technical issue isn't something too significant like lag or ping, because it's a terrible feeling when it's like, oh yeah, I could be playing at my best if it wasn't for this ping. Like, everybody in the MSP region is just like, relatable. Too hard? Yes. But I think
hashtag real talk, man.
hashtag real talk. But yeah, I definitely envy the other servers for having much better ping and much more stable server. I think that might give us the edge next time, but for now the AIC has been doing pretty well so far, and I think hopefully it's just oh no, it's something was unplugged.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen a little bit of pause during the quarterfinals as well, and nothing too serious. They actually resumed the game, so that was pretty sweet. No need to restart the game or whatnot.
Oh, thank God.
Which kind of showed itself earlier during the group stage, but thankfully not anymore. So all you guys have to do is just wait a little bit with us, guys try to kind of digest what happened at the very start of it. But at first glance, it seems like, again, both of these teams just trying to read each other with how they move around the map. Maybe it's a little bit of trading here and there and just kind of stealing of the jungle camps, but that's about it.
I mean, it's the same thing like fighters, where boxers, they kind of judge their distances. They kind of they tickle the water a little bit, stick a toe in just to feel it out. Hopefully, get a grasp of how they would react across the map. Because again, the game may be linear, but teams react a lot differently to a lot of different situations. So they're trying to get a good idea to maybe get a read and hopefully look to punish them and adapt on the spot. And that's kind of what I feel BRU is kind of doing here, where they're trying to show aggression. The moment Crick Knight hits level 4, every single time off of cooldown, Crick Knight will pop the drone drop, look for an initial pick on that top side, and I think HKA respected that very well. They responded super good. They didn't lose too much off of it.
And you can already see, how good HK is using their support to try to figure out where this Cricknack will go. Because if you don't have that proper information, that's when the Cricknack starts to show how strong he is. Because the less information you have, the more Cricknack has to work around the map, unseen, unsighted, and basically super deadly.
Yeah, and it definitely helps when you have Lindis as well to kind of get, you see him blip on the map once in a while. Or if he accidentally steps on it, I mean, that reveals him too. But, quick blips on the map, the information is going to be super, super important. Coming up to this Abyssal Dragon here, I don't know. Like, I feel like if they go head-to-head, it's kind of a 50-50 in that sense. Like, there isn't a very clear winner in these upcoming team fights.
Yeah, but more so than not, I feel like there might be just a slight hinge of advantage for BRU. Again, I just feel because of that Valheim pick. Again, you're going to be able to disrupt a lot of the tempo skills that need to come out from HKA to win or to even have a chance at winning these team fights. And then once you get that rolling, you have yourself the Cricknack against or Varese to initiate the fights. Something they have to be a little bit worried about is Roxy's pull, but aside from that, that's just about it.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like Roxy is going to be in this awkward position where she's like, she kind of has to be a part of the fight, but also doesn't want to really be a part of the fight. So that's why it's like, it feels weird to see her in a composition where she doesn't entirely fit, but she does the role well.
And I'm thinking really hard about like how the first dragon fight will just kind of unfold in front of us. But I mean, aside from that, we've talked about almost all the scenarios about that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. But while actually before we go and resume and whatnot, while we're still waiting for the game to resume, I also saw that Fennec and Valheim were basically left to their devices on the bottom lane, where Valheim was kind of winning in that particular duel. I feel like if you actually dodge the bola of Fennec, Valheim just deals so much more because his skill rotation is slightly faster and his ability to stun you also factors in to how you can push away the Fennec. And there was like a 200, 300 gold lead that the Valheim was accumulating in that in that AD lane.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with the level 1 trading where Fennec doesn't have the initial skills to actually catch up with it, because Valheim, he takes the stun first. It's just like, oh, auto stun, auto, and then if your RNG is in your favor, you might get another mini stun in, which adds up. As long as you don't get hit by all of the stacks, causing the passive of Fennec to pop, I think that's the most important thing. You dodge that, you basically win the trade-off in almost all situations.
Yeah, and at least that's gonna be the case during the quote-unquote laning phase. Once we get into the pushing phase, that's when the Fennec can slightly outshine Valheim. I feel like Valheim is also a really strong pusher of waves, but Fennec is
just a beast.
This is the beast, the best in destroying towers. The thing now is, can HKA really find those moments where they can push down towers? Because the rotation from BRU's lineup, the speed of how they can respond to these pushes can really hinder HKA's, let's say, forward momentum to try to get out these objectives. But of course, that is, again, all situational, all substantial, depending on how, or rather who gets the first true advantage in this game.
Oh, yeah, that's the problem with the Abyssal Dragon, where it's like you get the EXP lead, and then the ball starts rolling. If you make a mistake after that, that could really hurt your team. You saw that in the previous games, where it's like, oh, they got the fight, they got Abyssal Dragon, they got one turret, and then it's just they could never come back. And a lot of teams are going to be like that. Looks like we're going to be heading back into the game. Looks like they didn't have to remake it. Thank God.
Yeah, that's kind of like a big hooray for us, because, or rather not just for us, but for the players themselves, because
I mean, they've already played like a good amount of the laning phase as well. So it's like, it'd be a waste, but it looks like, pretty sure, wait.
Nobody's knocked out yet though, but there is that 1k gold lead here for Buriram, and I'm curious where all this gold is coming from. So it's the jungle and the ADC that is getting the most of this gold lead.
I think we missed out on the Abyssal Dragon fight. It looks like Buriram was able to get the first Abyssal Dragon of the game, and you can already see that, first one, he's already level 8, but the rest of the team is slowly trying to catch up. Slight discrepancy in terms of EXP, but it's not going to be enough to really, put a hole in someone's pocket here. Outcast taking a little bit of damage, woohoo, from Dixford. Defox, I mean, I'm trying to see like where do you attack them on the map. They have control over bottom side from HKA. They have they've made sure the jungle entrances are covered, but I don't think a play can be made from HKA just yet.
Yeah, I mean for both sides, so to speak. But right now, what Buriram is just trying to do is they're trying to out-rotate HKA here and slowly chip away at those towers, and you're really seeing it right here. There could be an initiate, but the spacing from the man is really just that good, and you can already see that HKA definitely did their homework. You understand how close they have to play around BRU to keep themselves alive, while at the same time not allowing BRU to get these advantages.
Yeah, and I'm surprised. Looks like the man, yep, he is going to use that ultimate now just to clear up the wave as quickly as possible so he doesn't get dove under the tower. And you can see that, Crixix, he's just hovering around. They want to set this die up. The drone drop onto Abao here. Abao's taking quite a bit of damage, but, they switch onto the man. He rolls away. He's going to be fine. They are going to pick up the kill onto Abao. He survives with 1 HP. Oh, that's so sad, but a good defense coming in from HKA.
None of the 3 members of HKA actually tried to help out their teammate there, and they didn't get any objective at all as well around the map. Interestingly to say that they were really out of position, and that was rather interesting to see. You didn't expect that to happen, and no kill was had by BRU as well.
For sure. I definitely thought that Abao would be going down. He was just like, he had 1 HP left, like literally 1 HP.
Yeah,
they just needed to blow a gust of wind and he would have just been knocked down anyway. But, we're doing it looked like a pretty clean dive. Their priorities are in check, but they definitely should have profited off that situation if they played it better.
You can see there's a kind of like a 4-man setup here onto the top side. But the thing with the composition of Hong Kong Attitude is that they don't really have a start or a pick offer. A picker off?
Yeah, a picker offer?
Picker offer? Yeah, somebody who can initiate the fights. Maybe just the Roxy, but that's about it.
I mean, they do have, the Varus as well as First One to kind of look to get into the fight.
Oh yeah, for BRU, but I was for HKA's case.
For HKA's case, like you're kind of hoping that Fennec gets like a slow or like they get one stun. Quick stun from the Sunshine from Abao, but I think like that's about it. Yeah. I think that's kind of why HKA don't want to be aggressive. They want Buriram to go aggressive, be in their faces, make the mistake, because HKA, they don't exactly have a lot of initiation options like you mentioned.
Yeah, we are almost 8 minutes into this game and nobody has been knocked out yet. Like this is how safe these players are up against each other. They're traversing this, like the entire map is a minefield.
They're just running around, and honestly, it's not too, it's not like it's untrue because you have the Crixix as well as Lindis in there kind of feeding information to the team. It's like, oh, they're here now. We got to rotate to this side. And it's like, oh, no, they caught us here. We got to rotate the other side. We have to respond every single time. But it looks like the first tower finally has been destroyed for the side of BRU.
Yeah, we're already closing to that late game already. This is the mid game going into the late game. And the first tier tower is not really durable enough to handle a second or two of being hit by any of the strongmen of our teams here. And now everybody's congregating to the mid side. This could actually get bloody. Nunu into the front line has to be very careful. And you can already see first one diving right in, but he made a mistake. He thought that he had his teammates with him to help him out, but that was not the case. He loses his life, and now maybe, just maybe, they could get themselves another objective here.
Finally, after at least 8 minutes into the game, the first blood has finally occurred for both sides, for the side of HKA, which is rather surprising. I would have thought that Buram would be the first ones, but now Nunu taking quite a bit of damage. Ooh, wasn't able to get the double tap there for Seola. I think the passive might have been able to proc and get the kill there, but unfortunately, nothing will occur. Bottom side, on the other hand, Fennec is getting a pretty good push here, and I think the rest of the team have begun and wanted to start this dive. But look at him chunk out that turret like it's butter.
Yeah, power of the Fennec for you. Easy to get that 1-for-1 in the towers right out of the moment. Spirit Sentinel is being contested by both Roxy and Omen, but this could be the big first team fight we were looking for. Outcast is taking so much damage, but once again, that is a Roxy, the punching bag of AOV, still underneath all of that harassment, all that bombardment from BRU, finally shutting him down, and still we only have 1-to-1 in terms of the kills.
Yeah, this game is so slow. We're already rotating into mid, we're slowly going to transition into the later stages of the game very soon, but we're just going to have to wait and see because these guys have to ramp up, pick up the pace once they start getting that initial push. Omen down on the bot side, I don't think anybody's contesting him right now. He's going to get another turret for this. Yeah, Varus is rotating now just in case, like, they're unsure whether this is being allowed, like, what is going on. And now Abyssal Dragon will also fall into the hands of BRU.
It feels like Buram might have baited to actually rotate or get that Darkslayer. And Hong Attitude, you saw like 4 people were there, so they were waiting. And I feel like because it was just the Omen, there's still the threat of the Valheim and Kriknak easily going to get the Darkslayer. Hong Attitude were like, let's just give up this bottom tier 1 and make sure that they don't get that big objective because the Darkslayer is more important than at least a tier 1 tower. The man though, oh, he's not going to survive this.
Yeah, he's not worried. He's trying to though. He is quite a bit of damage. He actually gets the trade. He gets multiple procs and he puts the ball on top of himself to get that extra damage. And it was pretty hard to see. And I think the first one he's like, oh, I thought I got this. But ooh, the passive just popping him so quickly.
Man, Fennec in the late game, it is scary already with that Clave Sanctity and the Slick Sting. That is already, like, you know, strong power spike items for the Fennec. And we see Fennec in the late game just explode his opponent. Oh, this is going to be super quick. They're slowing down Nunu ever so slightly here, but of course he is a Varese. He's going to be able to do just that, which is survive underneath bombardment. And they should be fine for now. Good disengage for BRU.
Yeah, I think BRU kind of understand what they have to do. They don't really want to fight HK because, again, they are playing really safe, but also they don't have any engage options. So they can basically just play the map and then push them out because HK have to stick together. Oh, Darkslayer has been taken by BRU as they continue to turn the fight. Easy is in trouble. Nunu able to survive for a lot longer than they would have imagined. He is still alive. He needs one more hit to get his passive back on time. But now, he has to pull backwards before he dies. He's 1 hit away. Holy cow.
Expertly maneuvered by both of our teams. They did lose Outcast for HKA's side, but they could have lost even more if they overcommitted to that fight because the Foxen is just so strong. Aside from that, Nunu, you were talking about it. He was able to just save himself, literally be in the middle of everything and still survive. And this was him from expertly just hitting his opponents and keeping Varese's sustain rolling, and that just kind of kept him alive for such a long time. But even though I actually thought he was going to get knocked out, you know, 1-for-1 trade, but it still worked in favor of BRU. They get that extra kill, they get Darkslayer, and they even get the 4th Abyssal Dragon of the game. none taken by HKA.
Yeah, they're playing the objective game a little too well. And yeah, they will scale very nicely, but this is becoming a little bit more scary for Hong Kong Attitude because they don't exactly have a lot of options to like force fights. So this 4K goal lead is pretty much going to stick unless BRU really mess up. But considering that they already have the Darkslayer buff, like, it's not looking good.
Here it is, the knock onto the bottom tier 3, already using that Drake to much of an advantage, but it seems like the zone capabilities of Hong Kong Attitude will thwart the plans of BRU to get themselves that big enough objective. But like I said, this is how BRU plays their game, the slow, methodical process. It's like hypotheses or the scientific method, the process of elimination, the use of hypotheses to be able to just work your way through victory. Chasing hard on Celentos, but the fight breaks out. They're just going ham at it. But because they don't have the Valheim, BRU disengage and they don't want to try this out without the Valheim, rather.
Yeah, so frustrating because like it's kind of HKA's like initiative to really start these fights, or at least do something, because they are the ones behind, and I don't think Roxy is going to be able to like get pressure for the side lanes because they just traversed the map too quickly for the side of BRU. They've taken up all the tier 1s, they're cutting down on the tier 2s so fast that HK can't even traverse their jungle without the risk of dying. Here we are, BRU, first one, he with the drone drop, he hops on over, destroys that wave super quick, and now Roxy has to respond to it, and they're going to lose that might buff so quick.
Yeah, for now, BRU's battle strategy would be to use the lane equilibrium to their favor, get all of the lanes pushing onto the side of Hong Kong Attitude, then start working at this Darkslayer. HKA, they know what's up. They're going to try to clear out the waves as quickly as possible and try to initiate. Aobao will go there with the speed boost to try to zone him out and maybe even bait BRU in, but BRU, you have to think twice before trying to go for something like that. Valheim could actually catch Aobao here, and Aobao is in no man's land. Get destroyed, Alice? Yes, he will be, because first one joins into the fight. It's Dippin right there. Outcast is going to be too late to the party, and Easy will be no more. Outcast to follow up. He cannot escape the lockdown that is BRU, and they follow it up. The Foxin, though, has to back away as the man with the Spinning is just too damn aggressive. He actually gets 2 of them. The Foxin does come back with the resurrection, but still damage done by Hong Kong Attitude. They stop the Darkslayer, and that is the Phoenix showing its power.
Wow, that was a really good fight. It's a 3-for-2 trade. Not exactly, you know, the best for a HKA, but definitely a fight where it was looking in their favor for so long. It wasn't looking into their favor until the man shows up. It kind of clears it up because, again, because of that slight lead, it's a little difficult. Oh, the man now in trouble. He's going to get locked out and down completely for the side of BRU. This is just a happy-go-lucky two ults already having been used to ensure his death.
I mean, he's strong, but he's not that strong.
I mean, he still needs the auto space no matter what.
Yeah, definitely true. And the thing is, he needs the help of his teammates to get those free hits rolling, because if he's gonna be in a 1 versus 1 against the Foxen, he might win in terms of damage, but the Foxen could actually still win because of his disrupt, because of the ability for him to rotate a stun in, and it really just disrupts the flow of damage of a Phoenix. So with that in mind, he did lose his life, and of course BRU use that to their advantage, get themselves the second Abyssal, rather the Darkslayer of the game, and who actually has the Drake though. Anyways, they can use that Drake to push in a lane.
Yeah, and so far, like, it's not looking too well for Hong Kong Attitude right now. But I'm looking to try and end this game pretty soon. But again, everybody's getting towards their end game builds, and it's like, well, soon enough, you know, that gold lead that BRU developed in the the mid section of the game is not going to mean too much once it gets this late.
Huh. They're waiting this sweet time.
They're trying to sync the waves, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
The bot side, yeah, they're trying to sync top and bottom and then look to get a good push. I'm not so sure if they're going to be able to break that, but it looks like the Outron is kind of just sitting around there, getting ready to move up just in case. But for now, Buram keeping control, trying to sync it up a little bit more, letting it slow push, but they have to be careful. If they, stick their nose too far out, it could give HKA an opportunity to punish.
Might I just point out, we're already 18 minutes into this game, and the overall kills is only 11.
Yeah, rather surprising.
Told you, man, it's the slow, methodical game of BRU. They don't like to go for the ballsy plays. They will drain you ever so slowly. Not like a vampire who just sucks the blood out of your neck, but like a parasite that slowly just, you know, drains out its prey or its host and gets everything from him little by little. This is the BRU specialty.
Yeah, and now they're going to be knocking onto the high ground turret with the help of their little pet dragon here. Outcast taking the brunt of the damage. He's not letting them take this high ground just yet. So BRU has to push him backwards. They're just trading the aggro, making sure they don't get any damage onto that turret. This is so smart for the side of AKA. They're just rotating the man every single time until they clear out the waves. And now they defended against another Dark Slayer push.
But that's just the method of BRU here. They're going to wait for the next Dark Slayer to come out, and then they're going to use that to try to break the tier 3. Or at least for the lowest, or for the least amount of impact, get at least one tier 3 to half HP, and then another Dark Slayer there. The thing with this one is the longer this game progresses, the more advantages BRU actually get and keep that advantage to themselves, which is around 7,000, 6,000 gold lead, and it hasn't really budged at all if you look at how Hong Kong Attitude are coming back at this.
This game is just so slow, and like HK, they know it's like we don't have to do anything. We just have to just chill here, wait for BRU to make a mistake. We don't need to like face check awkward positions. We just need to make sure that, you know, Abao walks up, uses the sunshine effectively. If he lands on someone, we back away. If he doesn't land on someone, probably the brush is clear.
Oh
now,
no!
Abao, he gets caught out. He's out of position. They lock him down. Now the man, same exact situation as Varus, yanks him back into the team. They're gonna pop him again one more time, but. Aburam is just going to get Dark Slayer for free without any contestation, but can they end this game?
Just 40 seconds onto the clock. First one is low. Not sure if he's going to be able to regenerate all of that, but definitely something that they can use. They immediately summon a Drake, and this is it. They know that there's still a good chunk of time before the Aobao and the man actually come back, and they're frantically trying to push the waves here.
Yeah, and now they're just knocking on death's door at this point in time as HKA. One mistake could cost them this game one. Ooh, looks like they're just going to play passive for now. No big catches, nothing like that. They can't even take the aggro off of that little dragon away from their turret at this point. So now they're looking to the bot side. They break it. BRU slowly collapsing in onto HKA. They're going to try and end this game real soon, but the minions are going to die. They're going to have to wait one more wave as it comes back in. Let's see if BRU can end this finally.
The man is back as well, so this is going to be a 5 versus 5, but damage has been done. 10,000 gold lead for BRU here, and now only one tower to remain before they get themselves the complete control of this map. First one is already so big. He has everything in his arsenal to get somebody bursted down. Now, the one thing to stand between HKA and BRU for this first game, like you said, is this top tier 3.
Yeah, and I mean, arguably, they need to make a play. Like, I know for a fact that Buram wants to make a play, but it's so difficult when Abao is on that Alice. Like, Alice is just making their life difficult. Downshot is like, it's not looking too good. Like, it's unfavorable for them to go for these bigger dives. They pull back, look to the top side. Doesn't look like they're able to crush it. Yep. Looks like they're going to drag this game out, and both sides have pretty much hit their full build.
There's the wave. It's going to be crashing right in. The good thing about HKA, though, is that at least now Fennec already has the items that he needs. He has his crit items, he has his damage items, so he's going to be able to clear out these waves pretty dang easy. The thing that he has to be very careful of is getting caught out, because if you can see, the brunt of the deaths of Hong Kong Attitude is on the Roxy as well as the Fennec, because Fennec's range isn't as long or as big as you think it would be, so he has to really be in the middle of the fight to make himself effective. But of course, this would mean that he is vulnerable to a catch. That's why they need the Alice, they need Aobao and Easy to provide that peel for him, or else it's going to be all over for HKA.
Yeah, it's going to be 36 more seconds until once again the third Dark Slayer is going to spawn at this point. And I mean, in terms of numbers, I thought someone was going to lose their 71% win rate on their side of the map, but it looks like they're just both trying to, buff, especially for Buram, to buff up their average kill score for the Dark Slayer.
13 seconds, they're just waiting for it. Also, something to point out here, Estalindos has been a great initiator for for BRU. He just goes in aggro and it works out well for him enough.
Yeah, he's able to survive a lot with his passive. Like, the AoE that you are, if you hit multiple people, is just so effective. It gives you so much life back. And now BRU are being contested by HKA for, for the Darkslayer. While Omen is trying to push it through, Darkslayer has been taken over, and hopefully this time they're going to be able to end it.
They're gonna wait a minute and then just get that Enraged Abyssal Dragon, get the extra closing out buff, and then that's gonna be it. Yeah, they're not gonna summon a Drake just yet.
Gonna hold back for now. Thinking about it.
Yeah.
Another 42 more seconds until the Abyssal Dragon is back up. And when they have that extra empowerment, that could look to end the game this time.
I feel like
one
it can.
big fight.
Like, imagine this. Hong Kong Attitude, they have not much a lot of options to work with here. So you can see that they're trying to pull out outside of their base while the waves are cleared, while their lanes aren't being pushed, so that they can use this slight opening to try to get a pick. The problem now is that BRU are kind of together as a team. It's only Overfly who is not with his team, but that is an Omen. Even if 5 versus 1, Omen can survive a good chunk of, like, let's say 5 to 10 seconds. And now with the Abyssal Dragon already about to come up and the Drake already pushing the top lane, this is going to be Hong Kong Attitude forced to make something happen in the next couple of seconds, or else that Drake will destroy their last tier 3 tower.
Yeah, they just don't have a chance. They put HK in an awkward rock and a hard place situation where it's like, but if I lose Abyssal Dragon, then it's like I can't win the next team fight. But if I don't do anything, topside is just gonna push in, and we're gonna lose our final high ground turret. And now BRU forcing the decision as they go right on top of the enraged Abyssal Dragon. That buff is going to be so huge for them as the rest of HKA. They're willing to sacrifice it, but they're not willing to sacrifice their top high ground turret.
You can see HKA wanted to get that dragon immediately out of the bat or out of play, but BRU was so quick to rotate that they just immediately protected the dragon. Nice pull onto the man there. That'll actually put him down to like 50% HP, so he has to lifesteal himself up, which he can't do it because of the minions crashing into the base, but that's about it. There is a 9,000, 10,000 lead that is already brimming to explode for BRU here. They haven't really invested anything in terms of pushing, but now maybe, just maybe, they'll be able to do this with the Darkslayer buff.
Yeah. I don't really know at this point. Like, it's hard to say because, again, both sides aren't willing to take the risk. Like, somebody has to break. It's like, I'm gonna wait, I'm gonna tire you out, so the next the next 4 to 5 games is gonna be exactly this. It is boring, but it is kind of necessary because Buram don't want to take the risk. HKA can't engage, so what can you do? Both sides.
He went aggressive there. He even activated his stealth, tried to get a pull in, and he got baited to use his flicker. Well, at least the good thing about that is Aobao and the man all use their ultimates, so it does go on a short cooldown. But
do you think they're gonna fight? No.
Nah, they're not gonna fight at all.
Yeah, they're just gonna hold their ground. Uno gets a little bit of a stun on the Aobao, but I don't think it's gonna matter too much for now. It's not the priority target anyway. They're really looking to catch off the Witness, or maybe as well as the Fennec as well. But now, here we go, the 4th Darkslayer of the game. Can we get a Darkslayer
Actually,
counter?
it's 5th now.
5th now, right? Oh, can we just get like a total number of Darkslayer kills over like the entirety of this best of 7? Just like, how many can we go? Oh, it's looking pretty good so far for BRU, but HKA still biding their time. Everybody has full items. Like, somebody has to make a mistake sometime.
Now here's the thing. Even though there's a certain lead already for BRU, this is just kind of like a fake lead, so to speak, because HKA were able to farm back up in terms of items, and you can see it already here. Now, here's the tricky part. Hong Kong Attitude has to win, push out of their base, and basically haul ass straight to mid to break that Nexus. But this is possible if they get about 3 to 4 kills on the members of BRU.
Yeah, and honestly, I think BRU should have fought a little bit earlier. They're willing to sacrifice a couple of turrets if it does come down and they do lose that team fight, only because like the death timers were quite short. Now if somebody dies, they're going to be dead for a really long period of time. So it's like
a minute or something.
Yeah, like this is ridiculous coming into the 27th minute already into the first match between these two teams. Like, my God, both sides have a lot of respect for each other.
Yeah. Now, game 1, or rather Drake has been summoned again onto the top lane. it's taken a good chunk of damage. Overfly is going to be pushing this bottom one to force somebody to answer to him. Excellentus is also into the front line to separate the pack of HKA, while Valheim and the others try to make short work of this tower. But while while the man is there, he's going to be able to stop them right back up. But you can see BRU, they're forcing the bottom lane. Finally, a little bit more picks into the top lane. That should be it. And here we are. Minions, super minions will be coming out in all lanes.
They're not going to be pushing in. I think we're right back. Honestly, like breaking the top tier one, the high ground tower is pretty good, obviously. But you know, it feels like we're back in the same position because HKA have some seriously good wave clear anyway. So it's like, what does this achieve? It just means that they can't really push out for these bigger objectives because now they can just take their time. Like, look at BRU this time. They don't have to fight this. They can just have to completely disengage. But now, Nunu might actually be in a little bit of trouble. He tries to turn this around, but it's not going to be enough at this point. He's getting pretty much one shot in the backline. Xiaolan is okay as Overfly looks to try and get some kind of a backdoor. First one is running to the top side. Again, they're pulling away pressure, but the kill timers onto Nunu. Oh my lord.
I mean, they have 40 seconds, but this is the difficult thing for them to try to push all the way down to mid. And even though HKA is already considered a strong team up until this point, they can't do as much right now because, well, they got no structures to help them keep away the lanes that will be shoving in super minions every couple of seconds. That is a pain to deal with.
Yeah, the wave is getting really difficult to actually kill. Like, these minions are not going down as easy as they would hope for. BRU going to be taking out the Abyssal Dragon down on the bottom side, the Dark Slayer on the top side, but ooh, I definitely feel like the Abyssal Dragon is just like the Rage Abyssal Dragon is just going to be a little bit more important than Dark Slayer buff this time around.
Agreed. But now here they are. HKA are forcing the mid as of the moment. They're going to try to use to force out the silence, so that's the thing, because BRU, they're not going to challenge this. They're just going to wait for the waves again and then go back right out. But now HKA, they're hightailing it. They're going hard onto Excellentus. Can he actually escape? Yes, he can.
Yeah, but now they're pulling back towards the mid side of the map. Both teams still going strong. This must be really exhausting. Like, I don't know how they're still trying to play this. Is like, you know what? You have to keep playing slow, wait for the opportunity, be patient. And now Outcast is taking quite a bit of damage here. The rest of the team has started and begun. And now it's a full-on team fight. Now, Outcast is in a lot of trouble as the Xbox in the background is launching them one by one. Again, the drone drop coming through. He's trying to hold on to his ground here as they go into the choke bite. The man now in trouble. Fennec goes down as well. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade, but still, he is able to revive. No problem. Thankfully, he had the item back up. He had the item, and now they win out on that. Well, sort of win out on that team fight.
Buriram, they're having the most difficult time of their lives and just trying to close this out. But they do expend the revive items of the man as well as, I think that was a Shaolin. So that just means that the next fight, HKA can't do the same thing that they did in this one. And that's going to be an edge for BRU to, well, look forward to.
Yeah, they don't want to fight in these, these choke points, especially, with the man on Fennec Overfly. Taking quite a bit of damage here. HKA have kind of found their confidence to kind of keep pushing on. Bot side, the wave is kind of just being held on there, but they're hoping to break this tier 1 before anything else. And as long as there's just one minion, they basically just chunk out turrets like they're nothing.
Now, HKA don't really have to worry about the bottom side because the Drake is pushing with the regular wave, so it's kind of just canceling each other out. But the thing is, this top wave has to be some sort of concern for Hong Kong Attitude, but the red zone would be once it reaches the base. Before that, HKA can make quick work around this area, but with the 7th Darkslayer about to pan out, HKA really have to fight this one. 30 seconds left onto the clock. They still haven't broken any other towers just yet. But now you can see that first one finally shutting down at this one. Oh no. Yes, the hightail as Outcast is hard on his heels.
Yeah, looks like they... again, I definitely think that Buram, even though they want to play the map a little bit more, it's a struggle because if one person gets caught out, that could mean, you know, losing a lot more targets and maybe even their high grounds later on into the game. So that's why Buram is just making sure they don't get caught off, making sure they're giving enough respect to HKA. And HKA, the problem is they don't have their engage tools. First one actually goes down! They're going to turn this fight around. Easy is next to fall as the man is caught out of position as Abao has to slowly peel back the rest of the team, trying to turn this, making sure that this is going to be an even trade. It's a 2-for-0, 2-for-1 as they continue to push on the fight.
Not sure if that's GG already because, again, you're seeing here BRU kind of just back away. I'm not entirely sure also why they kind of wanted this. They could have just gone straight up to mid. They could have actually won this fight, even though there is a Shaolin with that Lindis. The matchup for Defoxen should have been easy enough that he could have just bursted down Lindis if he does have enough crowd control. But, of course, Darkslayer is still the better, safer option here while BRU are waiting for that one big wipeout that they need to win this first game. And mind you, this is just the first game.
Yeah, again, I don't think that wipeout is going to be happening anytime soon because, oh boy, even though the waves is pushing like so nicely and they do have, you know, the empowered minions, it does take so much effort to get rid of just one of them. And now that they have like 3 pushing lanes, I definitely think that BRU should be looking to kind of split themselves up and play the map a little bit better to force out these situations and force out these fights for the side of HKA.
You could definitely do that if they wanted to. Also, something is... This could actually go horribly wrong for either of them. Like, if they saw that somebody was actually split pushing, either BRU or HKA can force a 4 versus 5 fight, and that might be it. So, everybody's just kind of sticking to their devices. They're sticking together as a family, or whatever, however you want to call this. And, well, go for the 5 versus 5.
Yeah, such a slow game. I think both sides are giving way too much respect to each other where it's like, nah, you should be looking to fight. You should be looking to force out a little bit earlier, which is kind of irks me, but, you know, it definitely shows a lot of respect and how much they want to win
Finally,
this game.
the lane equilibrium has gone into the base already. Here it is, the blown out team fight. Albao going to be in the middle of the fray there. Does get the heal, but still will actually survive. But it seems like BRU, they targeted the Nexus and nothing to stop them, even though there was supposed to be a wipeout. And look at these fans just go wild as BRU get that first game in. 40 minutes into this game. We are not even in the late game anymore. We're into the late game that after the early late game sleeps. This is the late night game.
Yeah, this is, oh my goodness, what a game this was. And this is only game 1 as BRU. Let's see, I hope in game 2 it's going to be a lot shorter than this. It must be a really exhausting game for these players, but more importantly, it's like, get some engage options. Look to force out these fights because, again, HKA just kind of sat there. They're like, okay, play the macro game, Okay, we're slowly coming back into this. We're looking for these advantages. Oh, this fight's not going too well. Ooh, the minions have kind of scaled out of our control. We can't clear them anymore, and now we can't really force out the situation. We're going to suffocate and roll over and down.
I mean, it was also like HKA's downfall that they actually had a Lindis and a Fennec. The double ADC, even though it's very strong in terms of, you know, team fights, and damage outputs, and getting objectives, the thing with that is they don't have the same pick-off power that BRU has with first one on that Krignac. And I think that really slowed down the pace of the game for HKA, who normally is that really aggressive team. And BRU is just using this aggression from the Krignac as a way to get objectives. And it kind of just, even though it was a very long game, it was a very long game that favored BRU, who was just destroying objectives, important objectives, one after the other.
I think more importantly, their composition just was they had a lot more options in comparison to HKA. So in the end, you know, better draft who wins this time round. Hopefully, let's see whether HKA is able to come back from this in this next upcoming game. But yeah, I mean, this highlight reel must be super long considering it was a 40-minute game. They're like, ooh, this is a highlight. Ooh, this is another one highlight.
BRU, I just, this team is
slow. But also, just more importantly, like they understand how to. They play the fundamentals of the game like to the T, like a little too disciplined on it. They don't break from their ninja ways. Oh boy.
They're the shinobi, the shinobi who don't break the ninja code. But hot diggity damn. They really pushed HKA to the limit, and this was it. The final. Oh wait, was this the final blow? Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the
was
minions are coming in. Yeah, and they go to the backside.
Look at how they just immediately go straight at the Nexus. They had enough items. They had a wave that will not what do you call this? Not call what they were doing a backdoor, so that Nexus was taking a substantial amount of damage. So. Yeah,
I mean,
BRU were just setting up a ever so slowly 30-minute time bomb before it explodes.
I mean, it's not a fun way to win, but it's like at least you were able to edge out of the win in the end. Because could you imagine that they were setting up for this and then they just end up losing that much? That will be even more devastating.
This is the perfect game to embody this saying. The ends justify the means, and this was really mean from BRU.
They're just buffing up their objective stats. This is absurd. 9 Abyssal Dragon Slayer, 6 Dark Slayers overall. Like, oh man, I think this is one of the games that made it all the way to 100k gold.
Here's the thing though, we haven't seen. Okay, so BRU, yeah, they're kind of the gods of the slow game. If they were trying to get into a relationship, they'll be 10 years in and they still haven't had a girlfriend yet. Just a date or something. But
I'm waiting for the one.
The one, right? So, but anyways, this is BRU at their prime, at their peak. We haven't really seen them push out a quick game, like 10 minutes, 8 minutes in, and this is where HKA, I feel, will start to shine. Once they kind of, brush off that game one, they feel like they'll understand more how BRU plays, because again, this is the first time that they're going to be, they actually match up each other in the entirety of this tournament, because again, HKA were from Group A, BRU were from Group B, and that just means that HKA lacked that experience up against BRU. But you can just see that later if they adjust to it or not. But here is the key player of the game.
It's going to be Overfly for the side of BRU. I mean, they did a great job overall. They played it slow. The Omen was just kind of there for the most part. I think he did get a really good split push for the majority of the game. The question, I mean, the moment it went past the 20-minute mark, that's when it's like, yeah, if anybody dies, that could mean a neutral objective or just a regular objective being crushed.
And whenever Thai people actually go in front of the camera, they always love to go for that bow.
The humble bow.
The humble bow. Even the casters from the Thai region are just doing the humble bow, which is pretty cool.
It's culture, man. It's culture. Yeah. It's all about that respect. It's all about that respect.
And I mean, you can see how much respect BRU has for this entire game.
A little too much.
A little too much respect. That was an insane amount of it. But yeah, I mean, if it works, it works. And justifying the means, or justifies the means.
Jackets coming off now. It's like, well, that was a long game. It's like, all right, the jackets are off. We know what to expect now. And hopefully HKA can kind of recover from that and don't get too worn out from these, exhausting games.
I feel like BRU are kind of, in their own sense, sadists. They just basically work you through the bone of one game, and you'd feel like it's already like 4 games, right? But when you look at that, when you look at the scoreboard, it's still one game.
It's like 1-0, and you're like, where has time passed? What is going on? This is a mobile game. It should have been so much quicker.
Oh my games is supposed to average like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. This is insane. This is thrice of that, twice of that.
All right, we're going to go on a short break. Looks like the players are going to need breaks themselves, and when we come back, it's going to be more AIC action.
All right, we just need to take a quick breather there because that was a pretty tense, long, and I would say really just back and forth game. Even though BRU had total control of that game, the power levels of HKA were definitely there, but the objectives, the macro, all favoring BRU, Buriram United Esports.
Yeah, and when it came down to that final fight, it was just like, oh boy. Even BRU was just like, okay, these guys refuse to die, and I think in a full-on team fight, we're not going to win this. We have to play for the long game and wait until the minions kind of scale up until they can't deal with it anymore. But HKA looked to be on blue side again. Buriram United is going to be on red side. Looks like the bans is going to be the Darcy as well as the Fennec this time around, with Zippin probably going to be the same bans for the side of Buriram United.
First pick for HKA here, they could go for something a little bit more different. Well, they already have the Lindis picked up from the previous game, so maybe they could go for a Murad, or is Florentino? No, it's not up, so maybe a Yena can actually be something that they can use right here, right now.
Yeah. Something a little bit
Even
more
an
flexible.
Omen.
Omen as well. I mean, there's a lot of options, but let's see how HKA want to kind of like open up. They could open up with more of a flexible, more of a flex pick if they wanted to. They could just be like, oh, this time we want to play the Varus. Where is she going to go? Well, we'll have to find out later on.
Krizik is actually up for HKA, but this is...
Ooh, yeah, that's true.
Here's the thing. Buriram knows this, and I've seen it before that they, again, like to get the Zenial pick once they see that that Krizik's out, just because it's not a counter, so to speak. It's not a hard counter, but the way that the play goes is that you immediately just use the Zenial ultimate to keep anyone who Krizik pulls into a weird numbers advantage in the favor of those who has the Zenial in their team. So that's something, but it seems like HKA will just go for something a bit more aggressive with this Kilgroth.
Ooh, I mean, aggressive indeed. He's going to need a little bit of time to really scale well into the game. But for the most part, we've seen, Gao in the previous matchup. Whew, absolute beast. And, Kilgroth is a huge part of just a huge part of the game where he basically absorbs a lot of pressure, survives an absolute behemoth, and he can only do it for a short period of time. Afterwards, he kind of dies down, and he has to depend on his items for that damage. But it looks like BRU this time around, hovering over the Roxy, is like, oh, Kilgroth, you want to play the game? Cool, I don't.
Oh, no, not again.
Not like this.
Not like this. But they do get a second pick, Ignis. Interesting.
I'm surprised they wanted to go for the Ignis. They're looking for some early mid-game clear. Sorry, not mid-game clear, but just mid-wave clear. But what are they trying to set up for? I don't think they're trying to deny it off of HKA. I think more importantly, they're trying to set up for something else, because we know for a fact Ignis is good at peeling off your enemies. Has true damage, has a lot of strong AOE as well.
Yeah.
But the real question is, like, what are they holding up over HKA, or what do they want them to force out of them?
I think it's not more of force. I think it's just more of like how Ignis is very open-ended in terms of a pick. He doesn't really tell what BRU wants to set up here, and however the composition folds out, he'll be able to deal damage, he'll be able to clear out the waves, and be what's the word I'm looking for? He'll matter in the team fights.
He'll always be relevant. Yeah.
Irrelevant. There you go. That's the word I was looking for, and that would mean that at least Nunu is already secured with this Ignis. And now, is this finally gonna be Defoxen's time to use his Hayate up against a Murad and Liliana? It could be too much of a tall task. Elsu is still there, but no, they actually really do lock into Hayate and ban out at this Elsu.
Ooh, looking real good. Looking like a spicy game from Bur. But let's see. I mean, Ormar, here's the thing. I don't entirely agree that, Ormar, they probably need to rework on his in terms of design, because, again, he is put into that support position more oftentimes than the DS laner, because his kit just doesn't do enough, and he's just really frustrating to deal with. And that's why they want him as a support more than the DS laner, because there are just so many better DS heroes. Now, HKA, in terms of the bans, they're gonna start off with the Annette going back to Buriram United. What if they're going to go for a second ban? They probably still need to, get rid of another Archer role.
They're probably just going to get out another one. Yeah, you're right. For the other side here, Hong Kong Attitude, they could even remove, maybe a Sephara would be a pretty good counter against the Ormar and the Liliana here.
Oh, that would be that would be so annoying.
Right.
Sephira is just super uninteractive as well. You have a Roxy as well as a Sephira. I'd just be like, well, this game, nothing much is going to be happening this game. But instead, they go for the Lumbar, and I think that's a little bit better because, you know, we have seen in a lot of the other matchups where, you know, Lumbar is used as, you know, the pseudo tank. It does the job pretty effectively. It's not the best of tanks, but you don't want to blow your tanks, your tank options so early on into the bout.
There still is, for Buriram, a... first one does use a Murad. They can actually also work him with that. They have already a setup with the Roxy and the possible support to come out from Hong Kong Attitude, which I think, I would really think would be the Sephara. Unless Hong Kong Attitude always steals that, but they do already have an Ormar, so it's least likely to happen. So maybe just to secure the jungler first and then talk about it later. But for the most part, I really think it's going to be... Wait, they're... Actually, no, because they're red side, so it might not be the Murad.
Yeah. Ooh, looks like they're going to go for a Feign.
Grab up the support first.
Okay. Yeah. Good idea. Good idea overall. That way, HK, even if they snag another support, it doesn't limit their pool too much. But, I mean, putting them onto the thing is no problem for them. As HKA now looking to round out their composition. They're hovering over the Irie. Do I agree with this? I'm on the fence with the Irie jungle.
It's not as effective as you would want it to be. Especially Irie's ultimate Garyu works the best when you're in the middle of the fight and nothing really forces you to go in the middle of this. But yeah, I mean, at least she does have the stun to kind of start you up, and this is kind of like the double chakram throw with the Valheim and the Irie, so it could actually be something that they can use. If you think about it, HKA has a lot of pick-off potential, so that maybe that's why. But yeah, it was a little bit too ridiculous with the Valheim, and now they're looking towards the Teleanas. So this Irie is kind of like more as a filler rather than anything else. She's not really going to do the most insane of things for Hong Kong Attitude, but more of like to kind of supplement what Hong Kong Attitude want to happen in the matches.
Okay. I mean, if you're talking about
oh yes, like, I knew it! I was about to... I was looking for that big damage dealer. It wasn't the Murad, it's gonna be the Killen. Oh,
yeah. I was thinking about whether they were gonna be locking in the Murad, but you know, Quillen is going to be a really, really nice pick considering how squishy the team is. Like, sure, he won't be able to kill Groth, but like Irie walking by herself, Liliana, Anas, like these three are gonna be his big ticket targets, and they're gonna be so free for him if he is able to kind of like, you know, camouflage and get that assassinate off.
So here's the kind of weird thing about the Killen is that he works in the same way as you would with a Krignac or a Murad, but he has to go dive right in and basically burst someone down and just escape. So in a 1v1 matchup, he is incredible, but in a team fight, he's very tricky. So you need to have a good chunk of teammates with you that can disrupt, that can distract, and that's when the Killen can shine. That's why we're seeing the Thane, that's why we're seeing the Ignis, because these are kind of like, or even the Roxy, because these are flashy heroes that BRU can use, while first one is going to be all Assassin's Creed all up in your face, and this might work well. You know, the Killen last pick does make a lot of sense for BRU. For HKA side, this is going to be also something that's going to be hard to pierce because there's so much protection for the Stellanas with the Ormar, the Irie, and the Kilgroth just being in the front line. And aside from that, their fight prowess with the Kilgroth just and the Stellanas is super big once the late game unravels.
Yeah, and what's super frustrating about HKA is that, you know, again, they were very close to putting themselves in a position where they didn't exactly have too many engage options. Like Ormar, yeah, sure, he can kind of run into the fight, but for the most part, like, he isn't going to be, you know, Lumbar where you can kind of flicker to reposition the ult to get, like, you know, make a big play. They don't have a huge playmaker in that sense. But they do, however, have the Lindis, and you know, sorry, not the Lindis, the Teleanas. Yeah. So that Chaos Arrow can be so detrimental because if you land it on more than 3 people, you kind of already set the fight up for yourself.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Yeah, I get that there's a lot more love for Lumbar in terms of team, in terms of like big initiate team fights, but prolonged team fights, I think the Ormar is definitely the king because if you want to stick to your target, Ormar has mini stuns, he has a slow, and he's, again, as innately tanky as a Thane. So that means that if you want to stick to your target, Ormar is the man for the job, and this could be something that they can use to kind of protect Tell honest, because once Killen shows up, if Ormar can stick to the Killen, he can disrupt the flow of rotation that Killen want to be able to burst down these certain squishy targets. And again, it's all about how they space themselves up against this BRU's Killen, because he is going to be, well, it's in his name, man, he's going to be killing all night long.
Oh boy. Now, the game has begun. This is going to be the second semi-final match. Game 2 between HKA on the blue side against BRU on the red side with BRU. One game up onto HKA. Doesn't look like they're going to go for any crazy invades here.
Yeah. They're just forcing out anybody who's going to try to go aggressive onto the Irie, because Shaolin with this Irie isn't really the quickest to clear out the waves, not also the quickest to try to force out anybody who tries to go counter jungling, so really needs the help from this Ormar, but still should be fine.
Yeah, and they clear up the top side real quick. I'm pretty sure Irie, yep, she is going to be in the jungle, while Ormar is just going to be chilling around. They're just letting, oh, I think they're going to go for a lane swap here. Yeah, they're making sure that Telenas is kind of by herself with Kilgroth dealing with the Roxy.
So before the level 4 mark, they can Telenas is actually pretty dang safe because of how her abilities do work. She has that extended range on her, so anybody who tries to go near her, she can immediately kite down and whittle, so that when they try to dive underneath that tower, they'll be in killing range. So that does make a good chunk of sense here, but you can see how fast they are to just kind of play ring around the Rosie of the side lanes, because Telenas is already out of the top lane.
Yeah, and now is Elindis is putting a little bit of hurt into Outcast, but gets tickled, walks away, doesn't really matter too much. But now the neutral objectives have spawned. BRU very quickly on top of that Spirit Sentinel. However, a dive is being set up onto the top, to the bottom side. Defoxin goes down straight away. HKA have started the aggression and have taken first blood 2 minutes into the game. A bigger improvement compared to game 1.
Yeah, this is the thing that I was also fearing, for BRU, is that the composition that they have, it's not really as explosive as you would think it would be. And the thing is, HKA can force fights out of nowhere with just skirmishes, but Buriram, you don't really would want to see them split up. Like, maybe split up just for the benefit of the Killen. But aside from that, everything else they have to be together to be as a powerhouse. But without themselves being as a 5-man, it's going to be very difficult to make any dent in this game.
Yeah, and I think, first one, he's slowly getting ahead. He's building his items, but at a certain point, he needs to make something happen. And I think he has to try and punish someone, and that someone might be Outcast here. He might be a little difficult to deal with if he gets the auto attacks and he has enough lifesteal to kind of burst to kind of survive through all that burst that Quillen is able to provide. But for the most part, Quillen needs to start looking for those kills. He needs to start being a little bit more assertive on the map.
I don't know, this is a BRU Killen, man.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. He's gonna wait until 8 minutes until the first kill goes down.
What are you talking about? 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
We're doing PC MOBA right now. So
oh
this is still the early game. This is definitely the early game.
Oh, looks like HKA, they're having none of that. They're like, no, we have to be aggressive. We can't let them do this. Roxy on the top side again, proxying the wave one more time, and they're just trying to maintain control over this river. However, top side, Burr is making sure that even the jungle is getting suffocated out. Outcast, he's having some trouble here. He takes quite a bit of damage, but Outcast already pops the ultimate, making sure that he's getting a great number of lifesteal, even though first one got so many crits in top of the backstab passive. Ooh, just nice.
So quick for the rotation. They weren't able to get that stun onto Killen. So first one's able to escape, but Nunu now in a really tight situation finally gets knocked out. First one's gonna get obliterated with that crowd control. He can't escape. The Irie's there to keep him. That's what I'm talking about. The filler CC from the Irie to keep her locked down. Isolindos had to run away, rush away from there, but look at that denial. He tried to go in for the Kunai Blitz, but blitzed himself. One more auto attack. That could have been in Foxen's life. But still, yeah, he does survive, but at what cost? Losing all this control in the jungle and in the mid lane.
You can literally see the minion particle that was supposed to kill him, but he was able to get the regen off at the very last second. Manages to survive. Oh, that was so close, too close for comfort here. But now HKA finally have gotten some kind of footing into the game with 3-0 against Bor.
Yeah, and now you can see kind of how fleshed out it is. The triple stun comp for Hong Kong. Actually, no, quadra stun for Hong Kong Attitude. If you can't beat them, stun them.
Just lock them down until they die. And
Exactly.
now BRU have taken the Abyssal Dragon on the opposite side of the map. They continue to try to continue to build their advantage here, because so far, ooh, Overfly just again. Roxy, don't want to interact with you. Okay, thanks, bye, I'm out.
Yeah, okay, thanks, bye. Oh, no, it's Salindos in the front line. Unless he can get the lockdown, follow up by Nunu, that shouldn't be anything. But Buriram, they stop the bleeding, they get themselves the Abyssal Dragon, and that gold lead is already stabilized here by BRU.
Yeah, and even though, 3 kills, not so important, especially when BRU are just playing the objective game so well. Oh, wait, hold on. Zenland's actually going in. Doesn't actually land the ability, but he got pretty close, allowing a lot of pressure to go over to HKA. They finally break that tier 1, and now they're starting to make some headway into that game.
Shaolin's playing this pretty smart. He's not looking for kills at all because he knows that Irie can't really burst that many targets down pretty easy. For that Roxy though, he's going to use his ultimate there. He's going to get slowed down by the Ormar. I don't think he's going to be able to escape this one. And look at that, Kobe! It's the sniping shot from a Shaolin there, but in any case, Shaolin is just using his threat as the Irie to zone opponents out, and it's working quite well for Hong Kong Attitude.
Yeah, and the best part is that he can dip in and out of fights really easily with the Irie. Her kit just makes her so mobile. It's super effective. Oh, first one tries to get some damage onto Easy, but Easy suspects what's going on. He heals backwards, and they get a good clear with the Ignis onto mid side of the map. Looks like both sides aren't going to get any headway mid, but top side, the man getting watched out by Aobao here, just in case they try to go for anything too sneaky.
And Aobao is such a well-positioned support because again, AoV doesn't have wards, so you have to use your support as your living ward to kind of get the much-needed scouting for your ADC or your teammates at least. And he's just positioning himself at the most dangerous of spots because he's an Ormar, so he can survive a good chunk of damage. So this is allowing HKA to play even more aggressive because they can position Aobao in areas where you wouldn't want a Alice or a Annette to actually position themselves because they're easily blasted off, right? So now this is allowing HKA to just deal around the map whatever they want to do.
Yeah, they're trying to maintain control, and like BRU are just continuously chasing after them. They did break bottom really quickly. I think HKA are just like, I'm done with this. Like, I don't want to play your game anymore. I'm not going to force you out to make mistakes. Instead, I'm going to play the map, and you have to rotate. And if we catch you out on that rotation, you die.
The man has his ultimate here. The Foxen could be in a really tight spot. He is not high in terms of that HP. Aobao just rushing onto the side, forcing Killin to just back away. And while all that was happening, yeah, this is Outcast already just so big. But the thing is, Overfly doesn't even have to 1v1 Outcast. All he has to do is clear out the wave that Outcast is trying to build, and that's about it. So yeah, it's a stalemate in the solo laners. But the longer this game progresses, the more Outcast becomes dangerous in the team fight.
And they just have to keep on pulling pressure to one side of the map, but hopefully, they can catch them off of rotation, do it out enough times. Aobao takes a little bit of damage. First one does see him, but, he doesn't want to pounce on it just yet. He is getting quite far ahead. He is already level 12.
Okay, this is weird. They put Overfly there, but you can see how quick Kilgroth is pushing this bottom lane. The wave is not there with them just yet, but this is a big fight onto the top lane. The man finally gets shut down here, and Aobao in the middle of it all has to try to scamper away and does lose his life. Now, Outcast has to trade this up for his teammate. He's trying to at least stop them from clearing out the wave here. Big damage fight here. Isalindos and Overfly in a really weird spot, but Isalindos with the heroic push. What a charge, and he denies the bottom tier 2 dying or breaking as well as Overfly dying. What a quick and insightful mindset from Isalindos. What a mindful support this is for BRU.
Yeah, that was such a good play because now they've broken up top. They've finally, gotten a slight lead against HKA. Not to mention, they get 2 kills on top of that. Don't lose anything in return. It's just a full winning situation. Oh, the man gets chucked out by the first one. Abao isn't able to support him there. He goes invisible. K, thanks, bye. I'm going to dip on out of here.
And, well, oh no, this is already starting to look like BRU is pulling back. No, we're going to see another 30-minute game. No, it's kidding. But again, BRU, even though they like to play the slow, methodical game, they're not strangers to the fast type of play style here. And if you're going to play a kill, and you can't just try to play like, the snail mail type of gameplay. You have to be quick and fast. You have to be on your toes. And it seems like BRU are putting themselves from neutral to like Gear 3 here.
Yeah, they have to be quick, they have to be fast. They're making super fast rotations across the map as much as they can, and they're very dependent. Oh, Islindis is getting caught out here. The Rear doesn't actually land, even though it looked like it was right on top of him that time around. But he manages to make it on out. Rest of the team pulling backwards. They realize, okay, we used quite a number of ultimate. We used a big ultimate there. Maybe we don't want to fight. We don't know their numbers. We don't know their whereabouts. So they pull back and hope for the best. Abao takes a little bit more damage. Rest of the team looking to get some breathing room. I think especially for HKA, where it's just like, oh, well, we take the Spirit Sentinel like a bunch of times. Maybe they're looking to force out a fight towards Darkslayer here. And I think that might be, an option to kind of force Brewer into this position.
They actually definitely see that coming. Oh, Shaolin using the Ryu. So that can use that later on. Still, now you can see that BRU are positioned. This spotting out the Kilgroth was onto the bottom lane. They immediately pull the trigger and go for this Darkslayer. It could actually, yeah, this could be bad because they have to work around the wall of the Darkslayer. But since Aobao used his spin to win, force out a fight there against Isilendals, they just back away, kind of respect it, because when they lose the Thane, they immediately lose their teamfight presence, and now I guess he's just waiting onto the brush. Somebody spot him out. Oh no, Nuna's gonna
mistake. Oh, they knew he's there. Ah, they knew he was there. Outcast gets caught out. Oh, that's so sad. I thought that was going to be the play where they catch out the Ignis and then it all turns around for HKA. But unfortunately, good information coming in from Roxy, allowing them to like, hey, he's missing. He's probably somewhere. Just make sure you don't face check these brushes.
I mean, yeah. You just have to use like a sliver of your mana pool to be able to, scout it out. Still, if they did it, that would have been so good. But BRU, they're not beginners at this. They're not new to this. They know how to check a brush, and I really wish that they didn't. But so we could have seen like a big team fight there. But they're playing this extremely intelligent, and with that, being able to just not allow Hong Kong Attitude to have any foothold around the river, they immediately deny them the factor of getting the Abyssal Dragon, as well as even trying to contest at this Darkslayer.
And now the rest of the team continues to rotate around, the left side of the map. They want to make sure top side is secure. BRU wants to get a good team fight in, and the only way to make sure Hong Kong Attitude is all in one place is if they go for, positional advantage and sit right on top of Darkslayer, because what are you going to do? We have that wall, we have a positional advantage, and we will be taking Darkslayer without you being able to contest. They walk away. Darkslayer is looking pretty good, and, Hayate is scaling pretty nicely as he is chunking out a good number of the members from HKA.
Yeah, Kilgore was way too busy clearing out the wave there onto the side lane. He really couldn't go up with his teammates. Ah man, BRU understanding the macro of it all. They're able to set up and use these lanes as a certain trap actually to force Hong Kong Attitude to respond there and use that quick opportunity to get big enough objectives. And now that they have the Darkslayer, now that they have a Drake with them pushing, they can make something happen here. The Foxen actually has the Drake in his hands. Needs tier 1 already down. This could just mean that, yeah, there it is. They're going to be able to summon it, and they're going to push the mid, they're going to push the bottom, and get themselves at least one tier 2 tower.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they want to cut off rotation pass for the side of BRU. The Thane is kind of there to face check it, make sure they get some information on what's going on here. Mid side is getting shoved in as well. They want to get a synchronized push. Top side as well. They are just trying to push every single lane. The Foxes might be taking a bit too much damage here, but again, they turned it around. Is Lindis making sure that they don't get on top of their ADC.
Oh, that's so disgusting. They can't really do much at all, and BRU are forcing Hong Kong Attitude into a corner here. They can't really answer anything. Outcast, as the Kilgroth has been neutered. He can't really, he can win over Overfly, but Overfly doesn't have to win against him. He just has to clear the wave, and Outcast cannot split push by himself. What a disgusting way to try to counteract a Kilgroth. But hey, damn it, it works.
They're doing such a good job. They've already broken the 2. I mean, they're playing this so well. BRU barely having to interact with the enemy team. As long as they're playing the macro game better than their opponents, they just stick out so much more. And look, HKA are trying to look for some kind of engage or anything, but BRU just disengage really nicely with the Ignis. They're making sure that they have as much breathing room as possible to not allow HKA to play the game.
HKA have already lost 2 of their tier 3 towers, and in about a minute's time, that's Enraged Abyssal Dragon added upon the Dark Slayer buff, and I don't know, that might be the final nail in the coffin. HKA, they're positioning for a flank here, but BRU, they can sniff it out easy. Isalindo spots it out, but again, he's the front man. He's going to be able to flush everybody out. And look how aggressive he is. He doesn't even have teammates with him. He just has a dash, and that's about it.
It's just, you know, if he does it with enough confidence, he's kind of telling HKA, hey, I might have members nearby. So as long as he walks up without any fear, I guess, you know, it kind of tells them, like, hey, you better back off. You don't know where the rest of us are.
They're forcing the fight right now. Look at Outcast, or rather Overfly just comes out from out of nowhere from the side and swoops somebody in. Now Outcast is down. He couldn't even auto-attack anybody for that. The man, though, he's trying to get this... But what?
He just instantly popped. He showed his back and then just quick, instantly dying. They're looking to end this game already. BRU, they're just getting stronger and stronger as they look to finally break the base. But, you know, buff their KDA just a little bit like, oh yeah, you thought last game was a fluke. We nailed it this time around.
The picks, look at how many fans they have. It's a Lindos, Nunu, first one. Hot diggity damn. But here's the thing. BRU aren't winning for this composition alone. They're winning, forcing HKA to play their game.
This is so dirty.
Right? The HKA, they set the pace in the early game, in the mid game, but for some reason, but for how much it kind of extended, BRU forced it into their own game. God, I don't know how that happened.
It's really, I mean, this is the most unfun way of playing the game. But, you know, in respect to BRU, because, like, they are forcing the tempo. They're forcing them to play at their tempo every single time. And it's frustrating, yes. And HK, they have no choice but to either be hyper-aggressive or to look for these better picks or to play the macro game better. But so far, BRU just don't want to interact with them at all. You have to play on my term, my rules.
And I just gotta say, like, annoying as it is for HKA to try to match up to how BRU are playing, BRU are playing, I would say, the optimal way of how AOV should be played, which is because, like, AOV has like a percentage or a good enough percentage, more than 50% of macro play, and you're able to do that more so than not, you'll be able to win the game. Yes, of course, there's still team fights, there's still micro, but you can see how much impact BRU are playing at this because they give much more attention to the macro game. And even though we have low kill games and whatnot, BRU are still able to get that 2,000, 3,000 gold lead just because they got objectives, they got CS and whatnot, and Game 2 is in the bag 60 minutes into BRU.
Yeah, they just kind of keep whittling them down. They're just like, man, it must be, for me, if I was HAA, I would be furious. Like what can you do against this team who refuses to interact with you? Only place when they are going to win the fight. If not, they completely disengage and they keep managing their waves so well, to the point where it's like, what can you really do against them? And I kind of feel like HKA have to be up in their face about everything, because BRU really make sure they have information about exactly where all the members are. And if they don't know all the members, they're not going to pull the trigger until all the conditions are met.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It feels like HKA, they're the team that always likes to go aggressive. So if they try to change up mid-tournament, it might just blow up in their face. If you try to do the tactics that BRU use, it might not just work for them. So try to just go as aggressive as possible and finish this game 7-8 minutes in, because the longer you let this game pass, the more you go into the realm of BRU's 30-minute game. I mean, we're joking here and all, but in all seriousness, BRU are definitely getting, their money's worth when 10 minutes, 8 minutes pass. It's definitely their realm to win. So HKA, they literally have a timer in front of them. They're saying, win in the early game or don't win at all.
Yeah, I mean, the macro coming out for BRU is just so great right now. And we're going to see the key player in a little bit. And honestly, I think First One played a really solid game. She got that initial pick up to Telenas as she, came back after a very, very close dive there in the early. We'll probably see it in the replays as well. But just a tough game. And there he is. First One played a solid Quillen overall. Ended up 4-1. But more importantly, it might be a small mechanic to get, those backstabs, get that extra damage. But he has been nailing it. Like, you turn your back for even half a second. Ooh, you're gonna get blown up.
Yeah, I mean, again, Killen displays that fast methodical game, and having somebody who knows when to be that opportunistic. You look at that. He didn't even lose his life, only just once. But then everything else, he got 4 kills, 4 assists. This jungler for BRU is playing things right.
He's absolutely nailing it. He knows when the camera's on him. But yes, they are doing a really good job overall, and I think, hopefully BRU don't get into HKA's head a little too much, because there's still plenty more games to play. But it must be so infuriating, because everything they try to do, every play that they try to make does not really work out, because they rotate together, they move together, they're not showing too many holes. I would have liked to see a dive up on the top side, but again, they had the members to kind of respond to it, and then it's like, oh, now the odds don't look too good.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it. There was game 1, it was the double ADC supposed to be able to, go for a push comp. There was now game 2, which was a faster in-your-face comp. It still didn't work. What can you do for game 3, game 4? Find out after the break, guys. We'll be right back here for more action at the semifinals of AIC 2019. I'm Asarai. This is Gideon Q. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, guys, to the AIC or Arena of Valor International Championship 2019 semi-finals, presented by Tencent Games, Garena, CJ E&M, OGN, True Online, and True Icon Hall. I'm Asarai, and with me now is Gideon Q, and we just witnessed the first 2 games in this best-of-7 series between Buriram, United Esports, and Hong Kong Attitude. What do you have to say, man?
I mean, it seems to be a really difficult task because HK are just getting shut down at every single avenue, and the tempo being created by BRU is just absolutely insane. They make sure all the conditions are met, they play a strong fundamental game, and if you're going out of their comfort zone, they just reel you back in. You gotta play on our time.
And I don't know, it seems like HKA, they employed 2 different strategies already, where they wanted to go for a push strat with slash a team fight strat, and then the second game, they went for an all-out, try to just force you to lose strategy, and everything did not work to how BRU adapts. And my goodness, you saw after game number 2, you could revitalize what they themselves, their ideas of how to win this game. But in game 3, of course, we're already thinning out in terms of the heroes, and coming into this next draft, what is going to happen? I don't know.
It's tough to say because right now the play style of BRU is just making it difficult for, I think, any team to really deal with them. But we're going into the draft straight away. Let's talk about it a little bit more. Crix6 is going to be the first ban coming in for Buriram United. Hong Kong Attitude, they get rid of the Asenka.
That's not a lock-in just yet, so... it's Florentino.
It's going to be the Florentino. But yeah, they do it all the time. They're just like, you know what, let's just put the Azenka right there and then instantly lock something else the moment they get the opportunity. But yeah, this time finally Hong Kong Attitude going to be on the red side. And remember, both sides, 100% win rate for BRU for the side in blue side, and HKA, 100% win rate on the red side. So somebody is going to lose this time around and break that perfect win rate.
We're at beating ban out here by BRU. Interestingly enough, they're looking for something else to put out to their first table. Yana is actually still up here if they would want to secure themselves a DS laner. That is not a bad idea. They also have not used the Lindis, so that could be another starter. But of course, they just go for the safe pick. There you have it, the Yana.
Yeah, Yana overall just really great. Super versatile in terms of any matchup. She doesn't lose too hard unless you make a mistake, and if you're really good at the hero, you can basically outplay anyone because she has so much in her kit that makes her so effective. HKA though, like, I mean, at this point, if they lock in a Zenka, it's like, I get it. After those 2 devastating matches, like, they really dragged it out. Like BRU, like, if they're not gonna win this war of attrition, they're gonna whittle you down until you're exhausted. Once you're not playing up to your usual 100%, that's when they pounce on you, man.
Pounce they shall. They're looking towards the Darcy already here. Vera's actually also a pretty smart option to go up against the Yena. And even though, yeah, I don't think, well, Easy can pick it for his mid lane, but I feel like it's a better option to just go up against the Yena. Granted, though, they can still actually pick up the Omen, I believe, because HKA did not get the Omen in the previous 2 games.
Yes, they haven't. And
it's also something.
Oh, do they want to deal with it? I think it would be okay if they have the Omen on their side. They already have the Varus, they already have the Darcy. Their composition, I mean, the moment you have Darcy, it already just bumps up the power level on their DBZ scouters. As BRU hovering over the Telenas, do they want to lock in a support early on? Yes, they do. It looks like they want to have a composition that requires Telenas to survive a lot of these fights. So Timmy, the perfect synergy to go with her.
Now there's quote-unquote slow comp for BRU here. Timmy is very aggressive, but when you're going to be going with the Telenas, you want to stick to her like peanut butter and jelly. Yes. Hong Kong Attitude, on the other hand, well, they still haven't picked their ADC, but if they don't right now, again, you'll see something like what BRU did on the previous game, where they just panned out 2 straight-up ADCs that slap in the face of Hong Kong Attitude here, but they could also decide to maybe show a support, so that means that this Darcy could be open-ended, and they kind of just look towards at the Yibneth, which we haven't seen as much in the entirety of this tournament. He's been used in one of the, I believe, one of the quarterfinals matches, and he will be locked in here from Hong Kong Attitude, interestingly enough.
Locking in the Yipneth kind of tells me, like, oh yeah, they want to be able to, like, you know, match the team fight that BRU might be presenting here. Because, again, he walks up, oh, somebody dies, like, he's going to be revived by the team. Yipneth just walks up, plants down the ult. It's like, you're not going anywhere unless you flicker out of here. So I think it is, I don't think it's, like, the perfect answer, but I do think, you know, the zone control is going to be important, especially since Telenas does create a huge, does have, you know, that extra range. BRU banning out the Elsu very quickly. HKA already banned out the Rook. They want to deny the jungle options.
Violet should be banned out here but as well by BRU. Hong Kong Attitude, on the other hand, they still have to remove a jungler or a mid laner, but more so probably just going to be the jungler. Who else is actually still available here for BRU? Kilgroth. Okay.
Rather interesting. I definitely would have thought that they wanted to look for maybe a Cricknack. Oh wait, no, they used it in the last matchup. So they don't have to worry about it.
Plus, it does make sense. You were talking about how there's so much lockdown with the Darcy and the Yipneth that Kilgroth is kind of a natural deterrent to all of that, crowd control that is going to be overflowing from Hong Kong Attitude here. And because he does have that Gorelord, again, to be able to activate the ultimate and just walk through all that Yipneth crowd control and that Dimensional Rift, he's going to be fine. And now here he is, Hong Kong Attitude. They don't have the, they don't have the Telenas. They did use the, I think they used the Valor?
Oh no, not yet. That was
Fennec, and then Telenas was the game 2 pick of HKA. Brunhilde though.
I mean, this is a pretty good combination with Yipneth. Both of them do pretty much, like, you know, they plant down on a zone, they hail of fire, they basically just control a large part of area and deal a lot of damage. Now that Hilda, you know, Brunhilde is going to be part of that, Yipneth just to, you know, set things up for her. We'll see how this goes. I'm pretty interested to see how this plays out, honestly.
Baldum is up for BRU. That is...
Oh, that could be a really good pick.
Actually, no. Theme is already there. What am I talking about? They already have a support.
I mean, slap in another support if they have to, because, like, again, they do have a great... He has a great ultimate with the Nature's Prison to kind of like, oh, you want to control the zone? I'm just going to suck you into the ground and just be like, okay, thanks, bye. Great combination you got there. I'm out.
What the guys was that?
But, you know, Raz is also a pretty good option, as well as Irie, both of which, you know, can use their mobility to kind of dash in, get the initial knockup with the ultimate to kind of say no more big ultimates there.
I got caught out by that. Crixie is... Oh, okay. Crixie as the mid laner, yeah, it's safe, it's versatile, it can handle everything that Hong Kong Attitude has as of the moment. Not going to be overly dominant in the mid lane, but in the team fights, she's going to show her worth, being able to stun the Yipneth, being able to stun the Brunhilde, and even matching the range of both of those heroes, which I think is undervalued right now by other teams. But BRU seeing its worth, they're going to be able to draw it out, and finally, we're going to be seeing the Chi in this semifinals game. I don't think I saw her yesterday.
We'll see whether they lock it in. I mean, they're really considering it.
Yeah,
because I feel like, you know, Chi might not exactly fit into the comp as much as they want to. Richter a little bit more, at least, you know, the matchup against Yena isn't going to be as bad. And arguably could actually deal with her in certain situations. But again, it really is a skill matchup at that point in time.
Yeah, it definitely is. But I feel like the longer the game progresses, the more Yena becomes
more relevant.
Yeah, more relevant. Richter, though, he will be able to win this 1v1 like 80% of the time. But the bad thing about it is that he is more for the 1v1 and the split push than the team fight. But HKA did create a composition that can allow them to do just that with the Brunhilde and the Yipneth.
I mean, it's kind of on Telenas, like, oh, if they try to put a Hilda-Yipneth combination where it's just like, okay, ult into ult, Telenas just needs to land a really nice, or at least cancel one of the bigger ults, hopefully with, you know, the Arrow of Chaos Arrow to kind of deny the space and cancel the ultimate's ability, because they all are channel time. So I think that's, you know, the most important part where he's channeling, stun, all right, book it.
Yeah. Well, at least aside from like counting on the Tel'Anis, there's still BRU's Crixie and Teamy that can do the same thing. Even the Irie actually has a stun.
Yeah.
So Irie, though, even though she's not the most impactful of junglers, quote unquote, her ability to disrupt channeling ultimates is second
at a
to none.
safe distance.
Yeah, at a safe distance is second to none.
I mean, I would like to say Crixie can do so as well. However, I think the range is just a little bit shorter. So if she walks up, she will take the initial brunt of the damage.
Yeah.
So I think like having it really safe on the Tel'Anis and Irie is just so much more effective and more likely to happen, especially when you have it, especially for Irie, on such low cooldown.
Yeah, and of course this Irie, even though I feel like a lot of people don't really like her as much, in this scenario when she has to go in the middle of like so much AoE, her Ryu will really show its worth, because it won't like change the pace of the game, but it'll change the pace for Irie, that she can just go into the middle of the fight, and if she can hit multiple targets, the more the shield from the Ryu becomes relevant. And because all of them are stationary, that ultimate becomes a little bit easier to connect, a little bit easier to have more value with, and I think that's why we're seeing the Irie, come alive in the jungle for BRU.
Yeah, that's a really good point here. Well, we're just going to have to wait and see as we are loading straight into this game here. I'm excited to see how these players want to play it out. Will HKA actually finally break out of the tempo of BRU, or will BRU continue their winning streak as they are 2-0 against their competitors as we load right into this game?
And AIC, here it is. The thing is, they gotta awaken their ambition, and we're viewing the same team.
Yep, it looks like the technical issues have occurred instantaneously for both for one of the sides. Hopefully, it isn't too big of an issue that causes a remake. That would be a little unfortunate.
We did reset though, or like, we didn't reset the previous game. So, all in all, it's all good to hood. We just have to wait a smidge before we do continue this game. But okay, we didn't talk about this for Game 3. What do you think about the compositions? Who do you like more? Is it BRU or HKA?
I want to say that I like HKA's. I think HKA's composition is really interesting, really smart, and there's a lot of like conception of ideas there to make the combination work. It's about the execution, which I'm a little bit iffy on. However, on the opposite side of the map, I think BRU might have a much better composition, only because they have so many options. Like, even if they don't want to cancel the ultimates, they have the mobility to kind of dip on out of there whenever they need to. They have the team. Oh, they died. Okay, bring them back to life. Play the Evanescence when that happens. But they just have to, as long as they play around HKA's composition like they have been, and they have proven two games prior, I think, honestly, BRU have the better composition this time round.
I agree. I was thinking about it if HKA... I mean, HKA has a solid comp, but I don't know where they're going to really bring out the damage, because I don't really see Brunhilde as your typical strong ADC. Like, she bombards you from far away, deals good damage, but I haven't really seen her thrive in the times that she was picked during this entire tournament. Darcy is definitely something that HKA can use, but aside from that, I think they might lag a little bit in terms of damage. And Richter, yeah, he's strong, but you can see how fast BRU's possible rotation are with their composition, especially with the Teamy being there. So you're not going to be seeing the 1-versus-1s that often, and Richter's effectiveness at that point kind of dwindles a little bit more. And if he even wins against the Yena, you already said it, there's being a bro. There's the revival that he brings into the table. And I feel like there's also a lot of answers for BRU when they try to set up against, or rather with HKA trying to set up against BRU. BRU has a lot of options to answer the setups of HKA.
Yeah, and that's kind of thing. You have Swiss Army knife that can kind of go around in different angles of approaching this composition. And I think if BRU, considering what their playstyle is as of right now, where they don't necessarily want to interact with you for the most part of the game, they're just going to play the macro much better. I think it's going to be difficult for HKA to set up their composition. Like, the way they're going to do it is probably either use, maybe Darcy or even Varus, they could lock one down, and they're going to use Brihilda or Yimneth the ultimate just to kind of slow them so they can't run away, forcing either a flicker, and if they don't, they're in a bad position and will die. But that's just one person. If they're lucky, they might get 2 or 3. The setup requires a little bit more effort, and as long as, you know, BRU are on top of the fact that, okay, these are their enablers, we avoid them, then it's going to be a much more difficult game.
Yeah, aside from being enablers, you know, the effective range of damage of HKA is going to be obviously visible when the Yipnet activates the ultimate, when Brunhilde activates the ultimate. You just have to play along that line, along those lines, and you're basically going to make it into like a 3 versus 5 wherein, oh, we just have to worry about the Darcy and the Varus and the Richter while Brunhilde is going to try to, you know, play around us, and they try to go aggressive with that. I mean, again, that's the weird thing about the Brunhilde.
Yeah, I mean, we're just gonna have to wait and see if, you know, maybe we're not seeing something that HKA have been practicing and look to, you know, wombo combo into each other. Yeah, so hopefully they have some kind of better idea than us compared to what we can see on the surface level to see if they're able to kind of pull this off. However, I do think, you know, especially for BRU, the Yena just brings so much more compared to the Richter, especially in these team fights, and that's what's particularly annoying. Because yes, Yena goes into the fight, it's tough to go through, but when they rotate well, Yena gets into them, pushes them back out, or looks like, you know, get some great catches into that backline. It can be a difficult game for HKA.
Again, this is all circumstantial. Definitely, this is just kind of what we think is going to happen. But HKA still has a coin or a stake in this game. I mean, there's only 2-0 for Buriram United. So HKA can come back from this one. This is a full best-of-7 series. We'll just have to see if they can really adapt to a very strong opponent. It's kind of like your anime tournament arc, you know, where you're trying to get stronger on the fly, and now HKA has to do the same thing.
It's he won't let me play any of my cards. As the bottom lane, we can see the Talanas is by herself for the most part. She's not going to need too much. She kind of just wants to, you know, chill, relax, and Yepneth is roaming between the two lanes. Varus in the mid side. Richter, he's just chilling for the most part, clearing up the top side as much as he can, as Darcy again in the jungle. But the question is, how do they want to attack? How do they want to attack their opponents? Like, do they really want to be active, especially for HK, or do they want to wait for their level 4s before anything is set up?
I mean, they could actually do either or, but level 4s would be the definite yes answer, just because Shaolin is going to be able to set up with this Darcy pick. Look at how Nunu is just kind of thinking that because they don't have any vision at all in the river, they're just going to back away. But while all that was happening, since they know that, you know, the members of HK are going to be down on that side, they go and clear out every single camp on the top of this jungle, and that keeps, you know, BRU's economy rolling, as HKA is on a slight decline already, 400, 500 gold behind.
Yeah, and they're playing this really well, especially from BRU. They take the Spirit Sentinel, and then after that, they get out, they recall, instantly move down to the bottom side because they know they have to contest for Abyssal Dragon. HKA, on the other hand, was a little late to the rotation up top side for the Spirit Sentinel, and now they don't have a position onto the Abyssal Dragon, even though they should have technically. But, you know, we know how BRU plays. They'll force it out. They'll control the waves. They want to make sure all the conditions are perfect for them to take this Abyssal Dragon without having too much congestion.
I'm really curious how this Brunhilde will, you know, basically affect HKA's standing here, because again, the ADC that doesn't typically play like an ADC. There's a matchup right now that Overfly is winning. Richter is getting pushed out of his own lane. He might even lose a wave or so. So you might not see him recall back to base. Yeah, look at that. He's just kind of staying there waiting for the Varese to help him out. Oh. And he really can't drop the lane. But because there's 3 members here, look at Nunu. He spots him out, uses the ultimate. And Outcast might be in a weird scenario here. There's still 1 wave, but HKA perfectly staved him off. Although, albeit taking quite a bit of damage onto the top tier 1.
This just can't get out.
Ridiculous.
His Bia Bro was able to give him enough time to respawn, and all the alt-timers just went off, and he's just like, oh, thank God. That I just got obliterated there. He could barely move.
He just used 1 ultimate to counter 2 or 3 ultimates from Hong Kong Attitude.
Yep.
At least for now, that is just how it's gonna look out as.
Oh boy, this is going to be an interesting game as both sides refuse to lose even an inch of ground. Still, we haven't seen first blood just yet. Maybe it's going to be another 8 minutes until we see, another 4 minutes until we see the next first blood.
Definitely. Nunu just using his Moonfall there to clear out the waves instantaneously. And Albao as well as the man, I mean, they're supposed to be the bombarders here, but only up until the team fight's not really gonna translate into damage onto the towers. As you can see, the Talanas is just so good at countering those out. In any case, they are going to be starting the Abyssal Dragon here as HKA will be on the forefront. Albao is going to be forcing a fight here. Already has his ultimate up once again, and he can't slap them to submission if he would have wanted to.
Yeah, they're trying to keep control over the river side, and Brahilda down on bot is trying to clear out the wave. Ooh, top side, a 1v1 is breaking out. He's just trying to charge it up. Can he get the next one? No, he doesn't want to take the tower shot. He backs away.
Again, skill matchup. Outcast can do much of anything there up against Overfly. It really is going to be who dodges what and whatnot. Since first one did show himself onto the top side, you can see that HKA kind of showing themselves here in the bottom. Okay, Yimna is going to be in a really tough spot there. Look at the damage from the Foxen, but BRU respect and turn back.
Yeah, I mean, he still had his ultimate, so he is pretty safe. He is, look at that regeneration. He can barely move. As Lindis walks away, but still, you can see Albao, he just waits for his passive, and he's just going to regenerate the heck out of himself. Oh, looks like we won't be able to get that. Won't be able to get the river neutral objective, but now, more importantly, I'm surprised, especially for the side of BRU, they haven't taken the Abyssal Dragon yet.
The respect of like just how strong the team fight is for HKA. Like, River is pretty open, but when you have two opponents that has like two big circles that they can just drop in, that's when you have to kind of respect that. You know, even though River is a quite spacious avenue to fight them, you still have to respect that. But it seems like they're not going to respect it any longer. They're starting it off very slowly, but it seems like they want to get this bottom tier 1 before anything else.
Yeah, and I think more importantly, it's just like the control. Oh, wait, the man's in trouble. He's taking quite a bit of damage here. The backline is in trouble. The man goes down. Timmy, instead, being the bro, does save, making this dive pretty clean. Albao is trying to turn this around. At the backside, easy gets initial kill onto Timmy. They trade 1 for 1.
1 for 1 damage onto the tower, though, pretty significant. And Overfly, here's the thing about Richter. Richter cannot do proxying as well as the Yana can, just because Richter doesn't have any innate sustain tools. So he has to let the tower do the tanking for him, and then he just takes the damage all throughout. He's very low, so if he doesn't try to, you know, scramble from the fight, he is going to die straight up.
Yeah, and he's just trying to maintain control over his top tier 1, especially since Krixie keeps on rotating up to the top side. It's just like, it's annoying because Overfly has enough damage to really chunk out that tower if he stays there any longer, and I'm pretty sure he should be able to secure tier 1 if he commits to it, but he doesn't want to just yet. I'm pretty sure that the minions will be able to take this out with no problem. Bottom side, HKA is Lindis. He's right on top of him. They immediately begin the fight, but they don't want to commit to it, especially with such a huge zone that Brahilda controls. Even if he's going to be A-OK.
So the thing that BRU really excels at is that, again, their fundamentals in macro is incredibly immaculate. Like, if you think about it, you know, one of the things that is different with AOV compared to other games, other MOBAs, is that we have shared gold and XP. So being able to stick to a lane as a player, even if you're a support, with sharing that ambient gold and whatnot, really helps you stay ahead of your opponent. And as you can see, they clear out the waves first, they share the gold and the XP, and then they rotate. And that is where BRU does it the best. And it seems like the team fight is gonna come out, and Albao just destroying in the middle of it. You saw that the man did go to his tank mode as the Brunhilde, but is not dealing enough damage. And even if he does, Isalindos is there with the being a bro to deny his knockout.
Yeah, it's just so tough. Like, Shaolin has to be a little bit closer to kind of be part of the fight. They can't fight this 2v4, and I think, you know, about a little too front forward with the rest of this team not wanting to move any further than it is. I think the combination kind of needs a little bit more follow-up there, because right now, the man needs a little bit more time to really scale into this game.
Yeah, he needs the items to be a powerhouse. Oh, Celendos gets the last hit. He still has being a pro. He's going to be fine. He activates on himself. Already going to just re-engage into this one. They still catch him in the middle of everything. And, I mean, they get the support, but at what cost? Darkslayer is still up, or still in the hands of BRU.
Well, they have to just control the waves as much as they can. And now that they have a numbers advantage, they could look to set this dive up. The man is trying to siege it up. They're clearing up the waves as soon as possible. But Overfly flickers forward, gets an initial cancel. Really good play there overall. They managed to protect their tier 1. And now they're getting sandwiched in between. Abao, he doesn't have his ultimate. He's kind of in trouble here. He quickly pops it down. Looks like the indicator wasn't showing it just now as the rest of the team pulls back.
Finally does survive there, though. Drake has been summoned. All going to push him from the bottom lane, but this is going to allow BRU to work at the other lanes where the Drake is not. Overfly, though, in the really tight spot there, has to immediately back away or he's dead. One more auto attack could have been in, but the defense from Isolindos, the zoning that this teaming brings to the table keeps the DS laner alive, and BRU still with a 2-2 scoreline. What the hell? First one, get on out of here. He can even get a double kill. And all you naysayers, you thought that Hayate was the true ninja? This is the OG ninja, Irie.
First one, what an absolute beast. Let's look at a replay one more time and see how he played this out, because Outcast, you know, he was kind of chilling there for a while, and the man, he thought he could go into tank farm to get the extra stats to protect himself, but that just wasn't enough in the first one. Just chunks him out. They don't realize how far ahead he is with the Omni arms as well as the rank breaker. Like, oh, so much damage.
Trying to run away here. That Drake is still pretty healthy, and they're zoning them out incredibly well, while first one is split pushing by himself. This is actually the optimal way to control the board as of the moment. They should be able to shut down this Drake here because, well, it's a tight corridor. They really can't do too much. The Foxen, though, is making the best out of a bad situation while they are just clearing out the mid towers. And HKA, they were forced to use that bombardment from the man to kind of just get the dragon, or the Drake rather, but that's about it. Oh no.
And now they're rotating towards the top side once again. And again, BRU are forcing HKA to play to their own timing. Like, it's just so unfortunate that HKA, every single time they try to make a play, they get really, really close to securing the kill. But somehow they just can't get that last auto attack or have that little bit of damage to set them apart. And again, we're in the exact same position as last time, where BRU is 5k ahead of their opponents, and they slowly just pick away at their objectives until HKA have nothing left.
Are they going to dry out HKA again ever so slowly?
Oh, yeah.
It's drain them till there's nothing left?
Yeah, it's going to be a slow pot roast here, and it's already begun.
I mean, that's what they said, like, you know, cook in a low simmer and wait till tender.
Oh, God. If tender was not 45 minutes long, Islindis is going to be walking away from that one. I mean, I'm surprised that Silent isn't getting, you know, the dimensional portals off
first
a little bit better.
He is in such a perfect area to go for the flag. Ryu activated. The dragon comes alive. And with the blink of an eye, 1, 2, no, 4 down. 30 seconds, only Outcast to defend. Can the Richter do it? The last Jedi. Oh, can he actually stave them off? This is a 5 versus 1. Oh. He's going for it, though. He's trying to get the teamy, at least the teamy. And that should be game number 3. 13 minutes into the game. What a quick game for BRU.
That was such a clean attack. I mean, oh my lord. Then I get into the backline, it's just like, what up, nerds? pushes them back into the team, and they just collapse so fast. Yeah, it's so dirty. Like, how was he able to get behind them without the rest of HKA actually noticing? I think there was enough attention onto BRU, and I definitely think they've just got them in their heads, because HKA, this was an uncharacteristic mistake. Like, they should have known where Yena was at all times.
Well, they were kind of grouped up into the mid side. You didn't see HKA's support kind of just roaming and trying to figure out where's the other teammates of BRU. And of course, not having their tier 1 towers up for them just made, again, the jungle an easy traversable area for the members, or at least in this scenario, for the Irie to try to get that flank maneuver. And with that in mind, you can just see that BRU in one fell swoop knocked out HKA, and one more game is already match point for the Thai squad.
Wow, already the match point. I think this is going to be a much cleaner game, as BRU are just showing that they are the better team compared to HKA, and HKA are just really struggling to find any kind of footing against BRU. Like, these dives are looking so good. They managed to trade 1-for-1 overall, but in the end, it just didn't really matter towards the later stages of the game, because they weren't able to really capitalize on it. It's like, yes, you trade one turret, and then it just goes south so quickly.
Again, this Brunhilde, even though it did a good chunk of damage, it still was not enough. Look at how first one was on an Irie, wins out this duel up against a Brunhilde and a Richter all at the same time, while also getting the top tier 2, and here it is, the final gank, the final turnaround. They were able to just come out from underneath their noses, and they got snuffed out easy.
So quickly. Oh boy. And BRU, they're looking confident, they're looking happy with their style of play. If they keep this up, I think HKA are just gonna crumble under the the slow pressure cooker that BRU have put them in.
Oh man. Yeah.
Look at that goalie, 10K at the end of it after one like big bout, clean sweep them, and they just plowed all the way through mid lane.
You know, there has been, like, historically teams in esports in general, where they just try to do this one tactic that gets into the heads of their opponents, and it seems like Rotterdam United, they're not just a team that likes to play the macro game, they're also the type of team that tries to force you to go aggressive on them, and if you can't, they win the game. And I don't know who has enough control in aggression in the early game that can beat them out. In HKA, they're looking to be a team that doesn't have it.
Yeah, and I mean, they're just showing it time and time again. Like, the draft itself was already a little fishy for the side of HKA. I definitely think that it wasn't, the best draft that they pulled out so far, but it is pretty innovative with what they have. I mean, the wombo combo, like, it looks nice. In theory, it makes sense, but Brunhilde just couldn't get far ahead and couldn't get those kills to really boost her into that position where her crits, getting, the Cleaver Sanctity, into the Cleaver Sanctity really quickly, and then getting a couple more kills after that, plus her passive to get some big damage in. It was just so difficult. But it's going to be the key player of the game. It's going to be first one from the jungle. Whew! I mean, that 2v1 real clean.
Okay, I was gonna actually add that Brunhilde is kind of like the alternate Elsu. In a sense.
Okay.
Hear me out.
I'm hearing you out.
She has to go a little bit immobile to get that long range damage, but Elsu, on the other hand, has to go immobile just to charge up his snipe. So I feel like if they had the chance to maybe use it again, I think they already used it or it was banned. It could have been different. But the thing with the Brunhilde, you saw how quickly BRU was able to punish that because they went for like a. They went for an Irie pick. They went for a Yena pick that can just smack Brunhilde silly. You saw that she was charging her ultimate, hitting the Talanas into the top lane, and then Yena was like push her back, flick her in, and then Brunhilde was like trying to run away for her life. Another thing came up when the highlights you watched, where she did a 2v1 Irie versus the Brunhilde.
Yeah, and the Richter.
Yeah, the Richter. The thing was, I feel like Brunhilde's DPS is very low. Like, the damage that he does per second is significant. I mean, just the DOT is strong. Like, every 5 seconds, it's the damage is big, but the DPS compared to the members of BRU is substantially low, and that's why I think the trading potential of Brunhilde isn't as good.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of think that's why HKA needed to get those couple of kills early on to get that lead, and that's why I was hoping for the initial Yipnef in Brunhilde would get that kill down to the bot side, but Timmy just like popped this on and was just like, okay, thanks, bye,
Yeah.
I'm out.
Yeah, that's the difficult thing about it, and that means that now we're at match point. Game 3, 3-0 in favor of BRU. I mean, I was actually predicting that this would be a 4-1, but it might be actually a 4-0.
Yeah.
Now that we're seeing how the Thai team BRU have come from from such a weird place during the start of 2019, now looking mighty strong
Yes.
in AIC here, and well, are they going to be the ones to go up against Flash tomorrow? That's the thing. But HKA, they still have a game left. If they can win this, they can turn it around. I believe so. They are a very aggressive team. The only thing that they need to do now is to try to understand how their aggression can work in choking out the resources away from their opponent, which doesn't seem to happen when it's against BRU.
Yeah, I think especially Game 3 wasn't their best for sure. You can tell that a lot of their members were slow on the rotations. You can see that, mechanics-wise, the ultimates weren't exactly entirely there. Like, it was half a second late Brunhilde's mid-ult, and Yip ended up dying because of it. And a lot of these, slower rotation cost them a little bit more to be a little bit more disruptive. BRU, very clear pattern. Oh, Spirit Sentinel, immediately after, recall, clear our top jungle, go back to base, walk out. If they're not on Abyssal Dragon, do our jungle, walk out, keep control over side lanes, clear the Abyssal Dragon, move away. It's very systematic. They have a very clear idea what they want to do and when they want to do it. And if you break the flow, it's like, all right, fine. We'll have to repeat the process. Look back up topside, control the waves, recall, go back, clear the jungle. They are very efficient with their moves.
And that's the thing, man. The macro play is really showing its face for this team. So now, guys, we're just going to take a quick breather here. And when we come back, game number 4 will decide if BRU will push into the grand finals or will HKA prolong this and maybe even turn it around. This is AIC 2019. I'm Asarai. This is Gideon Q. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. 2019 semifinals. Possible last game of the day or the night, depending on where you are. My name is Asarai. This here is Gideon Q. What do you think, man? Is it possible for HKA to come back?
I mean, it's going to be a tough feat so far because it feels like they're just getting outclassed here against BRU so far. And it's just been such a struggle for them to play the game. Looks like they've already locked in the Darcy as well as the Crixix. Like, that's never going to be able to touch the table this time around. But HKA, like, they're thinking about their next ban here. I don't know what they have up their sleeve. Are they gonna, try and pull out these wombo combos, or do they want to, start play the standard game one more time and see whether they can kind of perfect their movement, perfect their macro, just so they can look to punish BRU finally after 3 games.
They can. I feel like you just have to go for the normal draft and then, change up the way that they play this game. But again, that's just how I would think about it. They do remove the Morad off of the table, so once again, Buriram United's front line is going to be open. They finally let the zip pass through, but the thing is, like I said, Zenial is a counter that BRU use in this scenario. Granted, though, that sometimes they don't pick it up immediately, or actually, no, never mind. What is wrong with me? It's actually banned out already here, but of course, Florentino is already up for this one.
Yeah, I mean, nobody has been letting Florentino through for either side, and now it's like, all right, we'll give you zip, but we're basically going to allow ourselves to get Florentino. And I mean, so far, like, Overfly has been crushing it. Like, Yena, that was a great game. Like, giving Florentino now, it's like, ooh, that's gonna be a scary one, as Fennec is gonna be the first lock in. Ooh, and Florentino as well.
HK have not yet picked an Omen. So Omen is actually gonna be able to outscale the Florentino in the late game. So I think, like, it's not a bad idea to just pick him straight up just because. But now HKA, they're gonna be saying, well, not like that. We have already the protection of the zip. We want to go for a team fight centric composition here. But if you want to go for a team fight, BRU will oblige with the pick on this Marja.
They're just like, you know what? We're going to continue playing an uninteractive game. We're going to continue locking in the Marja this time around. Yena going to be the ban for the side of BRU. Overall, I think that's pretty smart, making sure that, HKA don't have, options to deal, especially into the Yena into Florentino matchup. It's I wouldn't say it's even at all until, Florentino starts stacking up later on, but it is quite a difficult skill matchup for Florentino to win. Now, Quillen is going to get banned out as well as Raz.
So here's the thing. I believe the Yena and Florentino matchup, Florentino wins the early game. Once he gets level 2, level 3. But the longer the game progresses, the more that Yena becomes that durable duelist that can win matches. Even if Florentino can what's the word here, sustain himself, Yena can sustain herself better, and she's tankier than the Florentino.
I agree, but a lot of conditions have to go through. Like the Gentleman's Duel, like if he just like somehow spams it and keeps like getting this increase in permanent stats, like, oh yeah, now I've got like a bajillion damage. It's like one of those things. But I do think for the most important part, like level 1 to 3, it's pure skill. Like you can't afford to let Florentino get on top of you. You have to just really outplay it.
Now here he is. First pick of the second phase. BRU, they already got top. They already got the possible ADC and jungler with the Marja. I don't really like to see a Marja in the mid lane. She's more of like a control mage in the side lane. Could be even a support if they wanted to, but more so on an ADC role. So
I just don't like Marja in general. She's just like, oh yeah, you're gonna push? Okay. I'm
interesting fact though, Marja has seen good success for some of the teams that used her in the group stage. So her win rate isn't really abysmal, even though, she seems like she's not really a worth enough ADC. And Buriram, they were hovering over the Ormar, but decided to go for a net just because, of course, they want to be able to push and control the trajectory of this zip.
Yeah. I mean, so far, I'm liking BRU's composition so far, and HKA, they've got a pretty good composition too. I just kind of need to figure out who their jungler is. It looks like they're hovering over the Zill as well as the Chi, but I don't know which one it's going. I don't know which one they're going to go for now. We're just going to have to wait and see before I can decide, like, you know, all rounded, how is their comp going to actually deal with BRU.
Maybe they just want a Chi for the ability to stun somebody to the wall and, you know, make it an easy knockout, make it an easy follow-up for the Zill to stick to the target.
Oh, okay. They're locking in the Chi as well as the Zill this time around. BRU, how are they going to round out the combo? Are they going to be looking for, you know, options? They haven't locked in the Baldoom. Wait, do they already have a support? Yeah, they already do have a support. They're just missing
Mid laner.
The mid laner here. Unless Marja is going into the mid lane, then it's like, ooh, it's going to be tough. Ormar, not too bad.
What I mean, they have a net though.
That's true. It's like, you know, double the double secure is just like body block it this time. I don't have a great ultimate, but I'm just going to run into it. 25 more seconds until, you know, we kind of figure it out. Ormar is going to be the pick of choice.
So net is gonna go to the mid to Nunu? What? Oh, okay then. What a turn of events. You'd think that it was gonna be the support with Marja and Annette, and I was actually feeling a little bit iffy on that because Marja is the battle mage. You don't really want her to be with somebody who's not gonna be able to go with the same wavelength as her. So Ormar makes the most sense. But now Annette onto the mid side. I have not seen this before, and up against a Crixie nonetheless. This is interesting. How does BRU kind of pull this out of their hats? I mean, this is pretty spicy.
This is pretty spicy. A lot of work needs to be done by Marja, Fennec, as well as Florentino here, because they're not going to have the greatest rotation routes. Their wave clear is kind of okay at best. I definitely feel like HKA, their comp looks real good right now, and I'm kind of feeling it a little bit. Like, if, you know, BRU, if they're able to like cut off rotational paths and get some really good cancels, they should be able to, you know, take control over the game. But I'm leaning towards HKA, and I'm feeling a little bit more confident for them this game.
The only member that I feel like Zill will really be able to deal the most amount of damage is just the Fennec. Maybe the Annette, but more so the Fennec. Like, BRU has forced the jungler of HKA to only think about 2 targets. Like, I wouldn't work at the Marja because she can go into her ethereal form, the ghost form, and be invincible throughout the duration of that. There is the Ormar, who is super tanky, so I don't think Zill will be able to burst or whittle him down any time at all. And Florentino is also kind of around the same lines. But we'll see. Zill is really one of those heroes that can just break you once he gets his items rolling, and that is something that HKA can definitely do here. I'm looking at it, and I actually like HKA's composition in this game 4, and they have a solid lineup that they can match up against BRU, but they are going into the unknown. An Annette the mid, a Marja ADC, what has the world turned to?
Ooh. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if HKA just they've snapped under the pressure. It's like, we just gotta lock it in, man. We just gotta make it work now. But we're coming into this game. It's gonna be pretty exciting and a pretty spicy one indeed. And there you have it. It's gonna be Nudu inside the mid, in with the net. This is gonna be an exciting game as we move into Game 4. HKA versus BRU.
How does that work? Let's see how the matchup kind of just like unravels in front of our eyes, because this is one of those rare instances where we don't really see Nunu in a more aggressive mid laner. Like, he can play almost everything, but he really just kind of wants to be the linchpin that just rotates around, deals damage for his team. But it's now the work of his other comrades.
Yeah, pretty interesting so far. I mean, the lane assignments, it's definitely just weird. And, you know, Florentino is, with the help of Ormar, kind of protecting him in the early stages of the game, making sure that, you know, they have some form of control, because it's a range into melee matchup. It's not too great unless Overfly finds an opening to actually pounce on top of this Hayate. Down to the bot side, however, I mean, nothing much is going to happen for the most part as Marja isn't really going to react too much to Kui. Cheese so far, but
here's a small theory of why the net is there. If you think about the three, make that 4 members of BRU, not including Florentino, every single one of them has a slow mechanic, and you're gonna be seeing BRU turn Hong Kong Attitude speed from, let's say, a V8 engine to a very slow snail. Because
that's true though. Wait.
Like, think about it that way. Like, there is so much soft CC from BRU that they actually turn that soft CC into a sort of hard CC.
I guess, but it's just like,
watch how that would happen. Like, imagine Outcast. Imagine the man in Aobao trying to chase at you, or when they release out of Aobao, everybody gets slow. That is so disgusting if you think about it. And BRU have played it well in that draft, and I don't know how this is gonna work, but that is so much zone control if you think about it.
Okay, I want to see how they use it effectively. Like, in theory, yes, it sounds like a good idea, but I don't think like they're gonna 4-man go into Zip and then make a big play. Oh, Overfly trying to get on out of there, doesn't want to deal with Zip at all as HKA rotate fast across the map to hopefully catch them off guard and snag a kill for themselves.
Yeah. Not only that, but because they do have Annette as the mid laner slash support, her ratios would actually be stronger to heal the teammates, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, but of course, that's the role.
Yeah, but hear me out, right? Since the items would be more magic or more AP centric, that means that the heal from Nunu will also be obviously substantial, meaning that the team fights will actually be longer for BRU and healthier for BRU. And there's a lot of like members that can really actually synergize well from a lot of like heals. And this is going to be a hard comp to kind of burst down and think about it, because Hong Kong Attitude, I think they have more whittle damage or shred damage more than they have burst damage.
I mean, that's true. They do. I mean, they do have a couple of burst options with the Zil. Oh, wait a minute! They're trying to get to the top side. She actually focusing pretty hard, but luckily the turret is still there. Zil comes in to try and pick up the kill, and yes, he does. Every single one of those slashes land.
Oh, no ultimate for Defoxen. Interestingly enough, they forced it beforehand, and Zil just connects with the Tempest, and Hong Kong Attitude. Let's start from that. That's going to be the first blood. And with that, that's going to allow Chi to get a lot more in the top lane and maybe even spill her advantage in the other sides too.
I mean, hopefully that's what we're hoping to see from HKA, but so far it still has been quite a slow game overall, considering how they usually play in their group stage and as well as their previous matchups. But so far, BRU not making too many mistakes. I mean, initially the top side, it was a good setup from HKA more than anything else, and I definitely think that Marja couldn't have played that any better. So well played to HKA for now, but can they keep this up?
Shaolin has yet to prove himself as that jungler that enables Hong Kong Attitude to really thrive in these games. But now that he saw that first blood, he actually got that first blood, maybe with this Zil, he can turn things around for HKA, but a team fight erupts.
Yep, and they already continue. The rest of the team is pulling backwards. Ooh, Marja transforms into Spirit form, pulls, her Wraith form, pulls away, doesn't get picked up by the ult coming in from Easy. Yeah, they're just going to pull back out. They don't want to get into this fight. They're trying to, maintain their distance.
There's some crazy speed with this Marja because of that haste spell.
That's so frustrating, and I think, HKA are in a position where they kind of have to pull up all the stops, and they have to play this perfectly. If not, BRU is going to get ahead. Florentino is already on top of someone, onto Zip there, but back into the mid lane. Both sides just wrestling for control.
Oh, 1v1, Defoxen. Obviously, it's not really going to work for the Fox, and he can only just clear out the wave, and that's going to be much about it. But first one will join him in the fight, and this could turn the tides. Outcast has to be forced back out, but I don't think this is going to result into a tower being caught out because Zill is near the vicinity, and Outcast can do just that.
Yeah, and they're able to sustain really, really well up there. Oh, wait a minute. The man try and go straight on top of the Overfly. Needs to turn this around. He already is going to win this 1v1. Great play coming in from Overfly, making sure that, again, he got pretty close to the man actually bursting him out, but again, he was able to win that out. So nicely done for the side of BRU's Overfly.
And he's going to be able to use that to, you know, give himself a little bit more of an advantage. And my, that was already like the first, what was it? Like the first strong item there for, what was it? Like Fenrir's Talent already up for Hayate, and he still lost that 1v1. This goes to show how much of a duelist Overfly really is. And now with that mistake, that's going to be allowing BRU to kind of rotate to their heart's content. And this is a Fennec. Look at that. Easy tower.
So quick with this passive here. But HKA are just trying to set up an ambush here. But again, Marja is just so difficult to actually lock down. Oh, they actually do get the initial lockdown. She goes into the Wraith form. Pops the sprint really quick. Doesn't able. That's so unlucky there. It was looking so good until it wasn't. Good play. Good setup coming in from HKA. Yeah. Execution could have been a little bit better.
They need to lock down Marja to be able to shut her down, because if not, she's just going to activate that Wraith form of hers and escape. And even though, yeah, you can see that maybe Albao can go for a chase, it's not going to be enough. First one though, he actually got away. Albao though can throw out his teammate. He rolls right in with the zip ult, and that should be it. First one should go down. Shaolin gets the shutdown, and well, objectives traded by BRU. They got the bottom tier 1, but not the tier 2. And this is actually looking mighty fine for Hong Kong Attitude. And with 8 minutes almost in, they can even start the Darkslayer if they wanted to.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty beneficial for them to force out the Darkslayer fight for the side of BRU. Now, BRU have to respond to this. They're like, oh no, this is actually bad. We have to kind of be there and respond to this as they take control. They move away from the lanes, and now it's like, all right, back to mid-priority. Let's move back in, clear up the waves a little bit more, and hopefully force out a mistake from BRU.
Well, they did force out a mistake. Interesting enough, first one was right there. Maybe he was sort of as a distraction tool for Buram, but at the end of it, they still didn't get much of a trade-off, only just losing their teammate, and that's about it. Buram will finally get the second dragon of the game, but the gold lead is pretty even from both of our teams here.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what exactly HK is doing at this point in time. Now I'm kind of questioning it, where it's like, yes, they were trying to bait out, they were trying to get onto the Darkslayer fight. Oh, they for sure knew that the cooldown timers were down for the side of BRU, but still they didn't want to force it out too hard. They could have done the Abyssal Dragon and rotated down bot side, but again, I guess the jungle was a little bit more important at the time. I don't know what to say at this point. Like, it's looking a little sloppy, I have to admit.
With that, they're kind of just losing control of the map here. Like, they're still not really neck and neck, but they're still keeping it even in terms of everything else in the economy. But again, the overall objectives really isn't there. The Fox said he shouldn't go down here. He has his ultimate, but he got locked down well enough that there you go. Hong Kong Attitude would be able to do that. But again, BRU being opportunistic as they can, use first one, rotate around the map, break at that bottom tier 2, and you basically lose a life for a tower, which I would take any name of the day here as long as it's tier 2, and which it is.
Yep, and that's a really good trade-off overall. So they have control over bottom side, but I think, you know, BRU, what they need the most is to break that mid-tier 1, so it opens up pathways into top and bottom side jungle like the last time in their previous 3 games, and that's where, you know, HKA really start to crumble once they lose control over their own jungle.
The more this progresses, the more that HKA are not in a favorable position. But if they can get this Darkslayer, maybe if they can force it out, maybe, just maybe, it would work well into their favor. The thing is, you can see how BRU are just kind of roaming around the map and are very close to the Darkslayer. So that if HKA try to do anything sneaky, they can go, rotate quickly, and contest it if they so want to.
Yeah, what's really frustrating about the Cryptial is that if you don't see them, it will not proc. So again, we didn't see any you know, meteors coming down, stars coming down upon your opponents there. really unfortunate that that's how it works. But you know, HKA, they're just chilling around the Dark Slayer, making sure that you know nobody's able to do anything about it. But they are forgetting that there are other neutral objectives on the map. And now that they've lost control over bottom side, Florentino is having the time of his life. Like, oh my goodness, the man, he is just clearing up waves, but it's not going to be enough for him to get ahead into the game because he wants to be part of these bigger fights.
They're going to go for a big fight once again. Moonfall activated by EZ there. These are some key ultimates are being expended by, well, by HKA as BRU is just going at it. Now that the Fennec is already level 15, the highest among everybody, they can just go for it. Abao is going straight to the middle of the fight. Shaolin's going to go in aggressive, and look at that! They just destroy Nunu and the Foxen. They did not expect there was so much bursts from this Zill, and they bite the dust from that one. This could be bad. Overfly is trying to run away here, and now this is the retaliation of HKA.
Yeah, and they're doing really good job. And Abao using his abilities to kind of pick up the wave, push them right into the turret to quickly take away a tier 2. Two members still down. He's going to do it one more time. They go straight into the backline. First one is pushed out as the rest of the team goes for a huge dive under the tier 3. As they pull through, they still try to pull through. Two already down. The man's in trouble. Overfly is just doing it. He has taken away. He's still alive. He's done it. Overfly has turned it around for his team, taking out 4 members from their opponents. Well played, BRU.
The roll of the Zip can make or break. You're not actually fully in control of that roll, so sometimes it goes overboard. But you could see, like, everybody was just trying to scramble. Crap! Abao, don't go underneath the tower. We had the lead. They had the lead. Why not just try to break the mid-tier 3 and play at it by the book? They tried to finish this game up, and HKA's support. I mean, you can't say anything other than it was a terrible mistake. It was a terrible play.
Honestly, had they waited a little bit longer for Easy to get his ultimate back up, I think he could have changed the course of that fight, because that Florentino, he was going off quick. He just needed one tap, and I think that Moonfall would have been that one tap, and Easy should have been able to easily clean up the rest of that fight. Another person was low, I can't remember who, and finally, you know, their support really wasn't able to do too much from the side of BRU. So I think that would have been a very clean fight, even though the mistake was made by the side of HKA.
Could have been. I mean, you know what they say, coulda, woulda, shoulda. But here's HKA forcing the fight once again. But they're in the middle of the Fennec ultimate. That is just so much damage, but they're surviving. Abao, one more auto attack, but look at the flank coming in from the Marja, activating the Wraith Form, immediately shutting down the ability of HKA to retaliate in this fight. And Overflight is still right here. They know where the Hayate was placing himself, and they will stop him from calling back into the base. And this is the trick. They can definitely end it. They're stopping the Hayate from coming back with his teammates. And it's only Shaolin. It's only Easy. Caught in the middle of the fight. This is it. Walking Tunnel activated by Isolindils. And here he is. Shaolin into the middle of it. But that is a Zill. A walking glass cannon. Still not going to be stopped up. They actually back away. This is still not over. BRU don't force themselves to commit, but they are breaking towers left and right. And this should be the mid-tier 3. No, never mind. Good clear there from Easy, but that was close, too close for comfort for HKA.
Wow. I mean, BRU honestly could have taken the 50-50 on, you know, looking to push and go for the end there. However, they realized that, you know, she has the Moonfall, she cleared up 2 minions, and it's like, you know what, we don't need to commit to this. Even though they probably could have, arguably, and it was, you know, a 55 to 45 odds, but still, we're talking about BRU, and they're like, unless it's 100%, we won't do it. So they're backing off here as the rest of HKA are just trying to just keep hold, keep grasp over control in this game.
BRU, they're not like your run-of-the-mill bar of salt. They don't like to kill 99.99% appearance. They want to get that 100% before anything else. And definitely you're right. They like to play the safe game here. But it also does make a lot of sense because in the next 20 seconds, Enraged Abyssal Dragon plus the Dark Slayer will be in their pockets. They will be buffed up by it. So, I mean, that's a pretty worth it enough wait for BRU to just kind of go for those 2 objectives first and then go for the finisher.
Yeah, they're such a disciplined team. It's infuriating. They don't play it other than the book. It's like, we play for the book, play for the objectives. Okay, we can't clear this up, but it's 50-50. Don't worry about it.
Code.
The Bushido code. That's so accurate. Oh, wait, Abao is actually going straight in. Xiaolin is in the back line. He has to get out of there. He quickly flickers forward as the rest of the team needs to look for a potential way to get in. The choke point is too much. Abao, he's going to suck in one of his friends, pulls him through, and Outcast, he's kind of in this awkward position where he kind of wants to fight, but the rest of the team of BRU wants to get on top of him. Florentino's having the time of his life, chunking them out one by one.
Abao is down. That's going to be make it into a 5 versus 4. And HKA, they're going to scramble to try to get an immediate heal. But as Fennec is still here, he's going to be able to work out at this Darkslayer ever so easily. And they summon the Drake instantaneously. They don't really need to back away at all, so they just need to push out the waves, and the waves are actually pushing in their favor. So this is looking mighty, mighty fine for BRU.
They just have to just run at them at this point. They are down a member. 5 more seconds until Abao is coming back in, and I don't think he wants to really engage this fight, especially when Drake is in their hands. Outcast in the back line here is Lindis going right on top of him with the Ormar. They're just going to give up the Drake just to chase this one guy.
Drake did the damage, I believe. He actually got the top tier 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, I feel like they could have gotten so much more of it, or at least, you know, go for a backline fast. But the fact is, it's Outcast. Like, he can make a play by pushing them back into the team.
This is the great escape from Outcast. He actually able to go from his own jungle to the entirety of the opposing side's jungle and still get out. What a you know, an escape artist.
Oh, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating for BRU, but it's definitely understandable why they had to chase him instantly. If he gets into the backline and pushes them in with the knockback, it's the same situation, you know, with the Yena for the side of BRU. It's like, if he gets into the backline and pushes you back into the team, it's game over.
Yeah, that ultimate definitely super good. First one, though, does have the revival. It's not out just yet. And look at that. Celindas immediately goes into the front line, activates Walking Tall, and forces everybody from HKA to back away. Overfly also has his revival there, but the Foxen will not. This is actually falling all to the wayside from BRU. But HKA cannot force out of their own base because it's already open. And this is kind of like deja vu from what happened from Game 1. Hong Kong Attitude had the advantage, but because they don't have the towers in their favor, they cannot push out just yet.
Yeah, and it looks like, oh boy, the man, the one and only Hayate is full build. He is going to be chunking fools out. And now that he's scaled, it becomes a very difficult game to play because now BRU are going to be on the back foot most of the time because, as you can see, first one is going to struggle to get into a lot of these fights.
But the clear for BRU, that 50 seconds, I thought they would actually be able to push it, but the Bola from the Fennec's ultimate plus Annette's as well, they were able to clear out the wave. That the delay was enough that the members of BRU are out here, but finally they break the mid-tier 3, and this is the path to victory here for Hong Kong Attitude. Still though, they have much to go out for, and with about like simultaneously 20 seconds onto the clock, both Dragon and Darkslayer will be coming out.
Yeah, and oh boy, this is going to be a tough one because they have to choose what they want to get. They can't go for both, and knowing BRU, they're either going to, you know, sit on top of HKA and wait for them to do something before initiating the fight, or they're just going to chill it out because as of right now, it's kind of on the HKA initiative to make this happen. And Albao, he's got to be super careful where he's rolling this time.
And Albao is, I mean, he's kind of like the double-edged sword here. He can make it work, and he can actually break it for HKA here. But finally, they're going to be able to get this Abyssal Dragon. The first big objective for Hong Kong Attitude is already here, and this could be the turnaround that we were looking for. First one, I don't know if he can actually go for the Mano-a-Mano with the Darkslayer, but if he could, that would have been a really nice play for BRU. But Hong Kong Attitude has come back in this game.
Yeah, they're ready to take control finally after losing so much. But the thing is, they always have to worry about top as well as bottom. Florentino is getting a really good push on the bottom side of the map, and even though, you know, Darkslayer is a priority here, they're going to be able to snag it with no problems. They still have to clear those waves, and now Florentino has pressure down on the bottom side of the map. He can actually keep on pushing one more wave and be greedy with it if he wanted to.
Yeah, they can just waste the buffs of HKA, so to speak, and this is This is actually pretty smart. Buriram, the only advantage that they have is that top and bottom are already up to their side. Super Minions will be pushing in, and if ever Hung Attitude tries to do something, they have to still break tier 2s at top and bottom. So that is going to be hard work for them. But they also have the possibility to get straight up into the mid, although they do need a wave for that to work.
Yeah, and now the rest of the team of BRU are slowly, HKA is slowly rotating towards the top side of the map. They have to kind of respond to this, and now you can see BRU, they're like, all right, we've got priority over top, it's pushing in, we're going to recall and clear down bottom and mid side. Like, again, very textbook plays coming in from BRU.
HKA, they're going to have a difficult time. I mean, they have the damage, they have the buffs, they need to make something happen, and it seems like they're going to make something happen right now as the man is going to be trying to slowly chip away at his opponents. That Drake, though, will not break the tier 2. Unfortunately, HKA have to back off.
Yep, and BRU continue their defense so far. Drake has been chunked out really nice, has been taken out actually really nicely by BRU. They don't lose too much off of this. The most they lost was that, was their mid-high ground tower. The rest of the team just has to play this slow, and now we're in the zone of where BRU is very comfortable with, as we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, having that last item, Blade of Eternity, built up for both the Fennec and the Hayate. We are, like you said, it's going to be already late game centric. Missed positions could already be it. There's a lot of players, or a lot of players here that have the revival items, so they're just going to be able to use that, reset themselves, and I don't know who's going to be able to win this. This is neck and neck already.
Yeah, it's really close, and you know, both compositions scaled quite nicely, but I think HKA scales a lot harder in comparison to BRU. Let's see if the macro is going to be enough, or his first one just going to play out of his mind. Like, it's going to be a tough game so far, but we're just going to have to wait and see who's going to win out in the end.
Definitely. It's make or break. Like, first one is going to be the vital DPS for Buriram here, but you can see that, yeah, they're going to be able to use that. Yeah, HKA, the man, is able to melt towers already. He's up to that point where he can do just that.
Oh, looks like they are getting on top of Abba rolls away. He's not going to get caught this time round. Down on mid side, the first one is just keeping his distance. He has to play it really carefully. Both sides, they're stepping 1 foot in, 1 foot out, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. And Outcast is now getting a good push onto the bottom side of the map, while Marcha is gaining priority over top.
They could start the Darkslayer if they wanted to, or maybe even force the fight. Because Albao did use his ultimate there prematurely. Now it is up already, and Outcast has joined his team. What's going to happen here? Overfly spots himself out to the bottom lane, and that is going to push in the favor of Buriram. And they finally go for the Darkslayer. The Fox is coming into the side.
No.
He can try to steal this if he wanted to.
He got pretty close there, but I think if they want to start a fight, they have to start a fight now, you know? Because as you can see, Easy doesn't have his ultimate, and I think that's a really big get-go, but the man, he is really terrifying. His ult is still back up, and he could still chunk out a good number of them. Overfly, you know, showing some flashy moves, but so far, no real engagement coming out of BRU.
And Age Abyssal Dragon. Oh man, first one is frantically trying to get the last hit here. I'm not sure if he even can get it.
Ooh.
No, it's going to be a double buff for HKA. Still though, the damage onto Alba is pretty significant. And oh, BRU, they just back away. They don't even want to touch this hot potato. It's way too much for them to handle. And you said it, man. The late game is in the hands of HKA, and BRU, they're just kind of backing away and retreating for the meantime.
Yeah, they know they don't exactly win towards the later stages of the game, but they want to play the macro game as much as they can. You can see the Murmasa being purchased by the first one. Doesn't matter what tank items you have, he will shred right through it on top of his passive, so he's going to be pumping out a lot of damage.
Pumping out iron, or how you want to call it.
Oh boy.
There's no more lead here for any of these teams. This is again a neck-and-neck game.
This is just the lead. It doesn't matter. Everybody's full items. Like any gold you get at this point is just a consolation prize. But now they've got Drake on the top side, knocking onto Highland door.
Yeah.
Can they break through with this? Can they open up another opening in the base of BRU?
They don't have the range to clear out the Drake. That's the thing. I think, yeah, this top tier team should be easy pickings.
Yep, and mid-wave gets broken in as well. 2 high ground turrets, very even on both sides. But
they have to clear the wave here, though.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Salindos has to take the damage here. He has to take a little bit of the beating because now they can do the same thing and try to use the wave and clear it out. Nunes is low. One more hit. He actually gets shut down onto the man though. But again, the man does have the revive there. He did use his Kunai Blitz, and this could be the shutdown that they're looking for. And it seems like they're just kind of falling onto the wayside. Without the first one, it's just not going to look too good. Fly is going to be there, but there is the Nexus going down. And it seems like we're just going to go for the next game. Hong Kong attitude. Keep the dream alive, and look at the smiles on their faces. It is infectious. We are not done just yet.
That is the longest sigh of relief I've ever seen from HKA. They finally edge out a win against BRU with a composition that scales far better despite the effort of BRU getting so close to winning that game.
Man, HKA, we're like, oh my gosh, we deserve that win. Zill, Shaolin, with this Zill, able to carry his teammates from the mid-game into the late game, letting that Hayate, letting everybody else, you know, scale up. And the Zip, a definite factor in allowing the teammate to win. Granted though that Albao kind of lost his mind a little bit in the mid-game, but it wasn't big enough that BRU could finish the game. Granted, I feel like BRU could have just tried to finish the game with that one push in the bottom lane, but after that, they never had a chance to go back inside the base of HKA.
I mean, they played such a good game overall. Like, they were really struggling towards the inside, especially when BRU were in full control. They just took turrets after turrets after turrets. But again, it still is a little bit of a struggle. And Overfly really played out of his mind, as you can see. Like, this is one of his good outplays. Gets an initial dodge and then just keeps getting those resets time and time again. And, you know, that isn't the first time he actually, you know, clutched it out against HKA.
Let's see just how this fight kind of erupts a little bit more. Yeah, Shaolin was able to just get all those shutdowns, but look at this. I really thought that this was the mistake of HKA that would have cost them the game, but they kept their composure. They still tried to force the fight, but whoa, what the crap, we saw how small the bar for Overfly was, and he still survived after that.
Yeah. I mean, it was a close game overall, but in the end, you know, the team composition that scales better is going to win it out. And yeah, they just did a good job. They played to their win conditions, even though it was looking really rough towards the mid game. As you can see, like, both top and bottom inhibitors were, both top and bottom high ground towers were taken out. So it's just like constant pushing waves. You always have to maintain it time and time again. And then here is where the fights slowly turn into the favor of HKA.
To see how now BRU are trying to overreach, but the protection from the Zip is starting to really show its worth, because Zip, you know, the later the game progresses, the tankier he becomes, and the more effective that effective BRU's comp is, because they can't burst the Zip down. And that was so weird. You saw how Nunu wanted to commit to getting the shutdown to the ban, but then he's like, yeah, you never see that happen from Nunu. He's more calm and collected, but he made a mistake there of over-committing, and his teammates wanted to dive right in, but they didn't have the damage, and they really need to protect the first one, but they didn't protect him well enough.
Yep, and again, long game so far. HKA really showing their stamina so far. I can't wait to see who's going to be the key player this time around. Like, who's it going to be? Who do you think is going to be the key player from all of these guys?
Shaolin.
Shaolin?
100%.
Maybe
Albao, but I feel like Shaolin.
I think Shaolin definitely did a much better job. Like, he really sniped out a lot of the key targets. Like, ooh, he did a really good job overall. But yes, as you can see, they're just really pushing the stats here for their games. They're like, more gold per minute, more gold, more Abyssal Dragon kills, more Darkslayer kills.
Mind you that we are already like in the real dregs of this one, and now BRU, they're like, what just happened? How did that transpire? But I feel like it was more of like them playing always safe that costed them the game, as I felt like they respected the Hong Kong Attitude's damage too much in the early game, where they should have respected the threat of the late game more so than not.
I think, you know, if I was in BRU's position and I was 3-0 against AHK, I definitely would have felt a lot more confidence in my own capabilities of, you know, taking them out. So I definitely understand where they're coming from and, you know, sticking by the book, very disciplined in what they do. But again, they have to take a 50-50 at some point of time. And here we have it. Ooh, it's going to be Outcast from the side of HKA, the key player of the game. 50% kill participation overall. And, you know, even with the KD of 2, 2, and 3, like, he is looking to put a lot of pressure on the map. But more importantly, the moment he disappears, BRU is like, whoa, 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 whoa. We don't want to Yana. We did a Yana last game. We don't want to end up in that position again.
Yeah, there he is. And the bow. That is Outcast, key player of the game for game number 4. And with that, we're going to take a quick breather, guys. Don't you go anywhere. It's not over till it's over. AIC 2019 semifinals game between Buriram United Esports and Hong Kong Attitude continues after the break. So don't go anywhere. My name's Asarai. This is Gideon Q. We'll be right back. Welcome back, guys, to the Arena of Valor International Championship 2019 semifinals, however you want to call it. My name is Asarai. With me now is Gideon Q, and you have just witnessed the first game taken away by HKA, and a possible hopeful moment for all you Taiwanese/Hong Kong fans out there.
Yeah, and you might be right. This might be potentially. This could go either way. We've seen BRU take games away from HKA very easily, dragging it out very, very long, kind of whittling them down. This might be that 4-1 that you predicted not too long ago. But we're just gonna have to wait and see whether HKA is gonna stick to their guns, and hopefully this gives them enough motivation to kind of get that second win coming into these games.
Here's the thing, HKA are kind of figuring out ever so slowly the method to how BRU wins out their games, which is to, well, I thought that BRU were more of a super aggressive team, but it seems like there are certain parameters that they have to check first before they can do something like that. But more so than not, they're a pretty defensive team that likes to, as we would like to call it, turtle their way to victory. Even though they're not really behind the game, they still like to turtle their way to victory, which is, I think, how HKA is thinking that it's either we get a composition that is incredibly late game, or we try to match them or even outmaneuver them at the very start. And here we are. The comeback is real, or is it not for HKA? That is the question that we need to answer for game number 5.
Yeah, and Quick6 as well as Florentino not going to be let through for the side of BRU. HKA, on the other hand, Zip as well as Darcy. I mean, no surprises there. They shouldn't be allowed to have them anyway, but finally, after so long, Zaniel is going to be the pick of choice for BRU.
They've exhausted so many of the support picks already. It's the only other viable option for BRU here. HKA, on the other hand, they've used quite a bit already, but Outcast actually still has, I believe, an Omen up for him.
Yeah, that's true. They could lock in the Omen now. Looking at some of the other picks, Roxy banned out already.
I think it's Omen now, and then just, goes for something else.
Yeah, they could. Yeah, I think Omen isn't too bad here. Ooh, Wisp! Wow, I haven't even seen Wisp in like forever. Like for so long.
I would just go for a Max rather than a Wisp here at this point. But if they do, they might have something else planned into their into this game.
Oh, last 2 seconds here. They got to choose quick. Don't tell me. No.
Oh, Zenka as well.
Did they mess up? Did they mess up? No, it looks like they're dead serious. They're dead serious about the Azenka as well as the Wisp.
Okay.
I thought they were messing around. I thought they missed the quick flick, but instead they are gonna bring Azenka in and Wisp, and they really are like. I definitely agree that they have exhausted a lot of the hero pool already. So now we're moving into like the tier 2 picks, like anything that could kind of fit the build into the composition that they want to make.
Well, at least if you think about it, Zenka and Wisp are some pretty heavy teamfight presence heroes and whatnot.
Oh, for sure.
So they bring to the table something that at least maybe not the Omen can bring, which is more DPS. Well, more AoE DPS, so to speak. So this could be something pretty good for HKA at the very start. But again, it's situational because the mobility. Like, look at this. BRU immediately pick out one of the two most mobile heroes in the game with Nacross and Violet, and that is where I think Azenka and Wisp kind of miss their mark. Is that if they can't hit their big AoEs, they're basically useless.
Ah, that's fine. Just, if Nacross comes in, just put the ult on yourself. that's the only counterplay I can think of as of right now. But, with the help of Wisp, that might change a little. But let's see how HK, they probably have a plan coming into this. If they're so confident to lock in both Wisp as well as the Azenka. Oh, wow. Scud. Wow. Oh, man. The games haven't been able to go this long for a long time, but here at the AIC, they are ready to go at it. And it looks like the picks are already in. Oh, wait, nope. Looks like there is technical issues. Thank God they're not actually playing Azenka. The sweat, wiping the sweat from my face. Oh my goodness. They waited until 0 seconds. I'm like, you can't be serious, right? Like, all right, I guess we'll figure it out then. Oh my goodness. Thank God. Wow. Oh boy. The facade's over. Azenka's trash. Please don't bring him in. Oh my goodness. Oh, I was dying on the inside for that one. Jeez. Jeez. Oh, I was about to have like a brain aneurysm there for a second.
My cheeks are hurting a little bit there, but I was thinking long and hard about how it's going to work out. But BRU were kind of drafting along the lines of, if this is serious, then yes, but I mean, I really don't see the effectiveness of the Wisp over such as someone like an Omen that has more versatility with the entirety of your team, other than the Wisp that you really have to lock them inside a certain aspect. Like he's a very wombo combo type of hero that if you don't really set it up properly, Wisp does not do anything.
Really? Not the Azenka who was just like,
it's kind of the same way. It's kind of the same thing as well. Not sure how their stats or their scaling is right now, but other than that, it's more like they really need proper setups for them to be worth it. And there's not a lot of supports or tanks anymore that can do just that here in Game 5.
Yeah, so hell no to Azenka. I'm so glad. Like, I gave them a huge benefit of the doubt. I was like kicking myself in my head. It's like, there's no way. This has to be like a mistake or a technical issue. But I don't want to call out because we don't know for sure. And then once the lock-ins all came through, I was like, oh, yes, thank God. Oh, Lord. But yeah, so again, I do think the Omen would have been a better pick there. Hopefully their technical issues fixes itself. They're probably going to restart the picks and bans. So at the very least, they're not restarting like mid game.
So we can just cool our jets a little bit here, guys. Sad to say, we're not going to be seeing the Sand Wraith come out. Azenka is not going to see the limelight here for AIC 2019. Maybe AIC 2020 or something, when he maybe gets buffed or whatnot. But for now, no way, Jose. We're not going to be seeing the Azenka. We're not going to be seeing the Wisp. I'm really going to be thinking something else that could be used more efficiently here by HKA.
Yeah, and we're just going to have to wait and see. I would like to see a couple of the other bands. I'm not sure whether HKA don't have access to Tel Anas this time around.
They used her already, I believe, for Game 1, was it?
Was it Game 1? I thought it was Game
2.
Game 2 was the one.
Yeah.
Okay. So they don't have access to that. They don't have access to Fennec. They also don't have access to to Hayate as well. So that kind of really limits down the pool. They get Violet onto the side of BRU. I don't know whether that's a giveaway. I think they're going to go back, redo until that point of time where they pick their next two heroes, and then we'll see how they play it from there.
Think about it. BRU also used Marja in the previous game, so that means that they still have a few more ADCs that they did not expend from Game 4 that they can use here for Game 5. So, something that matter. There's still the Morin, there's still the Slims.
Yeah.
Haven't seen those yet. And if all hell breaks loose, Yorn is still available.
I think Valheim is still up on the table for, I can't remember which side. Is it? No, BRU was the one who... I'm pretty sure it was BRU who played the Valheim,
Yeah,
so HKA still have access to Valheim.
Yeah, to the Valheim.
So yeah, we're gonna have to wait until we go back into the Big Man just to, so I can quickly sift through to see if they have still have access to that Valheim, because that means they still have options, and I think that's the most important thing. The Slims is really interesting because I think once you start getting into Game 5s and Game 6s, that's where you're forced to like go down a tier and really dig deep into the hero pool and see what you have left. And I think Slims is more likely to pop up then.
Yeah, it depends on how, how the composition kind of spirals out for HKA. Because it seems like HKA, they don't have or I feel like HKA is outdrafted slightly by BRU, but HKA is adapting on the fly, which is what's keeping them afloat here. And if they can do that here on to game number 6, well, that's even better for them. Wait, game number 5 rather.
Yeah.
It's even better for them.
It's gonna be it's honestly going to be a tough one here, but I think BRU, they're playing a very linear game so far. They play very fundamental. Like, I think it's kind of on HKA to kind of crack the code in terms of like, hey, how do I force you to make mistakes? How do I make you make decisions solely based on the fundamentals? So much so that like, hey, it causes you to get caught off guard, or maybe to set up a particular fight. Like, so far you can see that HKA is adapting. Is slowly getting better with the adaptations. They were setting up fights in game, especially in game 3 when they were rotating back to mid. You clearly saw them getting ready, like, oh, if they stick their nose out too far, we can collapse on them. And it was a great setup, even on top side. Certain fights in game 2, as well as game 4 as well. They set some great fights. The question is, have they learned enough to go above and beyond?
Yeah,
BRU?
I think the base of it for HKA here is, putting aside all of these super complicated micro adjustments that they have to do, one of the biggest things that they have to be able to accomplish to, I think, really force BRU to play a different game is to stop BRU at the exit. Because you can see how quickly BRU are just like, when it's a wrong move, immediately tries to back away and heal ourselves first, reset the fight, and then, turtle your way to victory. But you've seen some kind of plays from HKA here where they just come out from the sidelines, they stop them at the exit, they try to stop the retreat of BRU, and that really riles up BRU. And we saw that most of all in game number 4 when Zip was always just kind of trying to go aggressive. As you saw, BRU was slowly but surely backing off. And I think if they can replicate this type of strategy, BRU will be forced to, work something out, because it showed that BRU are not comfortable disengaging. They're okay with retreating, but they don't really have the best grasp on how to disengage when your opponents are just right beside you, chasing you down.
Yeah, I think that's also a really good point, because there are points of time where HKA, I feel like they gave too much respect to BRU, that they're not willing to invade jungles to the point where it's like you could actually cut rotational paths off if you decide to invade the jungle at the right time, or you set up a fight whereby, oh, it looks like you're rotating there, and if they decide to go, they're forced to take a safer path, which might lead up to you being able to dive top or even bottom side and have a lot more time before the reinforcements arrive. Like, setups like that we haven't seen too much from it from HKA, and I think they're giving a little too much respect to BRU in that aspect. However, I mean the same thing can be said about BRU, where it's like, oh yeah, they got a little too confident in game 4 and they ended up dropping that game towards, especially since they were so close. They could have taken the 50-50 to end the game, but they decided, you know what, let's disengage from this, and that's when Hayate is like, I am ready to fight.
Yeah, and I don't know, this is kind of like a learning lesson for both of our teams here, where HKA, they have to learn how to be aggressive but respectfully aggressive, where they know when the right time to move in is. And it's kind of the same with BRU, where not always playing the safe objective game is not the be-all end-all in being able to win. Like, if your opponents are very aggressive, they're team fight centric, you might not be able to control the pace of the game to your liking, and you have to, be able to make split-second decisions. And the decision of BRU almost always, if it's not in their favor 100%, you said this already, is to back away. So if they don't back away, sometimes they have to push forward, which they have to decide otherwise. But, it's kind of like amazing to see how these teams are trying to understand that as the series progresses.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. It's kind of like, when, fighters, they start adapting to each other. It's like, oh, you're trying to pull left hook, I have to pull backwards. And then after that, you start adapting it. Okay, let's add the 1-2 in there. And now let's keep adapting. And they just their skill level gets higher and higher and higher every single time they play it. And I think that's what's happening right now. But the question is, can HKA actually adapt fast enough to really pincer BRU here and then push it to one more game where BRU really starts sweating?
That's for them to do and for us to cast. Yeah.
It's gonna be interesting to say the least. But yeah, I kind of wish that BRU, would be willing to take these risks more often.
Yeah, if I feel like if BRU were able to do something like that, they'd be a true powerhouse of a team, like a powerhouse here in our respective regions, So, well, only time will tell if they'll be able to do that. And
Yeah,
yeah,
looks like the technical issues are going to be a little bit longer than we would have imagined to be. Hopefully, it's nothing too serious. Like, oh boy, like I can imagine the horror. I can imagine the horrors that could possibly go down in an event like that. Like,
That's
oh
true.
boy, like a phone somehow, I don't know, snaps in half like that. That's like the worst. It's like, what happened? I don't know, man. It just broke in half.
snapped in half and all that. Yeah. So I think we might just, call for a little bit of a break here just to, again, see what's happening in the main venue, guys. So
Yep.
don't go anywhere. AIC 2019 will be right back. And here we are, guys. The draft is underway. There it is, the Omen and the Ignis. It wasn't the Wisp. It wasn't the Zenka.
Thank God. Ooh, a huge bullet dodge there. But yeah, I do like the Ignis. I do like the Omen. They still have plenty of options here, and I can't wait to see BRU. Ooh, locking in the Murad here. Okay, that's interesting because now they kind of have to have pressure on the map to make him work. And I think he's got like some really strong combinations. Kilgroth with Zaniel will allow them to look to, dive a lot of people. I would be expecting the Kilgroth to go into the jungle if I... wait, actually, no. Probably Darkslayer lane and Zaniel's going to be the support just running around the map. But yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see because Quillen is going to be taken from the side of HKA. Is this going to be a slugfest, actually?
I feel like it's going to be a slugfest here. This is some pretty battle-centric picks that both teams are bringing to the table. Now, Yaochan is going to get removed. Baldum hasn't really seen any love at all in this particular series, and, well, that is a pretty strong counter, I would say, to Zenial and Kilgroth. Yes, Kilgroth can go over the ultimate, but what if his Gore Lord goes on cooldown? That is when the Baldum ult, the Nature's Prison, starts to show its worth.
Oh...
Mid lane's being banned out here by HKA.
I think it's a pretty smart idea because they've already locked in the Ignis, and BRU are kind of running out of options. I mean, they don't have access to Crixie, they don't have access to Ignis now, Ignis ever. They used the Annette the last time, which was already a bizarre pick, but was almost kind of working out to a certain extent, but doesn't really scale towards the later stages of the game, so they get punished there. Now Raz as well getting banned out for BRU. They won't be able to have access to that at all.
Freda is still available here. Unless BRU really want to go for a full fight comp, they need a little bit of wave clear, so to speak, or at least team fight presence with some AoE, and Pareda does do that incredibly well, but this is mighty scary for HKA. They have prime picks, like Well, if you're gonna go like straight to your meat shop and you want to say like, give me that A5, you know, prime grade beef, and this is it. Elsu, Killen, Ignis, and Omen. These are some really nasty picks that HKA are bringing to the board.
Yeah. I mean, the moment they locked in the Murad, it gets a little difficult to be like, oh yeah, I want to actually pick up the Lindis this time round. But even though they have access to it, they just aren't able. It just doesn't fit in their comp anymore because you don't want her to be less effective, especially since you have, like, you know, Zaniel going to be running around and Kilgroth into the DS lane with Murad kind of running around in the jungle. So now they're just hovering over both Tullen as well as Hilda. I kind of like it. I kind of like it. But is the damage output from Tullen going to be enough?
Yeah, Tullen does have some insane amount of damage. He just needs time to set it up. That's the thing. But when he does lock you in, he is, I would say, as strong as a Darcy, so to speak. Now, last pick here for Hong Kong Attitude. A support will definitely help their cause. They haven't used out the lumber from the looks of it, so it's available for them. Ormar could have been really, really nice, but it was used on the second game if you look at the charts.
Yes, we are playing on the global ban pick rules for those who just came in. Ooh, the Alaster. I mean, we haven't seen him in a while, but yes, as long as he's not used as the main mage, it's like, okay, that's fine, because he just basically presses a couple of buttons and one person is locked down till the end of time, and they're basically just going to pump damage into that one person. So I don't mind it, especially considering that this has already been pushed to Game 5. Like, you are running out of support picks, especially since Baldoom and Annette have been taken out of the picture.
Don't need any frontline, so that's going to be the scary thing. Omen isn't really a true frontline at the start of the game, so
they just want to poke and siege. I mean, they have Elsu, they have Ignis, they just want to sit there, wait for anything, and Alacer just locks one part their engage mechanic, which I'm assuming is going to be Murad into Zaniel, and then looking to get a flank with Kilgroth. But, you know, as long as they lock them down with the Alacer, it's not going to be too much of a problem. Their main problem is, can they punish the Kilgroth enough so that he doesn't get ahead?
Well, I mean, it really just is going to be on how aggressive Hong Kong Attitude will use this composition. But more so than not, Kilgroth always gets up to the point where he needs it because he clears out waves and jungles ever so easily. But the thing with this is, at least in the team fights, what can they do to make this Kilgroth not deal the most amount of damage? Because he thrives in the middle of fights. If they can peel and space well enough, that is when Kilgroth starts to lose his luster. And if they can do that, well, I think like Hong Kong Attitude can push this to another game.
Yeah, oh boy. This is going to be an exciting one as BRU versus Hong Kong Attitude. They're going to be loading into the game real soon. And once we start, whew, you're going to have to keep your eyes glued to your monitors, your phones, wherever you're watching this. As long as you guys are having fun, we're going to be having fun too on our side.
This is still a match point for BRU. They need one more game to get into the grand finals, but of course, it's not over till it's over. HKA have revitalized themselves. They have had one game that took everybody, even us, by storm, and it seems like they can do that once again here on game number 5, and only time will tell if they can bring this out. Look at that, the face-to-face of all the picks.
Oh man, their AR looks real nice. I'm not gonna lie. Their AR, they do it every single time, but it's like it still looks good. Looks like we're gonna be loading straight into the game. If you guys are excited as we are, this is gonna be BRU versus HKA. Match point in favor of BRU. Can they take it and move to the grand finals? We're gonna have to find out. B-rolls of the trophy.
Just letting it like slide, you know, so that people can watch the trophy without our voice first, and then just let it go. And here we are.
I was really scared there was a technical issue, and that's why they dropped it. I'm like, oh no, no, don't tell me they have to restart the entirety of the game already. But yes, looks like we're going to give you guys the action as soon as possible. Thank you for everyone sticking around to the stream. Hopefully you guys are enjoying AIC as much as we are, as BRU versus HKA. Very early start to the game, as now they clear out, hitting their level 2s. Let's see how aggressive HKA can be.
Does the Brunhilde actually outrange the Elsu with her ultimate to the Elsu's side?
No, Elsu outranges everybody.
Okay.
You should be having no issues dealing with her. Like, I mean, even though she does have a 360 range, Elsu should have no issues. Should have no issues so far. Abao is just kind of rotating around the map, making sure he is just constantly harassing the opponent, and the man making sure he's keeping eyes on the map just in case something happens. He's ready to snipe down that Brahilda.
The rotations here, Hong Attitude really emphasizing to just clear out the waves quickly and efficiently. Shaolin should be hitting his level 4, but the first one is already there. Although, of course, he does have to get the stacks with his Temporal Turbulence before he can make anything happen at all. Zelendos is in a really tight spot there, but of course able to hop over the wall, keeps Nunu safe, and I mean a little bit of denial of that XP. Definitely a weird thing as Nunu is still here in the mid.
Yeah, they just have to keep on doing this time and time again. Like, despite Murad being ready to go in with the Temporal Turbulence, he's already level 4, but the same thing can be said about Xiaolin, who is ready to go to war. So, which side of the map? It looks like they want to set up towards top side against the Kilgroth, because Kilgroth, he isn't level 4, so this might be a good time to punish him if Alaystar pushes it right about now, but it looks like they want to take away the jungle camp more than punishing or looking to dive this Kilgroth.
That and Overfly was underneath his own towers, so them diving at Kilgroth, even though he doesn't have level 4, is still a very risky option, especially when BRU can just rotate quickly to the top lane. And if they get the one shot down, and
Alaystar might be going down, but he sacrifices his life to slow down the rest of the team. Good play coming in for BRU.
That's what I'm talking about. If HKA try to go that
to the top side, it's like, all right, I just have to kind of be here. And oh, look at what we have here. An entire team ready to dive.
The dive, indeed. Outcast back here into the top lane, already level 5. Now, is this going to progress? You're seeing that the Zaniel and Murad are just going together. So this is going to be a roaming squad for BRU. Brunhilde is relatively safe because she knows that the other members of HKA are going to be trying to contest BRU here. Zelendos is in the middle of the fight, and I don't think he's going to be able to escape. That was a little bit too risky for his part. He does get knocked out, and that is the first kill for Hong Kong Attitude.
I think that's what they were looking for the whole time, and Abao is already starting to profit for their team. But the thing is, they have to keep it up. They have to keep up the pressure constantly. Spirit Sentinel goes down very quickly for the side of BRU. They are still playing the objective game, and Hong Kong Attitude need to be very aware of when they rotate, because that would have been such a good time to look for a punish.
Definitely. Zenial, or rather Isolindals, is already positioning to the bottom side. Tolan has cleared out the wave here, and they're looking to get the Elsu, but of course Ignis spots out that his counterpart is not in the mid. He's cleared out the wave, and that means only one thing. He's rotated around the map, and this could be dangerous.
Yep, it looks like they want to contest the Abyssal Dragon here. They see that. BRU is like, nope, go back to mid, prioritize clearing that wave, force them there, rotate down bot side. Let's make sure we have some form of control onto this Abyssal Dragon. But no, they want, oh, they could actually consider diving this Elsu. He is pretty immobile overall, and yeah, the first one tries to land it, but he doesn't get him within the triangle of the temporal. As he pulls back, he's gonna look to take this bottom turn.
Oh man, that could have been a stolen dragon if I saw it otherwise. HKA is easy, so close to getting knocked out there. First one though, look at that Angelic Splendor to come out from his Lindels and keep the Murad alive. That is what we call a little bit of that teamwork pizzazz and whatnot, what have you. The Foxen though, joining on to the team as well, will be able to break finally spot tier 1. That's gonna make them pretty happy.
Yeah. BRU managed to come up on top in that trade despite how it was looking, because I definitely thought first one was in a lot of trouble, but that Angelic Splendor really nicely done. And I think, you know, if the Angelic Splendor was just a second late, he would have lost his life.
Yeah, there was a lot of good damage coming out from HKA there. They get the knock or the lock in onto Nunu, but he should be fine. One more hit could be it. He still gets away. That's the mobility of the talent for you. The Foxen though here on the side, he's porting back into base, almost gets spotted out by Shaolin, and he just like he gave himself a little bit of a facepalm there. He didn't even know that his opponent was going to be there. The Foxen was so close to actually dying.
Good God. This is really unfortunate for HKA. They are missing out. Like, they are getting them so low, but are struggling just to finish them off. And, you know, Abao is doing a good job with the lockdown, and the Lacer is profiting a lot of these situations. Like BRU, they're walking by, suddenly they get locked down. It already throws them off their game a little, and it might, you know, proc to respond, make them, you know, force out a response, like using an Angelic Splendor or something else of the sort. And HKA, if they keep it up, because remember, the lockdown from Abao, it has a very short cooldown. It isn't an ultimate long, it's not like an Angelic Splendor long cooldown.
Could get a immediate lock in here. Solindos is the man to get followed up, and oh man, that's so disgusting. Alastair pick for HKA is showing its worth, but more so than not, they're trading a support for a tower. That's the thing. And Overfly is going for the chase. There it is. Get hit by the Tulin and followed up by the Temporal Turbulence, and quick and clean kill. And Overfly's not done just yet. One more auto attack, but he overcommits to it and has to pay the price with his life. But all of that was happening. Mid-tier 1 is down to smithereens. Just a couple of auto attacks, and that should be it.
Yep, they're getting pretty close here. Angelic Splendor already popped.
Oh, they're chasing.
He's in trouble. He is going down. The man, one more hit away. That was particularly close. The overextension coming in, they definitely disrespected and forgot about the Zangio's existence in this game. He was the first to go down earlier, but he is the first to respond when his ult is back up.
He's trying to defend this mid-tier 1 already. And like I said, even after all that kerfuffle, look at how much damage the towers of BRU took compared to HKA. It's non-existent there. And, well, this just goes to show that, you know, Home Attitude, even though they're getting these set amount of kills, BRU still have the micro game on point.
Yep. Just have to be very careful. Hilda already using her ultimate now just to clear the waves and secure a very safe space for the rest of the team to play through. Outcast looking to try and snag somebody out, but quickly they're responding. They hop on away. Nobody gets caught from the side of BRU as HKA looking to make a play across the map. Have to be so careful, I mean, overall. Because if they get caught out against BRU, the first time they catch them, they have to, you know, blow the Angelic Splendor. That's no worries. But if Overfly gets into the backline, they're in a lot of trouble. Abao, he's trying to run away. Nunu, he goes over the wall, but doesn't find an opportunity to catch him off guard.
Had to use the flicker, had to use the shield, and that's not too good because, yeah, forcing out Abao just like that opens up the possibility of this Darkslayer, which, I mean, Home Attitude are going to be contesting, but they're a bit too late to try to contest anything at all anymore.
They responded to that way too late, and now very early Darkslayer into the game. This is interesting, but they will siege down the turrets with no issues whatsoever. Let's see if BRU can be a little bit more aggressive. They've already taken all the tier 1s. They have a very strong lead ahead of them. Can they push this further?
Definitely could do that because Brunhilde is pushing the bottom lane, and while she's using her range to really hit those towers hard, it's going to be difficult for Home Attitude to stop the structures from getting destroyed. This is even worse than a Fennec. I mean, less the damage, yes, but more the control. That's a nightmare.
Yeah, it's not an easy task. If they drop the Drake down on bottom side, they wanted to kind of synchronize with the waves. A little bit more to have the help that they need, but are they going to just drop down the Drake and look to, you know, pressure another side of the map? Because you can see Udo is gaining priority over mid lane. They're going to respond to that, and by the time they are, top should be synchronizing together with bottom. They're probably going to lose one turret or the other.
Blue Dragon taken easily by Brunhilde there. They're going to be going for this bottom. As an entire team, they're going to go for a 5 versus 5 from the looks of it.
I would like to see how that goes as Kilgoth rotates to the mid side here. Ooh, first one. The wave is getting chunked out so quickly by this Ignis, but with the help of Drake, they should be able to take this turret with no issues. Plus the fact that Brunhilde pops the ultimate, making sure, hey, you're not going to be able to walk close enough to this turret. They're going to get another one up top side, a 2v1 Overfly with the help of the Xander, the Angelic Splendor, making him so difficult to kill, on top of already naturally being hard to kill.
Yeah. Oh, no. Only the mid-tier 2 to remain here. And in about 59 seconds, Darkslayer will be back up and running. Look at the damage though to come out. They're really locking down on Celindos, but that's about it. Only a lockdown. They need the damage to follow it through. Elsu is not there just yet. He's not yet online for HKA. And that is kind of hurting the team-wide presence of HKA. You can already see them kind of, again, just giving up this mid-tier 2 because they have no control whatsoever.
And mid-wave has been broken. The tier 2 is down. And I'm pretty sure the top tier 2 is gone as well. They're going to be looking for this bottom side. The fight has already broken out. They're so close. One goes down. They are so low. Nunu tries to go in with the Thunderbird. Doesn't actually land it because of the blockage from the rest of the team. They have now overextended. They need to pull backwards and BRU move away. They are able to crush a lot of teams. Oh, they get to the back line there. Well played by Muret, but over Offline, he wants to cut them down one by one. Apao is in trouble. Outcast is the next to fall. And Easy, he's trying to hold the turret as long as possible as first one comes in with a temporal turbulence, helping the team. It's a 3-for-1. It looked like an overextension, but it just wasn't. And now they need to clear that wave quick.
30 seconds left onto the clock. Like you said, they have to clear out the waves, but it's an Ignis. It's an Elsu. They can actually do this, but they have to clear out that turret. Still though, the Nexus is exposed. They're just smacking away at it, and it seems like BRU, they had all the damage that they need, and they are going to the grand finals, finishing this series 4-1. What?
Congratulations to Buriram United. Wow. They are going to be moving on to the grand finals, and they finish it off with an impressive fashion. They smelt blood and they were like, we gotta pounce. We're going to re-engage into this fight, and they take advantage of a situation that didn't exactly look too good to begin with.
And I don't know, maybe they just gave out that game because they wanted my predictions to be real.
It's like, we heard us right gaming. That's why we wanted to make it 4-1. But yeah, unfortunately for HKA,
joking aside,
unfortunately for HKA, they will be moving on to their third place matches, which will be happening tomorrow. Unfortunately, they will not have the opportunity to contest for the grand finals.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of sad to see that, one of the teams has already dream over in the sense that you're not going to be able to fight for championship anymore. But HKA did a fantastic job at, experimenting with all of these type of plays and whatnot. And it just goes to show that they were willing to adapt and change the play style to try to figure out their opponent. The thing was that BRU still had a lot of strategies left in the tank which they haven't implemented, and we saw how it showed here in the fifth game.
Yeah, and I mean, the implementation of it is so good. But the moment, Quillen gets caught out, Amal goes down, and then you're just left with Outcast, who doesn't even have his ultimate, isn't able to hold on as long as you think it is. The game just got super difficult because Overfly, when he has his ultimate, he's basically unstoppable. Not even Alistair can lock him down at that point in time. So they're kind of just kiting him out, making sure they have enough space, slowing down the backline so there isn't follow-up. But the combination with the Zaniel, it just makes the kill graph so unkillable.
Yeah, the amount of protect, man. And there is a lot of lockdown for HKA, but again, Kilgroth has a good set of time where he can just demolish them. The problem for HKA is they don't have somebody beefy enough to try to match against this Kilgroth. Yes, they do have, let's say, the Omen, but that's not going to be enough, especially when the fight arises. Again, Kilgroth can just brush it off.
Yeah, and because Kilgroth was taking so much of the pressure, it just allowed first one to be like, oh, I get to auto-attack people for free. I get to stack my stack with my auto-attacks on a hero. Amazing!
Incredible!
Incredible! He got so many temporal turbulences off. It was ridiculous towards the later stages of the game where it's just like, I'm level 15, I'm getting a lot of ults off, I am basically unstoppable.
And with that, just check out the endgame stats here. Not really a big lead, so to speak. 30 minutes in, that's around 8. Yeah, I mean, not the biggest that we've seen this entire game. And yeah, Overfly, definitely the MVP for that one. I would also kind of argue that Issa Lindos was also a pretty big factor of why there is very little kills in the side of HKA. His ability to just deny the kills with that Angelic Splendor is a huge factor, I feel, as to why HKA couldn't really pierce through. And the BRU, they used Zenyo at the perfect game.
Yeah, key player of the game of the semifinal match 2, Game 5. I mean, we all know it. It has to be Overfly. This man is a one-man army. Give him a kill drop, and he's just going to chug his way all the way to the end.
Yeah, performance was definitely there. 75% kill participation. He basically dipped his fin in everything.
I love the hesitation. Is it fin or is it fingers? Is it what exactly? But he has fingers and he has fins.
Let's just go for fins. And with that, we have our finalists.
Yeah.
It is gonna be Team Flash up against Buriram United Esports.
Can they take this championship away from Team Flash, who's been looking so strong throughout? The confidence as well as the crowd behind them. I mean, we've got a making of a potential champion here, and I'm excited to see how they're going to prepare for tomorrow's games in the grand finals, because this team doesn't want to go back home sad.
I mean, if Buriram do lose, they don't have to go home because they're already home.
I mean, technically, but I'm talking about venue space where they have to go to sleep, and it's just like, I don't want to feel bad about that one. I think it's even worse because it's in home ground as well.
That is definitely true. You don't want to lose on home court. I mean, at least if you lost overseas, you're gonna be like, oh, you know, it's fine. You didn't have the support of the crowd, but now that they have the support of the crowd, if Flash win it. Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
And with that, guys, I believe that we're going to end today's stream. Semifinals games were insane. Like, the ability of the teams to kind of just, boop, bring out the best or the worst in each other was incredible. So we'll be having 2 series tomorrow. That is for the 3rd place match between IGP Gaming and Hong Kong Attitude, and of course the coup de grace, the grand finale, Team Flash versus Buriram United Esports. So we'll be seeing you guys tomorrow bright and early around 12 noon GMT plus 8. Yeah, for the English broadcast. So that's about it. Guys, thank you so much. My name is Asarai. With me here is Gideon Q. It has been an honor to cast for you guys. So we'll be seeing you tomorrow for the grand finals and 3rd place. So see you then.